in St. Louis, actually St. Charles, Missouri, this weekend, and of course, circumstances have prevented that. In fact, I had been concerned about how some of us who have responsibilities with FIDE on FIDE commissions were going to be able to get ourselves back from Siberia, from the FIDE meetings in time to get here to participate in this meeting. And obviously that has not turned out to be a problem either. For all the interesting circumstances that we've had in getting this meeting put together electronically, I can only imagine what the FIDE General Assembly that is going to be held virtually in October or November is going to be like, with people trying to connect from all over the world in some places where the telecommunications infrastructure may be a little bit less robust. So that should be certainly an interesting experience. I would like to remind everyone that, again, if you're going to participate in the meeting as a delegate, then you must have your video camera turned on. I think we have everybody on, but maybe one or two. It is a requirement so that we know that you are you, since proxy voting is not allowed by our bylaws and it is not allowed under Illinois law. So we've got several of you all that need to get video cameras on. We'll give you a few minutes to get that done. And then we will, as we move forward into the meeting. Bear with us a little bit. We're going to have several folks interacting and sharing screens and providing information. We do have a procedure for you to ask questions, and we covered all of this and all the connectivity issues and how all the procedures and parts of how to do this as we went through Zoom sessions that we set up that we told you all about. We sent out information about this meeting by email some 5 to 6 weeks ago. We sent it out by mail as required by the bylaws more than a week further in advance of the 30-day requirement. We have sent you all by email all the materials. We sent it to you by mail. We sent you, as we have had these town hall meetings that we conducted, some 10 of them, we sent you links to those to register. We recorded those and we put those in the special delegates meeting section of the website. We have emailed you that the stuff was there. We had threads in the issues forum that had places to discuss this material. We had links to the recorded town halls posted there as well. And we have had the delegates Slack workspace set up some about 3 to 4 weeks ago to have a collaborative space for us to work. So we've done the best we can do, I think, to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to participate and gather as much information as possible ahead of the meeting. We have had some feedback from some of you all that you certainly have gotten more information this way than you would have in a normal meeting. We still have a couple of folks who need to get video cameras on and get connections fully up and running. I'm going to go ahead then. Just a moment. I am going to go ahead then and share my screen. As you can see right now, we have 95 people logged into this meeting. Some 5 of those are staff folks or a timekeeper login, for example. So right now the participant count is 89. The quorum count, there are 134 delegates. The quorum count is 44. We do have a couple of folks that need to get video set. Mr. Huff right here is one of them. We need to have Ms. Hoffman get properly connected. And I think those were the only 2. So here we are. We're not in St. Louis. We're scattered around the country, but we're here to be about the business of the Federation. It's important that we do this. It's also what is turning out to be a new normal for many of us. I can't tell you the number of meetings I've conducted this way in my business over the last few weeks. We've had state legislators that have conducted legislative sessions in this manner, that have voted on legislation in this manner. The Supreme Court has conducted court sessions in this way, as have other courts across the land. Corporate board meetings are being held in this way. So it's and certainly your executive board has been meeting extensively this way as we get ready to, as we've been preparing to have this special delegates meeting. The special delegates meeting is provided for in the bylaws. Here under this, one second, I had it. Here, right here, under Article 5, Section 7. So the special delegates meeting can be called by the president. Actually, this one was called by the entirety of the executive board. Notice was properly sent out by mail, and it was also provided by email more than 30 days prior to the meeting. The notice and the agenda have been placed on the website accordingly and have been sent to you all by mail and by email. Notice that the special delegates meeting has the authority to act on advance agenda items, but does not have the authority to take action unrelated to the advance agenda items. So what will be happening is that you will have the ability to make motions that are germane to agenda items that are in the advanced agenda, but you can't add anything new. If someone wanted to make a motion, for example, to change the rules of chess to cause the knight to move like the bishop, that would be ruled out of order as not germane. Other amendments to the motions that are on there, anything like that can certainly be considered. So, a couple of reminders as we get going. If you do have amendments to motions, please send them in writing to cmeyer@uschess.org. This was in your delegates welcome packet that was sent to you. It is also available, or that information is available on our special delegate special web page here on the US Chess website. As I have mentioned here, the agenda and related attachments are on that website. Here is the link. This is what it looks like. So if you want to follow along from home, you can get a place to that, and you can actually have links down here to the various motions. Now, some of these are adjusted just a smidge from feedback that we've taken in the town halls and through the Slack channel. So all the motions are going to be displayed on the screen. But if you'd like to see what some of the background material is as we go, they're all right there. We also have on this space the delegates welcome packet that I mentioned, bulletins about the meeting, the links to all the other stuff, and links to the town hall meetings. This is stuff that in an in-person meeting, a lot of times you would find in the delegates call. We do have the delegate Slack workspace. It will remain open during the meeting. So if folks want to make comments or responses, they're there. Good afternoon, Sophia. And I'd like to mention, as you came in, you may have seen scrolled pages on the awards section for the annual report from the US Chess website. The annual report has been published. It's here. You can actually download it as a PDF. It is interactive. One of my favorite pages is that one, although I wish we had photoshopped it a little more to slim me down. So that, but this is an interactive report, and you can see all the different things that are going on. The awards section is there. We've got a report about finances and budget and where we're at there. So there's the annual report. Also, when you came in, we were scrolling the in passing list, the list that in an in-person meeting we would read for everyone. In addition to that, they were on that list, but I would like to especially mention that during this last year, we lost US Chess president from 1996 and 1999, Don Schultz. He was also very active representing us in FIDE. Don had been declining for some time. And far more recently, just here in the last few weeks, we've lost Susan Cantor, who had been a US Chess team member from 2005 all the way up into 2020. Susan worked in the office in Crossville and was a fixture at our national scholastic events as well. So what I would like to do at this moment is just take a moment of silence to remember those that we have lost throughout our organization, especially Don and Susan. Thank you. The agenda that we have, again, has been posted for some time. It was sent to you multiple ways. The first item on the agenda is something that we need to do pretty much every time we meet, and that's deal with our conflict of interest issues. We do have a conflict of interest review committee that the delegates set up last year. Those folks have been hard at work reviewing the conflict of interest forms that you sent in. And at this time, I'm going to unmute David Day, and Ken Ballou, I believe, is also up, and let them report on the findings of the conflict of interest committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have reviewed the forms that have been submitted. We appreciate everyone doing that. Based upon our review, we have not found any conflicts that have been disclosed that are pertinent to the agenda for this meeting.
Ken, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Mr. President.
Lovely. So can I please have, we will practice just a little bit. Carol, do we have a polling question to accept this? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Alan, we do not.
Fine. I think that with this particular issue, it's really accepting the report of the committee. So let's practice at one little thing. Go ahead into your participants list, and if you are affirming the Conflict of Interest Committee's report, just raise your hand in the participants list. Those of y'all who've participated, you know exactly what we're talking about. There we go. Don't raise your hand and wave at it on the screen. Use the raise hand feature in Zoom. It'll be down here in your participant list for you, I believe. There you are. A whole bunch of y'all have found it. Good. You're going to need that button if you want to speak later on. At this point, I'd like to ask again, Mr. Burns, you need to get your video camera on so that we can go ahead and accept your participation in the meeting. I think that's the only person who doesn't have one on. Super. And now our participant count is up to 98. I'm going to lower all your hands. Thank you very much. Now, the next item that we have is the approval of Robert's Rules for electronic meetings. Mr. Blid, would you please address the issues related to this for folks to understand what they're approving?
Mr. President, in the interest of brevity, to keep the meeting moving along, I will summarize some points. I will not go into as much detail as we did in the 3 meetings, the town halls that we had. Everybody obviously has already gotten the login information. A definite reminder to everybody that it will be necessary to register again tomorrow morning, just as you did for this morning's meeting. Login time, signing in and out, this is already covered. A reminder, if you just need to leave the meeting briefly, there's no need to sign out. Stay logged in. If you need to leave for an extended period of time, please kindly sign out of the Zoom meeting so that we may maintain an accurate count of delegates to establish a quorum. And then when you are able to return to the meeting, you can sign in with the same credentials. The same credentials will still work. We are maintaining check on the quorum by looking at the list of participants. If any vote has a total number of ayes, nays, and abstentions that does not rise to a quorum, any member may make a quorum call. Next slide, please. We have been emphasizing the need for audio, video, internet connection. We've covered that. Forced disconnection. If anything goes wrong and your connection is disrupting the meeting, the president will disconnect you in the interest of keeping the meeting orderly. Assignment of the floor, we've covered this well in the Zoom meetings, but for those in the town hall meetings, for those who have not been to those meetings, you will need to click the raise hand button, just as you did with the conflict of interest report. You will then be put into a queue of speakers seeking recognition. You'll be recognized in the order of that queue, subject to the restriction that any member who has already spoken once in debate may not speak again until all those who have not been recognized once have been recognized.
That is not a special rule for this meeting at all. That is a standard part of Robert's Rules. And in fact, we made a point of doing it that way last year in Orlando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next slide, please. If you are submitting a motion to amend, we're asking you to please submit that motion in writing by sending it to Carol Meyer, cmeyer@uschess.org. This is especially important for motions to amend. We need to make sure that we have the exact text of the motion so that we can display that while the motion's being debated. Display of motions. Later you will see that we'll have a shared document. On the left side, about 2/3 wide, will be the text of the motion on the floor. On the right-hand side will be the names of those who are queued seeking recognition. Voting, we're using the polling feature in Zoom. Again, if you've been to the town halls, you've already seen this. Otherwise, when it is time to vote, a window will pop up on your screen. You will see 3 options. You will see a yes a no, and an abstain. As much as I've railed that there's no such thing as a vote to abstain, we are asking those who are not voting on the motion to please select abstain. This is an accommodation to the fact that we have an electronic meeting. This will help us ensure that we still have quorum. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. McCreary, you had raised your hand for a question. You have the floor, sir.
Mistake.
Okay. Seeing no other questions then, can we open up the poll to vote to approve the rules? Are these the people who are raising your hands to ask a question? We will have a poll opened to vote on the matter. There we have the poll launched. So if you will vote here in the poll, please, as we did during our workshops. We are voting to approve the use of the rules as stated. We'll keep the vote open for just a moment. I see that there are 89 votes so far. We're going to close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have then the results are, you can only see percentages, but we will give you the hard number count. We have 86 votes in favor, no votes opposed, 2 who have abstained from it. So the Roberts rules for the meeting are adopted. Thank you very much. The next motion is for delegates to consent to the cancellation of the US Open and the annual membership and the annual delegates meeting that we would normally have in person. I'm not certain that this is necessary. However, our council thought it wouldn't be a bad idea. The bylaws committee thought it wouldn't be a bad idea. So we're doing it. The motion basically is, because we were not able, and we will put it up on the screen in a second, because of the COVID concerns at the time, we canceled the meeting some months ago, and it's turned out to be probably a good thing, because that area of the country is a COVID hotspot right now. And of course, travel remains problematic for many of us. Certain states, if we were to attend a meeting in the state of Missouri, we would not be allowed. We'd have to quarantine when we got back to our home states. So, Ms. Meyer, do you have that motion and then the poll? Take it away. So all who will vote to affirm, please vote aye. I have 82 votes. 88. Nope, 86 rather. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have 84 votes in favor, 2 opposed, 3 who have abstained. That motion passes. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda. We have a provision for an annual meeting that calls for delegates at large. The bylaws provision for special meetings says that delegates will be selected in the same way as they are for the annual meeting. So we have 3 delegates at large whose terms would be expiring at this meeting. Delegates at large are elected to 3-year terms. It has been customary that those whose terms would be expiring at the end of these meetings be voted on for re-election at the meeting if they are present. I will tell you there is no bylaws provision that says that a person must be present. Those 3 whose terms are expiring are Mr. Harris, Mr. Lieberman, and Ms. Marinello. So those 3 are up for re-election as those with expiring terms. We also contacted our delegates at large who had expired terms and invited them to join us. We had 3 express an interest in doing that. I do not see that all 3 of those people have chosen to attend. We certainly have, I believe, Frank Camerata is here, and Anthony Cautel is here. Tim Redmond had expressed an interest in participating, but I am not sure that he is on the participants list right now. But those 3 had expressed a desire to attend the meeting, so they are listed as well. So the motion is on the floor to re-elect these 6 as delegates at large, Harris, Lieberman, and Marinello as re-elected to a term that will be expiring this year, Camerata, Cautel, and Redmond as previously, as delegates at large who had terms previously expired who are desiring recognition for the meeting. We have any questions about? Do we have anyone who wishes to speak to that motion? Mr. Camerata, you may unmute. You have the floor.
Just spell my name right when you get to it. It's always embarrassing. It's
2 R's, 1 R and 2 T's.
1 R and
Sorry.
2 T's. No problem.
We were just talking about not being able to spell names where people spell my name E-I all the time. So it's okay. They call Ryan Velez Ryan Velasquez. So
That's true.
Fix that in the minutes. All right, seeing no other, can we pull that up, Carol, and then launch the poll? There we go. I'll just leave it there and you can see what I see. Don't mind.
Alan, we only see the agenda.
Oh, okay. I put it up in the middle of my screen, but sorry about that. We have 85 who have voted, 86, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In polling, the count that I have is 86 in favor, 2 opposed, 3 abstained. So that motion passes. Those 6 delegates are approved. The issue that we will have different is that you don't have to go sign in and pick up delegates' credentials because you've already got them. Mr. Winston, you wish to make a comment? You may unmute. Mr. Winston, you may unmute.
Okay.
Harold, going once, going twice. All right, we are going to move on then. We will certify the election board results is the next thing that's up. Mr. Baloo, you are, as the elections committee fella, this is yours. You're not unmuted, Ken. Now you are.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have already submitted this report to the governance coordinator for inclusion in the minutes. This year's election had 4,023 registered voters, of whom 1,782 returned ballots by the deadline. Of these ballots, 2 were considered invalid, 1,780 valid votes, ballots rather. Vote totals: Mr. David Hayter, 1,431. Mr. David Day, 1,139. Mr. Fun Fong, 1,076. Ms. Angelina Belkovskaya, 538. Incidentally, name misspelled on the slide, but correct in the report. Mr. Lakshmana Viswanath, 518 votes. Mr. Sean J. Manross, 224 votes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Election Chair. We also did note, thank you to the folks down at the Madison City Chess for serving as tellers. Our longtime teller in Crossville, Harry Sabine, we lost last year, and we really appreciate the folks at Madison City Chess for stepping up, and Renee to serve in that very critical function. So thank you all. It's a thankless task in many, many ways. Without further ado then, we have a motion to certify the election results. Ms. Meyer, would you please get that up on the screen? Here we go. Please vote. I have 80 votes, 81. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count that I have is 85 in favor, 1 opposed, 4 abstained. This motion passes. The delegates have certified the election results. Any of the elected incoming EB members, Hayter, Day, or Fong, who are not already listed as delegates, are now delegates for this meeting as a function of their election to the executive board. Incoming board members under our bylaws are delegates. A couple of those folks, I believe Mr. Day was already a delegate. Some of the other 2 may have been delegates from Georgia, but were replaced, and they will now step in this role. I believe Mr. Huff, you have your hand up. We'll give you the floor if you'd like it. You may unmute. Seeing no response from Mr. Huff, Mr. Winston, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yes, I was able to unmute. Alan, what I wanted to do is re-elect delegates at large. I believe Leroy Dubeck is present from New Jersey, and he should also be re-elected.
He is here as a state representative, but I don't have any problem. He is here as a delegate representing a state rather than requesting observations as a delegate at large. But I have no problem with doing that. If folks, I will just simply ask for unanimous consent to do that, meaning that if you are opposed to it, please raise your hand in the software, like you would be recognized to speak. I have 2 people that I show as being opposed to that. Mr. Yang, would you like to comment?
I think it's the next topic item. So, I mean, I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to. No, wait, well, it's not for the next topic item, but I think the delegates at large, I mean, in my personal opinion, we shouldn't have those. But also,
Well,
I think we moved on to the next topic agenda items. I don't want to go backwards. So
that's not an opinion on whether they're appropriate as part of the bylaws. Is a different matter for a different day.
Right.
Mr. Shaughnessy, did you have a comment?
I echo Mr. Yang's sentiment.
You're going to have to speak a little louder, sir.
I'd echo Mr. Yang's sentiment.
All right. Well, seeing, so we do not have unanimous consent to add Mr. Dubek to that. We have passed that part of the agenda.
Alan, I had my hand up before you took the vote, but I wasn't recognized. I had to raise hand on because I wanted to add him at that time.
I
Would
did
like to make a
recognize,
motion to add him as a delegate at large. We've had other meetings where that's happened subsequently.
I'll accept that motion because that is
Thank you.
germane. It was on the agenda. So we have a separate motion to add the approval of Leroy Dubek as delegate at large. Carol, can you pull up a poll for that?
Thank you, Alan.
No problem. Would you pull up a poll for that, and then let's launch it and vote. Go on. And Harold is correct. If we had a DAL who would have walked into the meeting later, we would have allowed that. We're just getting a new polling question added. Mr. Buchanan, you may unmute if you had a question. Carol, are you getting that added? Please talk to me. There we go. Please vote. Five, four, three, two, one. We have 74 who voted in favor, 9 opposed, 8 abstained. That motion passes. Mr. Dubek's 3-year term as a DAL is renewed. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Next item agenda is a consent calendar. What a consent calendar is a desire to simply take items that you have had all the information on for some time and just move through them in consenting on all of them in one vote. The first one is to name Ken Ballou as the parliamentarian. The second item is to approve the promotional memberships that the EB had during the last year. That promotional memberships report is in the meeting information and was sent to you by mail and by email. To approve the delegate meeting minutes from 2019. Those were posted on the website in October of 2019 and have been out there for a long time. They were also sent to you, and links were sent to you, and those links are on the special delegates meeting website. And then approve the report on the Professional Players Health Benefit Fund. Are there questions with regards to this issue? I see a few hands. Mr. Buchanan, your hand is up. You are unmuted. You have the floor. Do you have a question?
I do not have a question.
Thank you. Ms. Shaughnessy, you may unmute and you have the floor. Ms. Shaughnessy?
Yes, it seems it's okay. I don't need to say anything.
No
I
problem.
pressed a mistake.
Mr. Cottrell,
Okay.
you have the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Cottrell, you had your hand
What?
up. Comment.
That's a mistake.
Got it. No problem. We'll move on. So, seeing no other discussion, we will launch this poll. Motion to approve the consent calendar, which includes the appointment of Ken Ballou as parliamentarian, approve the promotional memberships that were reported by the EB, approve the prior year delegates meeting minutes, and approve the PPHB fund report. Five more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the polling, we had 91 to vote. Of those, 89 voted in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstained. The rest didn't vote. Next item. The next item on the agenda is to reference and deal with the, whoops, I'm sorry. There we go. Is to go over the budget. The budget material, again, was sent to you all those different ways that we've been talking about. We also had 2 town hall meetings to discuss prior year results, to go over the way the budget for the current year was constructed and issues related to the unusual circumstances that we are in. I will, before I turn the floor over to Mr. Unruh to discuss this motion, Vice President Finance Unruh, I will make the following comment. There is a motion on the floor later to change the due structure around. I would remind the delegates that that motion has an effective date in the motion of June 1, 2021, which is the beginning of our next fiscal year. So whether that motion passes or not, it has no impact on the budget for this year. Nope. Chuck, the floor is yours, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Executive Board and the Operational Management, we propose this budget for the 2020-21. The budget, of course, is impacted by, as we see on the screen, the budget highlights. We've reduced our projections for membership by 30%. What this means is $600,000. We believe that $600,000 worth of membership revenue possibly doesn't come in the next year owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. We do have some current information since February. Approximately, we've lost about 18% of our membership. So this number, 30%, is conservative, but at the same time, we really don't know if there'll be a second wave of the pandemic. Our projected other revenues, we've lowered those for rating fees, TLE, TLAs, advertising, reduced our royalty payments for canceled events from vendors. Yet on the expense side, you'll see programs, $633,860. We are very hopeful that next year we can continue over the board play. So we've kept the events in. Of course, expenses will probably decrease if over the board play is not back by the 2021. Magazines, one of our expenses we looked at, $404,000. That's what the cost of our magazine going out. Does not include the payroll. Payroll is our largest expense. This payroll number is lower than last year, and through natural attrition and unfortunate attrition, our payroll currently is down from last year. Even so, with the large membership reduction, the conservative estimate on membership, we're projecting $107,912 worth of deficit. I would remind the delegates that in previous years, we've had numerous surpluses. Last year, we had a phase 1 capital expense of $690,000. Owing to our surpluses, we were able to pay for those expenses in upgrades from the regular bank accounts. So this is a small number compared to past surpluses. And it's a number that is impacted primarily by membership revenues, the decrease from the pandemic. I asked the delegates to approve this year's budget, and I'll turn it back over to you, sir, for questions.
One thing I would like to mention, if folks attended the town halls, they are aware of this, but we also have the budget does not reflect the income from the Paycheck Protection Program loan. The organization got about $225,000 from that program, and now has will be applying for forgiveness on it because we've met all the requirements to show that as forgiveness. So that has showed up as cash in the bank, but right now it's on our books as a liability. It's because until forgiveness, we owe it. First up to speak to this, to ask questions, is Ralph Bowman. Ralph, you may be unmuted. Mr. Manello, you're on deck. I'm going to ask you to unmute as well, but if you'll hold till Mr. Bowman is done.
Yeah,
Bowman, I'm sorry.
yeah, I was just
the wrong one.
Yeah, sorry. I was actually raised my hand prior to but I just want to remind people that as they unmute themselves to remute themselves, because I am getting some background noise and some feedback, and it makes it difficult. Just a reminder to mute yourself, please. Thank you.
Mr. Manello, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think it was the second item where it said that they were projecting reductions of income of up to 50%. Does that mean that some of those items were less than 50% and that one of them, because there were several items listed in that category, was at 50%?
The items listed there, to remind you, they were ratings, fees, TLAs, and advertising. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I can best answer that. So Jim, none of those items were reduced more than 50%, but I think if my memory serves me, 2 of the 3 were reduced by 50% and 1 was reduced by something less than 50%. I think it was by 33%.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Mr. Camerata, you are up. You are unmuted. And Mr. Prosser, you will be on deck.
Yeah, just a quick one on the magazine cost. I assume they're also reduced to reflect the reduction of expected membership.
Well, not so much, because we have printing and mailing costs, and we have projected that basically to be very similar to the prior year. So we do have the opportunity to have some savings there if the numbers go down. Savings is on, frankly, is on mailing costs because we have some targets in the printing. Although our printing contract's not too bad. So it is possible that number may be lower.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prosser, you are up. And
Yes, I know this is like a
on
smaller
deck.
part of the budget in the long term, but is there any way you can give us a layman's idea of this Cherry Hill investment and how it's different, more or less risky than what we're doing now?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to address that. What you're referring to is the Cherry Hill investment plan by the LMA, in the LMA. Each year in LMA, we have an investment plan. We review the old one. The older investment plans are heavy on preferreds and bond substitutes while keeping a footprint in the conservative healthcare area. This Cherry Hill plan continues the success that we've had with our past programs and plans for the LMA only. Does that answer the question?
Must have. Mr. Barber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I conducted an experiment about 3-4 weeks ago. It was called the High School Senior Rapid Event. If everybody was looking at it and checking out the content, one thing that came up that I wanted to give it a try and find out, and that was that every single participant would get a 1-year extension on their membership. So when we're talking memberships, we're talking the scholastic community is probably going to take the biggest hit in terms of the support of the Federation. I was pleased that we had almost 100 seniors who now are going to go into college, and they will be with us for 1 more year. And I thought, okay, that's a positive thing. But I also had in the back of my mind, as you know, the national invitationals. So the reason I speak to this now to all the delegates is that the national invitationals likewise has a 2-year extension for all memberships. Thus, we have, I'll let you do the math, 500 memberships that have been added, 500 years of memberships that have been added. And I think that's important because what I'm suggesting to the delegates and sharing with the organization is that maybe instead of giving a cash prize, whether it's online or over the board, let's think about having these organizers drop a 1-year membership as part of the benefits or part of the prizes. Final note, I had a parent who contacted me and he says, "Yep, my child's going to play in that high school senior, but you only offer 1 award." I said, well, let's see. That award is a $1,500 college scholarship. And then I offered 100 other prizes. And that prize was that everybody was rewarded and recognized and honored by that 1-year extension of membership. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted some point of information. If coming up about the new memberships and Chapter 10, if we pass those, will that help the rating fees? I know it's not a lot, but is it going to help the rating fees and the money coming in for the memberships and all that with the magazines?
It's certainly our desire that that would be the case. Carol, would you please speak?
And also one more thing, can any of the national tournaments that are still out there, like the K-12, if something happens, or even the National Open coming up for bid, if that can be run online and so we can get in memberships and rating fees?
So,
Carol, can you address the recent event?
Yeah, the response to that is absolutely rating fees from online events will help our bottom line. If you had an opportunity to read the staff reports that are posted on the Special Delegates Meeting website, in my report, I noted that there was like a 173% increase in online rated games year over year from 2019-20 to 2020. And starting September 1, we will begin charging rating fees again for online events. We wanted to give our affiliates some consideration during the early days of the pandemic when they might have just been trying out the formats. So we do expect that this will be an important revenue source, albeit, you know, not like membership, but certainly it will be something that will be important to our bottom line.
Mr. Hassler, you have.
Yes, I was just wondering, I didn't catch the number for the reduced number of memberships. What was that number again?
The revenue projection was a 30% reduction.
Right, and the actual number of our membership count was down some percentage number, and I didn't get that.
Yes, it's 17.7% since February.
Representing how many?
About 16,000 members.
Perfect. Thank you. And the percentage that are of Scholastic memberships?
I haven't done the deep dive analysis, but some percentage, you know, obviously. We did get a recent boost of Scholastic memberships through the US Chess Kid event that ran last weekend. We had 608 new or renewed memberships from that event alone, all of which are Scholastic age memberships. And there were 2,100 players in the event. So a little more than a quarter were new or renewing members.
And then the last thing is, in response to extending everyone's membership, would that mean I would have Life +2? But thank you so much.
If we did offer that as an option, we might get a lot more Life members who'd sign up for it. I don't know.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Lumowski, you have the floor. Ms. Shaughnessy, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I had a point of information on the program's expenses. I may have missed this. If the events do not go forward, does that expense still hold?
Yeah, I can answer that, Alex. So much of what's rolled up in that program expenses are expenses related to Supernationals in May of next year and the K-12 grades in December. So should those events not occur because of circumstances out of our control, that part of the expense will go away. There are additional expenses in there, such as expenses related to our women's program and a small amount of money for our at-risk youth program that also were in that 600 number. And those will not go away because much of those programming and opportunities have moved online.
Do you know what amount would go away?
Very
or not go away?
150, 160,000, somewhere in that range. Those are round numbers, but it's in that ballpark.
150 to 160 would go away.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That would remain. That would be the remaining part. The lion's share would go away. 500,000 would go away.
Right. The previous speaker had a question on the percentage of declining memberships. I thought you said that you didn't know if it was Scholastic memberships. Obviously, it's the summertime. Do you happen to know if this was similar last year?
Yeah, we always have a drop off in membership in the summer. That is our slow season, so to speak. You know, we are waiting to see what happens in September when schools return in whatever format they're able to return in. And we've been, I think, very fortunate that chess has done a very extensive pivot to online play. And I think many K-12 schools will continue to offer chess as an activity because it's safe to do so, albeit it would be online.
One of the things is that the comparison is year over year. So we do have this fluctuating move, but it's not really a drop from from the prior month. It's a drop from the prior month, prior year that we're comparing.
I see. Will there be any revenue to US Chess from online play?
Yeah.
That's certainly, we have folks who are joining as members to play online. US Chess rated events have rating fees. As we have folks that want to publicize online events through our systems, that will have TLAs, possibly advertising, email blasts, that sort of thing. Do we think that will replace the revenue related to over-the-board play? No, that's why we're seeing planning a reduction in that revenue for the year. Certainly not having over-the-board play hurts us.
I see. So there's no amount on the budget for any online revenue.
Yes, there is. That's why it's factored into, it's not separated out, but it's factored into looking at how much we think the memberships are going to decline. You know, and originally they were actually a little lower compared year over year, and we've seen this come back in part from some people signing up for online play. So that's one reason we're running a little bit better, we think.
And my last question, did the board consider any new revenue creating projects or business for the coming year? And if so, what kind of project?
I'll take that, Alan.
Yes.
So the recent event that was conducted with Chess Kid was a revenue share. And while our final numbers are not in the US Chess portion of that profit, if you will, is going to be $40,000, maybe a little more, which would be equivalent to what we might realize, say, at the K-12 grades in December if that event is held. So, yeah, we didn't put it in the budget because it wasn't even on the radar when the budget was being developed back at the start of the year, the start of the calendar year, that is. But certainly that gives us a little bit of a shot in the arm that wasn't expected or accounted for in the budget that's before you.
Ms. Shaughnessy, you have the floor. Ms. Gramad, you are on deck.
Yes, thank you. It's pretty much what the previous speaker has touched on. In order to survive, at least over here in the East Bay or the San Francisco Bay Area, in order to survive, we of course had to go online. So there are vast numbers of kids who, this is scholastic I'm talking about, it was some adult, but mostly scholastic, a vast number. And we read throughout the country, there's a huge increase in online play. And yet the income to the USCF doesn't seem to reflect that. The loss is huge by dollar amount of the memberships that have been lost. So I wondered if, I think I'm just suggesting the USCF somehow sends out some more publicity about what you're doing for these kids, like the online play. What can they get if they all join the USCF? And remember, I'm not talking about the tournaments. I'm talking about the after-school chess kids, which is a much larger number than the number who play in tournaments. If we could get those hooked in that, oh, if I play in this, I get a trophy, or if I play in this, I get a magazine, or if I play in this, certainly I wouldn't want to give them a year's membership because we want to increase the membership. We want to get more money. So that's all I have to say is that there's a huge increase in the kids playing throughout the country, certainly in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's enormous. It's the only way we can survive, and we're doing it. I think the USCF should somehow let all these people know that there's some reason why they should join the USCF or US Chess now to pay a membership.
Thank you. Your time is up. We certainly are doing some of those things, and we have increased our online content through our electronic content through our website significantly. And we're doing more of that. That's why we're doing some of the partnering with the online play platforms and looking to build in some more items that are going to come up when we do the Chapter 10 rules for online play. Mr. Barber, you've spoken to the issue twice. I'm giving the floor to Ms. Gramad, and Mr. Rode, you are on deck. Maureen, you may unmute. Danny, you may unmute and wait.
Thank you. My question actually is referred to the budget, namely the K-12 and the Super Nationals coming up. Carol, is there a timeline of some sort of, and of course COVID will all depend on COVID, but is there a timeline of when the board will be looking at possibly quickly changing out if they need to, and will they look at online presence at that point? Also, my other question is the expense side. If they should go online, the dramatic expense, as might I understand, the expenses will go away. A large majority of that, I'm assuming, that's if they go online, and if so, what numbers would that look like?
So I don't have a projected expense reduction. Certainly we still have staffing needs and other types of needs like awards and all. So, but the big expense of the physical plant required to run an event won't be there. And so, you know, our expenses would be greatly reduced. As for a timeline for making any decisions about the K-12 and Super Nationals, internally we have set mid-October as our go, no-go date because we feel that 2 months out we should have a relatively good sense of what the conditions are locally, like in Florida, for whether or not it's feasible to have an event safely. And, you know, Boyd Reed, our director of events, and myself regularly are plugged into localities where we're going to be having events and watching the news reports from there, as well as looking at state and local guidance and following, of course, the national guidance coming out of the CDC and the White House. So, you know, there's two parts to these decisions. One, there's a business decision, and two, there's a moral or ethical decision. And, you know, we don't want to hold an event if it's not safe to do so. And you know, we've been very, very clear about that. But there's also business. We have contracts to hold these events, and, you know, the timing of our walking away is important. You know, right now it doesn't look so good for December if you were to ask me, but I can't make that decision now because it's still 4 months, 5 months away. So, and for Super Nationals, we would probably have to give a little bit of a longer lead time. I can't predict what January or February, much less next May, are going to look like. But we'll follow a similar process, and there's certainly a lot more at stake with Super Nationals. That's our largest event, and it only happens every 4 years. So,
as we move into these events, one thing that is, just speaking of this spring, when the board was considering what to do with each of the events, we had criticism because we moved too fast. We had criticism because we didn't move fast enough. As Carol mentioned, the timing of these decisions is really important because each one of our contracts is different. They're not all uniform. We're moving to get more uniformity in them, but, you know, some of these event contracts were signed many years ago, like the one for the Super Nationals in the spring. So the force majeure clauses are different. They're held in different jurisdictions that have different rules. You know, when we had one of our spring nationals, it was in Florida. For those of y'all in the great state of Florida, your governor has been more reluctant to issue restrictions from traveling than, for example, the governor of Ohio, where we had the high school scheduled. And certainly the governor of Tennessee has been not as far ahead of the curve on these decisions, while the mayor of Nashville has been in front of the governor. So it's complex. We've tried to juggle provisions in contracts and make decisions in a timely manner for our participants, while at the same time trying not to expose the Federation to any more contractual loss than possible. For example, in our contract for the meeting that would have been held in Missouri right now, if we just canceled that by a certain date without the force majeure clause being in play, we stood to have to make a payment of $150,000. Now, certainly the problem with the virus that's occurring right now in Missouri has made that pretty moot. It's evident that it could not have been held. But, when we had to make that decision months ago, it was a little less clear. What was interesting there is, in trying to discuss it with the hotel had laid off its entire staff. There was nobody there to talk to. So that made it a little more complicated as well. Mr. Rode, you have the floor, and Mr. Reed, you are on deck.
Hi, I'm just speaking to both Elizabeth and Maureen's points. First up, at the Scholastic Youth Town Hall, I think there was a lot of discussion over how to get our Scholastic players to have opportunities to play, whether that's an online play, and that's also an importance for the online play rules that will come up later in the delegates meeting, as well as having a contingency plans and having plans in place if and when the K-12 grades is getting postponed or when it gets postponed, to have available options for the Scholastic players to have competition. And I think that that's something that we all need to look at as we're all working towards a goal here. And I think that that is part of what we have time for now that not necessarily anyone had time for when the pandemic first started. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, you have the floor. Mr. Lumelsky, you're on deck for your second bite of the apple.
Hi, just had a quick question about the revenue sharing with the Nationals online with Chess Kid. And I was just curious as to what the percentage of that revenue is shared with them, and is there a way that we can cut a better deal if or possible, just because US Chess is bringing a lot of publicity to that site, to that platform?
Carol, I'll let you address that.
Okay, so the expenses and so all expenses were shared, and the revenue was split evenly. So it was a 50-50 split.
Mr. Lumelsky, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I had a two-part question related to affiliates. One, have any affiliates asked for any aid from US Chess for continuing to function during the pandemic?
No.
Okay, and then my second question was, has the board considered any incentive programs for the affiliates to continue to function during the pandemic?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, at this time, given that over-the-board play is no longer taking place in most places, chess is moving to online. If state affiliates may have difficulty with creating their usual events, is there any support that they can ask for from US Chess?
We do not have a program like that at this time.
But we do, and we have offered a number of, I guess we can call them professional development webinars aimed at both organizers and tournament directors. And as we get into the fall, we hope to resurrect that concept and make them a regular feature of our programmatic offerings. So if it's, an affiliate has not yet successfully dipped their toe into pivoting to offering online play, and we've certainly offered one very general high-level webinar on that, but we might seek to offer something that's a more in-depth set of webinars on how to do that successfully. So I know that's not exactly what you might have been looking for, Alex, but that's one way that we have already begun and expect to do more of in the coming months.
Yeah, I was wondering about financial support to facilitate that, since we're talking about the budget?
There's no program for that. Mr. Manella, you have the floor.
Yes. Listening to what the delegates have all been saying, it seems pretty obvious that we're all concerned, and we have reason to be concerned because we're facing an unknown situation. Nobody has precise answers to a lot of these questions because we just don't know what's going to happen. So for what it's worth, I will say this, that I've bumped heads with several members of the executive board over a lot of issues often. And for what it's worth, I am satisfied that the EB will address these issues in a reasonable and effective manner, at least as far as humanly possible. I mean, it could all blow up in our face, we don't know, but it could also all work out for the best. I'm convinced that they will, even though Mr. Priest is leaving the board, that his influence will still be there and that we will be able to weather this. And I don't think anybody can give us any more specific answers than they've already given us because, as I said, it's just a big unknown. So I have confidence that they will handle it in a efficient and professional manner. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I will make the comment. I have posted on the forums and other places, hope is not a business plan. So, the executive board, back when we first confronted this issue, before we had canceled the first tournament, part of our direction to the team was we need to think about what will happen if we cancel all these events, and we need to think about what happens if we lose a third of our membership. This is a discussion we were having in February. So, some of the things we've been doing, all of this is new, as Mr. Manella mentioned. It's new world for all of us. And, frankly, we're feeling our way through it. Some of the steps we took, the day that they opened the application process for the PPP, we applied the very first day. So we've taken steps like that. We've looked at our team and figured out how some ideas about right sizing it. And we haven't laid anybody off. We have simply, in some cases, not filled positions we thought we were going to fill. And then if we've had some normal attrition, we've hesitated to fill those in quite the same way. So we have had it's been an interesting run. As Jim mentioned, I'll be off the board at the end of this meeting. It is certainly not how I envisioned my last 6 months on this board. It's been far more exciting than I would have wished. Mr. Schweiss from Rhode Island, you have the floor. Mr. Rogers, you are on deck. Benjamin, you have.
Very good. Yes. Mr. Priest, I believe you had mentioned just a moment ago that the USCF had obtained a PPP loan. I'm not sure if you mentioned the amount earlier, but if so, could you just repeat what the amount of that loan was?
It was about $225,000.
And are you expecting 100% forgiveness of that amount?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We were very careful about what we applied for. We put in our payroll costs, and we don't have very many people who wouldn't, we don't have very many people who are highly compensated for that rule. We have our executive director, so that amount was limited, but everything else was covered, and we kept our team in place through the end of June. We needed it because we were working on installing the new contact CRM software, the Civi CRM phase 1 of the IT project. That was in the middle of all this stuff. We were bringing that live, and our team was working like crazy to test stuff and also to make sure the rest of the things ran even after the rollout. So we've needed every every person we've had, and they've worked their tails off. So we've been thankful that money allowed us to retain, to keep our powder dry. You know, I've been pushing for years to set up an emergency fund, and we've got an emergency fund of above 1.2 million bucks. We haven't had to dip into it yet. We haven't had to dip into it, and we paid out $750,000 for phase one of the IT project. We did that out of cash flow. So, you know, you get a rainy day fund for the day it rains. This projects a $100,000 deficit. We got no problems with making sure we pay the people if we lose $100,000. We got no problem with making sure we get the team paid and keep the lights on if it's triple that. So I don't want it to be triple that. We'll take steps to make sure it doesn't happen. But I'm going to pontificate for just a second. When I first came on the board, our net worth was about $40,000, and that included the building and everything. Our real net, our current liabilities exceeded our current assets. So we had one year, we didn't have enough money to pay the team through the summer, and we had a major advertiser, Mr. Deutschberg, who paid for his entire advertising for the year in June so we could pay the staff for the whole year. And I swore when I was never going to have to look at an employee of US Chess in the face again, not knowing that we could pay them. And that was just wrong. So we have taken steps to do that. What we're not going to do in this budget is dip into that real hard. You know, we'll make cuts. I'm confident the board after I'm gone will continue to be budget hawks and make sure that we don't get in a position where we're in a pinch. So, boy, it has been, I have rested easier, and I know that Carol and Chuck have too, knowing that we didn't have to worry about making sure we could pay the bills. Mr. Rogers, you are up. Mr. Bauer, you are on deck.
Okay, I just want to say that with all these town hall meetings this year, once I found out about them, I went to every one there was except for one, even the finance ones. I think we should have more town hall meetings like this in the future, and it's possible to have committee meetings like this. It's fantastic. But I was wondering if any one of those people get paid for doing that. The only reason I'm asking that part is because this get in part of the budget conversation.
The rules, I'm sorry, the PD seminars and things like that, those have all been done by volunteers. So, and certainly those of us who've been doing these town hall meetings were volunteers, except for our paid staff who are our normal paid staff. We're not.
Well, I was just trying to get it in where we could keep all this going forward. I think it's excellent.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to echo a couple of comments that Alan had just made. You know, I started on the executive board in 2005 and, you know, was immediately confronted with a huge budget problem. And it was basically through the leadership of the president at that time, Beatrice Marinello, that we were able to get through that particular crisis. And Alan has talked about the efforts that have been made by past boards and by some of our members to help us in other times of trouble. This is an entirely different situation where we have banked $1.2 million that we have not touched to date. You know, I wish that things had been as good back when we were making those kinds of cuts that impacted on our members and on our employees. And I'm confident that even as Alan leaves the board, there are several of us that still have memories of those past times. Chuck, who's done a great job as Vice President of Finance, I certainly think I know about those past times as well. We're going to continue to, you know, adhere to the straight and narrow as it relates to finances. And I appreciated Mr. Manella's comments. We haven't always agreed, but I think we do agree that we have to ensure that the finances for the Federation or for US Chess are going to allow the organization to maintain and sustain itself.
Mr. Bowman, you have the floor. Mr. Just, you are on deck.
Yeah, I just want to thank, you know, the hard work of the executive board and everyone. It sounds like, you know, for just to having a $100,000 shortfall, given all that was said about the budget and the monies and everything, that it's really excellent work given the circumstances of where we find ourselves in these COVID times. But I'm ready to vote, so I'll let Mr. Just, I suspect that that's what he will do, but I'll let him do the honors.
Okie dokie, yes, because by our rules, You cannot speak to the motion and then call the question. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
I call the question.
Is there any objection to calling the question? The reason I have not recognized Mr. Barber is he's already spoken to the motion twice. Under Robert's rules, you get 2 bites of the apple. Seeing no objection, the question is called. Can we open the poll and vote? So the motion to approve the 2021 budget, again, we have had that presented at some length, and I do appreciate the sentiment about the town hall. That is something we have discussed and something that's been in the Slack channel. We'd like to keep that collaborative space open, probably not with the Slack channel, but probably with we have a collaborative space that's built into Civi CRM. The board has been using it. So we will have those spaces, we believe, available for our committee to work, and also for delegates to have a place to chat through the year. I have 93 who have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There are the results. We have had 91 vote in favor, none opposed, 2 abstain. Chuck, your budget has passed.
Great. We look forward to next year and the new footprint in the online play. Hopefully we'll be able to include that in our budget. When the budget was put together, US Chess did not have a footprint in online play. And that was just a couple months ago. So thank you.
All right. Sorry, I lost my place for just a moment. The next proposal is a proposal related to bylaws changes, because our bylaws changes have, our membership structure, including the actual dues amounts, is embedded in the bylaws. We have a proposal to make some changes to that. Again, this is something that we sent to you all some time ago. We included it as what was a big part of our discussions in the town hall meetings. The information has been available to you. There's been a Slack channel for discussion and all of that. First of all, make the point that, again, the effective date for this change is the beginning of next fiscal year, June 1, 2021. There certainly have been some concerns of folks about adjusting dues with the uncertainty that we have. We get it. That's one reason for moving this out to June. But we also have a structure that's fairly complex. There are over 20 different membership options. And a problem we find in the office, more and more we have people who are buying their own memberships online, and some of them are calling us up because they're having real trouble navigating what their different options are. So this new proposal has 2 parts. One, it flattens the membership structure by removing the regular and premium options. So it merges together those. The only difference in those 2 is that premium includes the magazine. So we're merging the 2 of them together. The magazine becomes an add-on to the membership. So folks who want to purchase print and magazine can. They can purchase either of them. They can get both of them. Right now, if you are a member, you only have whatever goes with your membership. So if you're a regular member, you get Chess Life. If you're 13 and a Scholastic member, you get Chess Life for Kids. If you're a 2000 rated 13-year-old, or in our cases, some of them 2000 rated 8-year-olds, they might want Chess Life instead of Chess Life for Kids, which is geared toward a younger audience. We have some adult members who might want Chess Life for Kids because they're mainly a member because they're working with kids and they want the tools that are in CL4K. So it changes that. This also adjusts some age-based membership categories. It merges some together. In fact, it goes back to an older way of looking at memberships. So it reduces the overall number of membership categories. It does change the age ranges of some of these, which we're going to talk about in a second. The due structure corresponds then to that membership structure change. The digital, I've already mentioned about the print magazines. The digital magazine subscriptions are included with all memberships. And of course, life memberships are not affected at this time by this change. They're just not. So life members presently are, the only difference is they're able to ask to get a print magazine. They still can. We have a number of our life members who don't receive the magazine because they haven't asked for it. There are no substantive changes to the membership article sections 12, 13, and 14. They're just renumbered down to 11, 12, and 13, but there's no difference at all in those provisions. Let me find my mouse. There was an item when the original item came out. We got feedback through our town halls. We got feedback from our Slack channel, from the issues forum, from our Scholastic group. And one of the things that we had done in the proposal was cut out the young adult memberships. There seemed to be some thought that we really needed to add that back in, and we have adjusted the proposal to do that. So what does the actual proposal look like? Right now, we have adult, regular, and premium memberships, and this covers folks who are older than 26 but younger than 65. This merges those two together and changes the rate to a blended rate of $45. Now, if folks in that category want to purchase a print subscription, they can do that. They can get either Chess Life or Chess Life for Kids, or get both of them. Now, you can get a subscription to these magazines now. It basically costs you the same as the membership, but you can get just a subscription to them. So the provision for the price of the print is 105% of the basic cost of production. That's mailing and postage. Why is that not fixed? Well, we've got a concern that as we go forward, mailing rates could change significantly. So we don't want to have to come back to the it puts a formula in to compute that. We'll make that available. You know, once you buy the magazine for the year, you're going to be locked in at that rate. But we need the flexibility to adjust that as the costs change and as contracts renew without having to come back for a motion to adjust it by $1. The current expected rate for that, again, this would be effective next June, so we're projecting, but right now, if we were to do it today, the Chess Life rate would be $10 to $12, and the Chess Life for Kids would be about $6. It does have the young adult membership in here. You'll notice that the young adults right now run from age 18 at expiration to age 26. Now, the 18 and 19-year-olds will now be included in the youth membership. Why are we doing that? Right now, you can have a high school junior and or senior who pays a significantly higher rate than everybody else in their group. So this actually cuts the cost for our older youth, our high school level youth. It also brings everybody in a school program to be eligible for the group membership program. You have to be in one of those two categories right now, youth or scholastic, to be eligible for the group memberships. This will expand that to anybody who would be in a school program. The young adult cutoff is at 24 under this proposal. Why? Because the family plan cutoff is at 24. So we had dates all over the map that didn't match. Now we say, if you got young adults in your household, you can buy the family plan, and it will include people who are up to that age. So it matches. Senior membership, the youth membership, again, combines the scholastic and the regular, raises price on the scholastic side a little bit, reduces it on the youth side. You'll notice those are weighted lower. Some 80% of our scholastic, youth, and young adults currently get regular memberships. They do not purchase the magazine. So we have looked to blend those rates in, and if folks are getting the magazine, particularly like scholastic members now, if they're getting the magazine, their pricing isn't going to change very much. If it comes out at $26, they're going to be almost the same. Senior members, the rates stay the same, but the magazine becomes an add-on. Family members, the magazine becomes an add-on and the price bumps just a smidge. So those are the provisions of that. And the details, again, we have put out at some length. So I'm going to now open this up for discussion. I see that Mr. Larson has the first one. Gerald, you have, I'm asking you to unmute, you have the floor. And then Carl, you are on deck.
I wanted to ask about the...
Can you move a little closer? You're a little hard to hear.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the life memberships and the magazine. Is that severable, or does the bylaw actually say that there's a magazine with the life membership?
The bylaws actually say that life members are entitled to receive a printed magazine. That does not change in this proposal.
Okay. Okay.
As I said, we have a number of life members who have not requested it. Mr. Hassler, you're
Yeah.
Mr. Emmett, you are on deck.
Two quick questions. One, when you changed it, the youth, I guess, to U19, shouldn't that be U20? Because if someone expires who's 19 years of age, they're kind of in limbo, right?
No, if they are under age 19 at expiration, they're eligible for the youth membership. If they are not, then they qualify for the young adult. Once they cross that, they're qualified for the young adult.
Okay.
But that's the wording of it is pretty clear. This is a summary.
Okay. And then are you saying then that with the new membership structure, what are the fee add-ons for Chess Life for Kids and Chess Life? I didn't see that anywhere.
It's in the actual motion. The motion language says that the fee add-on will be set by the executive board at no more than 105% of the direct production cost, which are printing and mailing. If we were going to set this today, now remember, these don't come into effect till June of 21. We were going to do it today. The number for Chess Life for Kids would be about $6, and the amount for Chess Life would be between 10 and 12.
And that would be for a year.
Correct. That's correct. It would only be an annual subscription. That's what we have now.
Two more quick ones, and then I'll mute. And then life members then don't have to pay the 10, whatever that would be, to get Chess Life.
That's correct. They are entitled by their life membership under the bylaws as they exist today to get that printed magazine, and that does not change in this proposal.
But they would if they wanted to also get Chess Life for Kids.
And that is not any different than it is today.
Nope.
Also, every single member has the ability to get digital copies of both magazines now.
Right, but a printed Chess Life for Kids, if that was going to be mailed to me, I would have to pay an additional $6.
That's correct.
Okay.
And right now, the same situation is supposed to
Correct.
apply. If you have an affiliate, you get both of them.
Thank you so much.
Certainly. Mr. Emmett, you have the floor. Mr. Prosser, you are on deck.
I was just wanted to inquire about two current categories I don't see specifically addressed of membership, and these may be more relevant given the worldwide nature of inherent in online chess, and that is currently we have a category of membership that's called international online membership, and that is for primarily for players outside of the U.S. And it does not include a magazine. It's a $20 a year membership. And we also have a category of membership for players in the U.S., the 2-month adult membership, which does include one issue of Chess Life. Are those somehow incorporated into some other category?
Those are both promotional memberships, so they're not included here.
Okay.
Mr. Prosser, you have the floor. Mr. Camerata, with one arm, you're on deck.
I'm not that concerned about it. If you are a regular adult member, your dues will go up $5. If you want the magazine, your dues are actually going to go up between $6 and $8. They'll go up more because the magazine will cost more. Are we looking to may set up a domino effect where since the magazine will cost more, less people will order the magazine, therefore the magazine will have less revenue and then cost more and less people will order it? Are we in danger of setting up that domino effect?
Our experience has been that folks who want, we have a number of people who are members who never play in events, and they're members primarily to get the magazine. But Chuck, I'm going to bring you in on this one. Talk about the cost adjustments that we have or have not had over time, if you would.
The cost adjustments to what? Speak up, Alan.
The inflation changes that we had talked about before.
Oh, yes. During our finance meeting, we had a deep dive study back to the 1970s. And at that time, it was started out as adult and junior, and the adult came with the magazine. Well, at each point, every decade, we adjusted according to the cost and the inflation factor. If we were to look at that today, our cost for membership is far below what it would cost in 1970 in today's dollars. It would cost roughly $66 for membership with magazine. Well, the magazine part is the part that's subject to inflation and deflation. We never think of having deflation. We could have it, and if we were paying directly 100%, the magazine cost would go down per year. But I think it's going to be inflationary, and some of the things that we do not have control over, such as the postal system, will be the direct result of the inflation into the magazine, your direct cost. It's not that you're paying for the content. The content's going to be there. The content's going to be online. We're actually paying for the direct mailing and the printing. And those two are very variable costs as we look into the future. 4 years ago, operations helped Life members decide to pay 4 years worth of magazine reimbursement. The cost was $8.05 per year. We don't expect that the next time we renew to reimburse, which is June 2021, that it's going to be $8.05. As Mr. President said, it's probably going to be more as $10 or maybe even as much as $12 because of the factors that are beyond our control. Mr. President, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chuck. Sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. I didn't think you wanted to hear that, so I turned myself off. Mr. Camerata, with 1 R and 2 T's, you have the floor, and Mr. Reed, you are on deck.
Good to see that. Anyway, the bylaws stipulate for life members that the life member is entitled to a printed catalog. And you're making a statement that says they can get one if they request it. I do believe the default should be they could request not to get one. Otherwise, how does a life member know that he's going to stop getting one and has to request it? Thank you.
Actually, that I probably didn't say it very clearly. What we have done there is when we have someone who signs up as a life member, they start getting the magazine. What we have done periodically is we have checked back with our life members and asked them if they wish to continue to get the magazine, with the stipulation that if they choose at that point not to get the magazine and they want to start again, they certainly can get a printed magazine again. So what I really meant was those life members who have chosen for whatever reason not to get a print magazine certainly have the ability to ask for one again to be restarted. Sorry I wasn't clear. Mr. Reed, you have the floor. Mr. Stencil, you are on deck.
Yeah, I looked at the amendment and I didn't see anything as related to junior tournament player. It didn't seem to be mentioned anywhere. Would there be any changes to the JTP program?
There's none contemplated. That's a promotional membership, but there have been none contemplated at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Stencil, you have the floor. Mr. Schweiss in Rhode Island, you are on deck. I hope I'm saying your last name right. If I'm not, I apologize.
You got mine right. Three short questions. Will the affiliate annual dues be changing?
No, those are not contemplated to be changed at this time. That's not part of this proposal at all.
Okay, and as an affiliate, is there going to be an affiliate discount as there was in the past? And will that change, or is it the same?
You mean the $3 commission?
Yes.
Affiliates when processed? Yes, that's in a separate provision of the bylaws, and that is not changed.
Okay, and did I understand correctly that if a member wants to get both Chess Life and Chess Life for Kids, they can do that with an extra fee?
Yes, with this proposal, they will be able to.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Certainly. Thank you, sir. Benjamin, you're up. Jonathan Sigler, you are on deck.
I just have a quick question related to Section 8 of the language. It says there shall be a $3 affiliate commission on all adult, senior, youth, family, and life memberships. It does not seem like young adult memberships are included in that language. Is that the intention to exclude them from the $3 affiliate commission?
No, the intention is to include it, and we'll just accept that as a change. When we added in the young adult, we missed it. So,
Okay.
Carol, if you could just add that language, please, because it was the intention to have it there. Thank you for catching that.
Thank you.
Mr. Singler, you have the floor. Mr. Aldrich, you are on deck.
Thank you. First off, the flattening of the membership rates and the way this is set up, I think it's important for clarity as far as the organization to continue forward, as well as the value aspect from those purchasing it. I have a question as far as the way these are set up. Obviously, they're set up based on age categories regarding youth, seniors, adults, young adults. And I see at the bottom there's a promotional membership type option. How is US Chess incorporating these new memberships into other demographics, maybe such as military? Would that follow under promotional? I think there's a way this could probably be utilized to reach beyond the current demographics that we have in boosting numbers. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Jonathan. The board certainly has the option to add promotional memberships at any time and in any way it desires. We do have a special membership provision. We didn't mention that very much because it doesn't change. It's for blind and incarcerated people. We have had, certainly the group membership program is a promotional member. I think if the military committee came back with an idea about a promotional membership that might pertain to those folks, the board might well consider it. We'd have to see how it fit in with the rest of the programming. One thing about our scholastic/youth members, we have seen the normal purchase of those slip while our numbers have been increasing because we've had more and more people opt for the group membership program, which was certainly what we were hoping we would be able to expand membership through that. It's not a part of this proposal to adjust any of those rates, but that is a rate that might be adjusted because it's never been changed since we started it. But it's not part of this proposal. But I probably shouldn't even mention it because it'd be confusing. But we don't have any changes in any of the promotional memberships. And I'm certain if we have a program that warrants a promotional membership, the board is open to consider that.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, you have the floor. Mr. Prosser, you are on deck.
Is there going to be a mechanism
Hold on a second. Can we move the motion slide up? Hold on a second. Can we move the motion slide up so I can see the speakers? Can we make the motion slide a little bit bigger in the window so that I can see more of it? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Aldrich.
Is there going to be a mechanism for the affiliates to sell the magazine options?
Right now, the magazine, certainly when folks sign up, the idea is they will be able to purchase the magazine as part of that sign up at that time. We haven't made the membership form or programmed it into anything, so it hadn't passed, and we have until June to get that done. It won't change the overall commission structure. The commission is $3 for a membership sale, whether it includes it or not. Mr. Prosser, you are up, and Leela, you are on deck.
I apologize. I couldn't clarify my question. I muted myself, which my wife says is a good thing. I guess my question is, right now we are subsidizing the magazine to some point, but we're getting revenue from those people who are getting the magazine. Are we looking at, or I would like to see us look at, the danger of if we stop subsidizing that magazine, the revenue gets less and less, we're in danger of the magazine being in real trouble. At least if we subsidize the magazine a little, we're still getting some revenue, actually quite a bit, from that member who's getting a senior or a premium membership. That's my
Chris, we actually aren't subsidizing the magazine. When these rates were originally set, the spread of $9 basically for most between the regular and the premium membership is, at the time these were set, about what it was costing us to print and mail those magazines. In fact, the Scholastic and Youth, or certainly rather, yeah, the Scholastic and Youth were only getting 6 copies of a magazine, and those have an $8 rate that we would say would be more like $6 if we were doing it today. So in fact, we weren't subsidizing the magazine before, and we're not changing that process. Did that answer your question?
I just don't want to see the magazine slowly disappear.
Well, that's a
valid concern. I'm an old guy. That's my.
Yeah, I get it. That's a valid concern. You know, and I think the future of the magazine is a debate for a different day. It's not in here. I am 100% certain that we need to produce the content that is in the magazine, and that we need to deliver it in a multitude of ways for our members to get it. And here's why. In our current young adult, youth, regular, and scholastic, we have only about 20% of those people that bother to pay extra to get a magazine. Even in our adult category, it's only about half. So we have a whole bunch of people who are not valuing getting that magazine in print. I certainly think we got great content in that magazine and getting it out there in different ways. So you've seen us expand the Chess Life Online stuff and offer that information in different ways, and it can get stuff out more timely. We really, as we move and change our website, we want to change the delivery mechanism that we have for the electronic copies. You know, if there's one big complaint we have about how we present magazine material, is that the games that are in there in such a way that you cannot print them out, or you can't play through them. And so hopefully, as we look at how that may change, we will get better at that.
Cool.
Lily, you have the floor, and Christina, you are on deck.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Are there objections to calling the question? If you have an objection to calling the question, please raise your hand as you would be recognized. Seeing none, let's bring it to the poll. We are voting on the motion.
Alan, you're echoing.
I know that. I've found the person. I muted them. I have 88 who have voted. By the way, I'm giving you about 30 seconds to vote, maybe 35. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The motion passes. Oops. The raw numbers in the vote: 89 voted in favor, 5 opposed, 1 abstained. The motion passes. Okay, gang. The next agenda item, don't everybody freak out. The next agenda item is the online play task force and the Rule 10. We are at 2 hours in out of 5. Now, as much as some of you all may have the ability and desire just to power through 5 hours of this, I don't. So as we talked about in our town hall meetings, we thought about 2 hours in, and we're at a very good stopping place to do this, we would take a break for a little bit, and a little bit being more like 45 minutes. For those of you all who are in our Western time zones, it's coming up on lunch for you. For those of us who are in the Eastern side, we may have eaten before we started, but it's time to get a break. So this will give us an opportunity. We are going to then recess until a quarter till the hour. So right now in the Eastern time zone, it is just before 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So we will reconvene, and at a quarter till 3 Eastern Daylight Time, you're welcome to stay logged into the meeting. We will put back up on the screen the scrolling of the awards and of the in memoriam groups, and then we will start up promptly at the same time. So again, you're welcome to stay logged in, and we will see you all back here in 45 minutes. We are in recess. Reminders on some housekeeping things. There is, in fact, a timer on the screen. Dan Lucas is maintaining it. It'll be, if you're in the gallery view where you see all the different people's faces, if you'll scroll through it, you'll find one. It says speaker timer. Right now it's set for 2 minutes, and he is logged in as timekeeper. That is actually what I am looking at to maintain the thing. A couple of you all in the Slack channel, which by the way is open, and we are monitoring that if there's questions or comments. Have talked about pinning that. The problem is if we pin that based on our dry run the other day, we lose the ability to see the motions, and we're using the motions list so that we can manage the speakers and keep track of those.
Oh, I see Bill. Bill's on. Whoop.
So anyway, that's what we're trying to do, and we'll work through it. The challenges that we have, whoops, sorry, Judith, you can unmute. I muted you by accident. One of the challenges is keeping the speaker list up, and I made an error earlier. I want to apologize to Dwayne. I thought he had spoken twice to the issue, and I misread it. He had only spoken once, so I didn't give him the floor again. That was my error, and we have worked out a way to try to prevent that in the future. So sorry about that. Of the people that have come back, I see that we need one or two folks to go ahead and get your cameras back up. That tells me you're probably not here yet. Thank you, Steve. Looking for Christina Schweiss, for Dolph Gorman, for Steve Doyle. Those folks, I think, are the John Haskell. I think are Randy Huff, Richard Buchanan, William Bowman, Anand Malapati. I think those are the only ones that I see as I go through here, and some of you all are coming in now. So again, I don't want to reward people for showing up late. So we are going to move on ahead. As we look at our agenda, we have completed down through item number 8 in about 2 hours worth of time. We have 2 more hours scheduled today. I am hopeful we can get through certainly items 9 and 10, if not 11. If we can get that far, then I would anticipate tomorrow we will not need the whole time. I'm certain it will disappoint a number of you all if you're not having to spend all afternoon tomorrow on the meeting, but I think we got a shot at it. We'll just have to see. I think the discussion on number 10 and number 12 may take a little bit of time. I would like to remind people as we get ready to discuss the Chapter 10 rules approval that we have a bylaws provision that requires rules to, if we want them to go into effect immediately, they need to be passed with an 85% approval rate. If they have at least 2/3 but not 85, they're carried over to the next year, and then they're brought back to the delegates with exactly the same language. This provision was put in the bylaws I know because I helped write it, because we had a lot of rules that were being adjusted at the last minute and on the fly. And then we would come back the next year and there would be unintended consequences of those changes. So we did that to kind of slow everybody down and make us think real clearly as if this is something we wanted to change. In this particular case, we passed a budget and we had questions about, you know, encouraging online play and getting folks involved, because we have to do that now. And frankly, you know, there's 3 million people that play chess regularly in the US, a big chunk of those people online, certainly not all of them. And we have, at our best, 95 to 100,000 members at our peak. So where there's a whole bunch more people involved with chess than what we're reaching with just over-the-board play. And the more that we have an opportunity to move into that online world, the better off we are, I think. Now, I'm well aware of a couple of failed attempts in the past to create our own platform and all that sort of stuff. None of that is what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is the development of a series of rules that will allow us to more effectively deal with fair play issues and more effectively deal with rating of online play. So we are being positioned right now to work with the online platforms to provide an independent rating system for all 3 levels of online play: Blitz, Quick, in the US parlance, Blitz, Quick, and regular time controls. And we're all feeling our way through this. We have had the opportunity to get inside the fair play algorithms of a couple of the platforms. The third one is pending. And to provide some assurance that we understand how those algorithms work so that we can give our members due process if we have fair play questions. So we're excited about this opportunity. We've probably needed to do it for a while, and now it's time. One of the problems that we found as we started talking about this, and Mike Hoffpower and Ryan Velez and the board took the lead on this issue, is that our current rules have guidelines. They really have suggestions about how one ought to do online play. We don't have online rated play, and we don't have rules. So this is an attempt to get rules in place. I am going to go back to the other screen. Give me 1 second. All right. Before I give them the floor, I just want to go back and correct my spelling error, Mr. Camerata. It's 1 R and 2 T's, so we're ready to go. Now, the way that we started this process is we formed, the board formed an online task force, and I'm going to hand it over to the folks in the online task force. I believe Ryan Velez, the EB member, was the chair of it. And I am going to turn this over to Ryan and let you introduce this concept. Again, with the caveat, folks, if we're going to get this into effect now, we need to get an 85% approval at this meeting. Go ahead, Ryan. The floor is yours, man.
Thank you, Alan. I have a few remarks on the OPTF and what we've done. I'm going to read those to you, and then I'll explain a little bit about how we will go about this discussion. But first off, I want to thank the OPTF members for their hard work over the past 3 months. I also want to thank the many delegates who have weighed in on our work who were not specifically on the OPTF. We estimate it took around, I don't know, like 400 volunteer hours or so to produce the document if you add up all the emails and everything that we went through. As well as phone calls and in-person, or not in-person meetings, but Zoom meetings and things like that. I want to urge everybody, all the delegates, to consider passing this document, which will become part of the official rules of chess. We need at least 85%, as Alan mentioned, to implement the new Chapter 10 rules this year. US Chess needs these rules for several reasons. The first reason is our current Chapter 10 falls short on the measures needed to conduct online events. Right now, US Chess I'm sorry, right now online chess is basically the Wild West. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on, and we're trying to get a handle on it. Most tournament directors and organizers have almost no guidance from this body, the delegates, on how to conduct chess events online. Second, we must consider our membership revenue. You have seen the budget proposal and the projected membership renewal threat lingering over the organization, which will hit us a little harder sometime next year. If we empower organizers now with the tools needed to run online events, we can help plug the hole of the ship. It won't necessarily solve all the problems, but it's definitely going to help. Online events will require US Chess membership, and the few events that we have already run online have demonstrated that there is a craving for online rated chess through US Chess. The third reason is passing these rules gives US Chess the option to transform canceled events into online events. Organizers across the country will have new options for the communities they have built, and we need you, the delegates, to offer organizers a new option to keep chess going. While this alone will not solve all the financial challenges we face, it will help in a tremendous way. We understand these rules are not perfect. We know this body will make changes over time to the rules, especially as organizers and directors gain experience. One of the primary responsibilities of this body is to provide the rules and guidance to organizers, directors, and players across the country. So this is your opportunity to provide that guidance. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Mike in a moment, but the way that I was hoping this could work is if anybody has questions about the Chapter 10 rules, I will direct those questions to the specific online play task force members who dealt with those issues as to the best of my ability. It's a lot to keep track of, but I'll try my best. And so with that, Mike, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would say it's been a great pleasure working with this group because this whole process started in early March, right about the time COVID was starting. And there were several of us that were national tournament directors who were talking back and forth about, you know, online play is growing like wildfire, and we're sitting here, no rules, you know, to govern it. So it really was kind of the Wild West. So, I mean, literally, I took one night, about 9 hours. I stayed up the entire night and wrote a draft and then passed it over to Ken Ballou and the rules committee so they could chew away on it for a while, which they did, and did a good job of doing that. And then during that time, as we discussed this in the executive board, that's what gave genesis to the idea of we need to reach across the different committees that are out there and pull in the kind of expertise we need to really flesh this out and have it be a, you know, sort of a community developed product, not just something that was thrown together by a few people. So we pull together members across the online play task force, as you see on your screen, who have not only deep experience as directors, but also have considerable experience, several of them who have considerable experience directing online play. And that experience has grown, and that experience has given them not only the opportunity to contribute to what you see in the draft of Chapter 10 that I also urge everyone to approve, but also they have been able to already put it into effect and to use its principles and to use the rules that are in there. And does this really work? And I've got nothing, you know, back but positive comments in that direction. But I'll go ahead and, Ryan, pass this back over to you and allow you to go ahead and shepherd us through this section. Thank you.
Mike, can you turn your volume down just a smidge? We're getting feedback through on your thing. One thing I do before I hand it back to Ryan, I do want to point out, again, when you look here, when the board formed this task force, we tried to pull people from every affected area. So I think we'll have some people involved with rules later tell you, don't refer this back to rules. They've already been involved. They've already looked at it. We don't need to refer it to scholastics. They've already been involved. They've already looked at it. Same thing with ethics. Same thing with tournament director certification. That's why this is so urgent. You know, and it was not done in a vacuum, as Mike said. He did a great job of getting the thing started, but very quickly we realized we had to pull in all these areas And we have been using these and giving them some tests. We do, some of those things have been tweaked a little bit as a result, and a couple of things have been tweaked as a result of the town halls. But I really, folks, they've talked about how much time the group spent on this. We owe these people on this screen a debt of gratitude for what they've done and jumping in a very challenging time so that we can move forward. So with that, Ryan, I'm going to move to your other screen, and I'm going to hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. There are actually, I actually am not sure the order we should do this, Alan, so you can let me know. We actually have 3 amendments to it. They're all germane in nature, but I think we should explain them at least so people know what they are. Should we handle those first?
Have we just incorporated these are the amendments we've already incorporated into them, correct?
We can. I haven't done that yet, no. We had some trouble this morning getting some of that done immediately, but I mean, they're all very simple.
We're not voting on these. These are just some changes in what the members have already seen for the motion that are up there.
Okay, I will explain them then, just so people know what they were.
Because they're pretty simple, I know.
Yeah, it's simple. All right, the first one that I put forward, basically, the motion itself, it was pointed out by Tim Just and then relayed to me by Ken Ballou.
Hold on one second. Carol, can you make that, or Ryan, Carol, can you make that motion screen a little bigger, please? Just cover a little more, and cover a little more territory. If you can pull it down.
Yeah, there you go.
Make it a little bigger, that'd be good. Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay. Yeah, basically, Tim and Ken pointed out to me that we had a specific date of September 1st, 2020 listed in the motion itself, and that is a mistake because if this body did not pass it at the 85% level, but it passed at the 2/3 level, then next year we would not actually be able to implement any of it because the date had passed and it wouldn't be possible to fulfill. So we changed the language by getting rid of the date and added 17 days after the passage of this, it will go live. So that was the first simple change that we made. The second simple change was after our first town hall meeting, Bill Goichberg brought up a point because he had run several events where players kind of want events to be rated immediately, but there's also the problem that if you rate them immediately and then you determine there was a fair play violation after the fact, you have to go through the entire ethics process, which can take a while. And so that puts the tournament director in the conundrum of sitting on the tournament for multiple weeks and kind of disrupting players and ratings and potentially in some cases the supplement and things like that. So what we decided was, and the vote on this, the straw poll vote was, I think, 33 in favor, 0 against, and 3 abstained. And then there were a bunch of people, about at least 6 people on the call who couldn't vote because we were all co-hosts. We would have all voted yes, I think. But anyway, we're replacing the language, as you see there in 15A, with the language in the 15A replacement text. Essentially, we're just going to give people 3 weeks to get things rated online. So you can rate it, and then you have 3 weeks to make changes based on fair play violations. It's important that this is not confused with making errors based on erroneous entries. Those you can correct at any point that you notice them. So this is specifically for fair play violations that you need to reverse a result because somebody, wasn't ethical in their game. So that was pretty much unanimously agreed upon. And then the final one, if you could scroll down for me, thank you. This was just replacing all instances of the rules of chess with official rules of chess. And I really wanted to write the rationale to say it's better to be official and just leave it at that, but this is what we went with. So those were the 3 changes. They're very simple and they don't change the substance of the document itself. So those were gathered together yesterday and written up this morning. So with that understanding, we can open it up for questions. And as you ask questions, I will do my best to acknowledge the people who worked on that particular portion of the document, and then we'll go from there. So looks like OPTF member Judith is first.
I think there was a fourth one.
There was a fourth one?
Changing the 2 weeks to 3 weeks, right? Oh, no.
Oh, that was done. That was in there. Mike Hoffbauer?
You'll need to unmute Mike.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I wanted to point out that probably the single greatest concern that was addressed and discussed during the town halls was the potential for cheating in online play. And we all acknowledge that that potential is there, which is a very primary reason why online ratings and over-the-board ratings will not be together for the foreseeable future, because there's the rules that govern online play have such significant differences, as well as the potential for cheating is also there. And there's no way to write rules to eliminate cheating from online play. It's just not possible. These rules, however, take advantage of the fact that several of the vendors out there have cheat detection, or more correctly, fair play algorithms that they use. And it is for that very reason that we worked with the executive. I worked through the executive board to have the ratings committee designate a subcommittee of personnel, their PhD statisticians, to take a look at what these vendors are doing. And as you have probably seen on the website, we've already looked under the hood, if you will, at chess.com and ICC. And the task that was given to the ratings committee subcommittee, their guidance was, look at this from the perspective of a statistician and come away from it and be able to inform the executive board whether A, does this thing have a high probability, does their methodology have a high probability of detecting someone cheating? And B, does it have a low probability of false detections? And if we can pass those two tests, then we're there. It's not about comparing the Lee chess algorithm to the ICC algorithm and to the, to the chess.com algorithm or to the chess24 algorithm or the chessbase algorithm and decide whose is better. That's not what it's about. It's about, can I detect it? And number two, do I have a low probability of false detection? And so that's when the letters of endorsement get written. And as you've seen, that there's a chess.com one and there's an ICC one. And there's a third vendor who is being examined literally as I speak. It's this past week and next week that they're doing the exam, the scrutiny with that particular vendor. So eventually, there is no restriction that says just because a online vendor does not have their algorithm endorsed by US Chess that a director is forbidden to use that vendor. That's not the case. This is just simply to give a level of confidence to the director that he's selecting a game service provider, or she is selecting a game service provider whose algorithm has been scrutinized, number one. Number two, it's to increase the confidence of the players that a system is being used that has a strong probability of catching people that are cheating. So that's the whole purpose behind this. But a tournament director is free to use whatever site that they would like to use. But then the onus is on that director when fair play violations do come up, and that director would then lack the resources that online vendor provides of the cheat detection algorithm, and would be left with very few options other than going through the games themselves or shipping all the games off to someone like Professor Ken Regan. And we thought that it would be a lot better if directors would make use, where appropriate, of the resources that are provided by the online vendors that have the fair play detection algorithm. So my point is that a lot of the emphasis in these rules are about getting us beyond the fair play issues and acknowledging that they're there, and then addressing how directors are supposed to deal with them when they do happen, through a very specific set of rules, and then pointing them in the right direction when those types of issues occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
And
Andy, Rhea?
you have the floor. I've got it. I'll direct that through.
Okay.
And Ken Ballou, you're on deck. Andy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Alan. I want to make note that this is not an academic matter, and I'm referring to my capacity as the Chief Tournament Director for the DC Chess League. We have our season running from October through May, and then a summer season from June through September. Well, we had to postpone matches when the pandemic hit, and we ultimately ended up postponing or canceling the summer season, trying to wait to get to live venues. Ultimately, that was not feasible. We had to go to the electronic version. However, our players and team captains, they did not have any faith in the, let's say, the current version of the rules. And we've been running the last few matches, including our final match last night, on a non-rated basis. Okay, so obviously with the improvement and enhancement of our rules, we would not necessarily have to do that again. It's another question whether we would go back to being online, but nevertheless, at least things will have been improved on our US chess front in that regard. I'll also remind our directors, there's a lot of moving parts when we're doing this online. My colleague Tina Schweiss from Hampton Roads has done several events there. She can attest to that. But just one simple matter from one of the matches last night where they had set up the colors wrong. Well, ordinarily, it's easy to just reset the board. However, online, it records the result. And you have to remind our players that, no, the result's not an actual result. You have to restart. And the result of the restart is the one that will count for the standing. Okay. In any event, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Mr. Ballou, you are up. Ms. Marinello, you are on deck.
Mr. President, I rise to present the Rules Committee report on this motion. I am not certain when you wish to hear that report.
I'd love to hear that report, Ken.
Mr. President, I therefore request that since I am reporting for a committee and not speaking for myself as a delegate, that this not count towards my limit of debate. And I furthermore request that I be exempt from the 2-minute limit, although I fully expect to be able to stay within that limit.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules Committee voted unanimously, the vote was 12-0, to recommend to the delegates that the delegates accept this motion and pass it with at least an 85% margin. The sense of the committee is that the online play train, if not already gone from the station, is ready to depart. We need these rules, and if we do not approve the rules this year with an 85% margin at least, we suffer harm in two ways. First, we do not have the rules available to us for at least a year, and secondly, we do not have the benefit of a year's experience that can be fed back into the rules and thereby improved. Also, the committee would like to echo the President's comments about referral to the Rules Committee. While in general it is a good practice to refer to rules if the committee has not already vetted the proposal, in this case, rules has been adequately, in fact, far more than adequately represented by Mr. Emmett on the online play task force. Rules has been involved before the task force was in fact formed, as Mr. Hoffpower pointed out, and throughout. We have seen drafts of the rules presented to us by Mr. Emmett and provided our feedback. I do not think there would be anything gained by referring back to rules at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And Jennifer, please note that Ken has not spoken to the motion at this point. Ms. Marinello, you have the floor, and Paul Covington, you are on deck.
Thank you. Well, by the way, I agree that we certainly need to pass this motion, or a motion that will allow organizers to, to basically address the issues of online play. I have a few comments. The first one is about, I don't know how the committee has arrived to the 3 weeks time frame. But for scholastic chess, that's a very long time. That's one comment. The second comment, I think organizers should, we should recommend to organizers to talk to the online vendors and for the vendors to agree to give them a fair play report. I think if somebody runs a US chess event online, it would be good if the online vendor can issue a report, a fair play report. And that will sort of protect the organization from lawsuits or other liabilities. But I think before we take any action, we need to have a report from the vendor, from the online vendor. So I think that should be part of a negotiation with anybody that the organizer chooses to work with. But more importantly, to make the vendors aware that that's a key information for the US chess to make some decisions.
I'll take the first part that you talked about. On the 3 weeks thing, the way we came to that was we originally had a rule that said that organizers had 2 weeks to rate the event and get their fair play analysis, understood. And they can, they have to actually do the fair play analysis first. So we originally built in the 2 weeks to give them time. And then we built in a provision that said they could ask the office for a 1 week extension. But it eventually became clear in a town hall meeting, the first one that we did in late July, that the just giving everybody 3 weeks makes more sense, and so that way the office doesn't have to approve a bunch of 1 week things, because the fair play analysis can often take a lot, especially if you have 900 games to get through in your tournament, for example. You're going to need some time for fair play analysis, versus if you have 10, because it's just you and a couple of friends, obviously you won't need 3 weeks to do that.
Ryan,
Mike,
what I would add, Beatrice, it doesn't say you have to take 3 weeks. You
Correct.
can put in your rating report tomorrow if you want to. You don't have to wait. It's the 3 weeks. There's a difference between a rule and an office policy. What the office policy was that once a director submits a rating report, that the director cannot go back and change the rating report once it's been submitted and say, hey, this guy named Mike Hoffpauir cheated in the tournament. I want to change his wins to forfeit losses. That was not allowed unless you go through the ethics process. So therefore, in recognition that fair play detection can take time given the size of an event, and of course you want to verify if you've come up with something as best that you can, that you needed to have 3 weeks in the office's policy in order for a director to go back and make a one-time change to a rating report. Says, we have our fair play analysis that has come in from that vendor, and we can now change it. That result of those games that Hoffpauir played where he is alleged to have cheated. Then it's becoming upon the director to then submit the case to ethics, if that's what the director wishes to do, or the player to submit a complaint to the rules committee saying, I've got a director here who's clearly overstepped his or her bounds by saying that I cheated when I didn't cheat. So it gives due process not only to the director to work the fair play issue, but also gives due process to the member, so that the member is not just on the books having cheated or anything without them having the right to go through the ethics process or the right to make a claim to the rules committee or to an appropriate committee. So keep in mind that the 3 weeks to get your fair play analysis back from your vendor and to make a one-time change to the rating report is separate from the 3 week window that the tournament director has to submit the rating report. So if I'm running a small club event where I know everybody in the club and I'm pretty confident that the level of cheating is not there, I can submit my rating report 5 minutes after I'm finished with the last game. I don't have to wait 3 weeks. But if I'm running the K-12 grades, the national K-12 grades, as an online tournament, and I've got 2,500 kids playing in it, I need some time to get my rating analysis. Yeah. And so far, the ICC and US and chess.com, both of them, as part of that agreement process, what the ratings committee subcommittee does looks at what is going to be the format of the output that we're going to get from that vendor that the director has access to in the event that director needs to push forward a fair play violation. So your whole question about getting fair play reports from the vendors, that's already in place. That is there for those vendors that we go through the endorsement letter process with. Thank you.
And can I add one more note on this? So this 3 weeks was actually based on practical experience, because it takes 5-7 days to get back the fair play report from either chess.com or Ken Regan or someone. Then we reach out to the player, discuss the issue with it, either get an admittance or not, or debate. It's a real issue for organizer to debate whether to act on something or not, especially if one report says that it's likely a fair play violation and the other report is not. So there's always a deliberate action or a time frame where organizers have to consider this and have to be careful, because it is affecting players if we act too fast on this. So I think not rushing this process is a very good thing, and encouraging everyone to be careful, but thorough. And the thorough is obviously the bigger the event, the more time you need. Regarding your second comment, yes, in principle, the vendors come back with a report, but also there is a ongoing discussion, at least from my part, to chess.com, that this report would be a standard. Okay, your event is clean, because currently you don't get that. You only get that if you have a fair play violation. So I think this is an ongoing process that hopefully will see some improvements.
All right, Mr. Covington, you have the floor. Mr. Hassler, you are on deck.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question on the online vendors you've mentioned. Do any of them require online paid subscriptions from people wanting to play chess on their site as an official tournament with US Chess?
I'll let Judith answer that question.
If you run an online tournament that's going to be USCF online rated, you have to have regular USCF memberships.
Okay, but do I have to have memberships like ICC requires a membership? Are they requiring their personal or their company membership in addition to US Chess?
As far as I know, both chess.com and other vendors, not ICC, they have free accounts that players can play, so they don't necessarily benefit from these events.
So you're telling me ICC still requires every sign-in person to be a paid member?
I believe that ICC
can I jump
does.
in here?
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
David Hayter.
Okay, I work with ICC in running online events. They do not require a membership, an ICC membership. They give a complimentary membership to every player in the event for a period of time. The first time you get 2 months, the second time you get the duration of the event. So there is no requirement that you pay a fee. Having said that, it would be up to the organizer and the platform to come up with a rule. A platform could require the membership, but the major platforms right now, as stated, do not.
That's the answer I wanted. Thank you.
Mr. Korbick, you are up. Mr. Yang, you are on deck. Cora, you can unmute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just wanting to do a clarification of Mr. Hoffpower's statement regarding the 3-week window. My understanding with the office handling of these rating reports, it is preferred that fair play analysis should be completed prior to submission of the rating report. Again, we understand if things get changed or overruled later on and corrections need to be made. But one of the reasons and part of the rationale for extending the period is to ensure that the majority of fair play analysis can be handled prior to submission of the rating report, not post submission. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's exactly correct, Corey, and that's why Boyd recommended extending it to 3 weeks, was to give ample time for that fair play analysis to come back and to leverage the lessons that Judith and other online directors were picking up on, which was that larger tournaments required a little bit more time. But Mr. Goisberg's point was, hey, look, I've got players who are playing and the tournament is on the 14th, and they want to have their rating updated when the next rating report comes, when the next supplement comes out. They want to see that updated rating, so that director has the option to submit early and then go back and submit a one-time change to the rating report. In the event the algorithm does come back later and say, hey, look, now you had 2 players in that 300-player event that their results are very suspect.
And for larger tournaments, of course, that is understood. But for as a general rule, I don't want directors to get the idea that, oh, it will just be the norm to submit them and then do corrections later. That's what I'm wanting to state and avoid.
Yep.
Brian, you had your hand up. I don't know, but you take it down. I don't know if you.
Yeah, no. So I just want to point out the motion that's being displayed right now doesn't have the amendments properly. I think it was 17 days. Ryan, was I?
You're correct. I proposed 17 days. The original proposal was 20 days. The difference is if we leave that there, which is fine by me, it just means it goes live September 3rd or 4th instead of the 1st.
That's no later than.
It says no later than. So I guess we could implement it.
September the 1st.
Fair enough.
That's designed in case it carries over to next year where the dates are different.
Fair enough. And may I ask to delete Mr. Ballou's email from the rationale as well? Towards the second paragraph?
His email address is listed.
Email address, correct. After the 4th line sentence.
We really don't want that to be deleted because we want anybody who has a complaint to reach out to Ken personally.
Yep.
I'm going to put his cell phone number up so they can make it easier for him. Are we done there, Brian?
That's all I had. Basically, those 2 topics.
Alan, you have Alan Losoff. I had given you the floor.
No, Mike already answered my question.
Good deal. Mr.
Alan?
Hassler.
Yeah, I would say Carl got skipped, I think.
No, Mr. Hassler, your hand.
I'm sure.
But he took it down, so.
I'm sure it won't be the last time I get skipped, but that's life. I'm just trying to wrap my head around a couple of things. That's more of a point of information rather than me speaking to a motion. As it sits now, who is the affiliate? It is not the vendor. We're using the term vendor to describe like chess.com and Lee Chess, et cetera, et cetera. The affiliate would still be, for example, the Oregon Chess Federation.
The affiliate used by the director who submits the report.
Yep.
And then who is responsible for the fair play then? Is it the affiliate or is it the vendor?
The chief tournament director.
Well, how is
the chief tournament director gets feedback from whatever mechanism she or he has set up. And there are 3 mechanisms you can use. One is that I've got the algorithm from the vendor, and the vendor is going to spit out, their fair play analysis. The second option is the director has the freedom to hire someone to do the fair play analysis for them, like a set of GMs that he or she sets aside, or if I want to write a contract with Professor Regan to analyze all the games, I can do that. And the third option is the director just decides I'm going to do it, myself, and I'm going to look at all the games. I strongly recommend against that, but those are the 3 options that can all be used by that director. And we recommend combinations of all of those to the extent practical, so that you have the maximum amount of potential to grab somebody who's doing something illicit.
So it's not incumbent upon the affiliate then, it's incumbent upon the director, and it's part of his duties.
That is correct, because the chief tournament director is responsible for the event. And as a matter of fact, when we're working with the office so that when a director submits an event, there's a way that you're checking off that you've done your fair play analysis to the best of your ability at the time you've submitted the event. And then that's when we also learned that some of these events just take longer. And because I'm trying to get my event turned in so people can get their ratings updated, I need the ability, as Mr. Goisberg explained, to be able to go back and say, oh, no, there really was 2 violations that we didn't catch until all of our fair player analysis came in.
And what are the...
Let me interject here. However, it clearly is the responsibility of the tournament director. Remember, it is the responsibility of the affiliate to have tournament directors submitting on their behalf who know what they're doing. So if the affiliate has an event and the tournament director is hopelessly lost, the affiliate may have an issue there. Certainly, if we have a tournament director who's hopelessly lost, screws it up royally, and then the affiliate engages the same tournament director to do it again without any further training. So it is not that the affiliate has no responsibility. The affiliate has the same responsibility that it has today with over-the-board chess. Those have not changed.
If I may, also the online play rule number 4 explains what a chief TD and a assistant TD is supposed to do during an online US chess event.
And will chess.com and other online vendors also be affiliates? Or are they all? I assume they already are, no?
Could I jump in here for a minute?
Please do.
Yeah, so the answer is some of the platforms are affiliates. For example, Internet Chess Club is an affiliate. Could they run their own tournament and could they be the affiliate of record? Yes, they can. Could the organizer of the event do it instead? Yes, they could. So the organizer and the platform have to get together and decide who is the affiliate of record. And then that affiliate has responsibility for the event, including overseeing the director. So the answer to your question kind of is, it depends on the agreement that the platform has made with the organizer as to sharing the responsibilities and divvying out those responsibilities in advance of the event and having a clear understanding of who does what. Sometimes it's going to be the platform, sometimes it's going to be the organizer. That needs to be specified between the organizing committee in advance.
And the reason why I'm bringing up all of these questions is because where I'm from, we have a lot of, we've had a lot of OTB events that are in the 50 player range, which is probably too big to have the TD do it and too small to have some power, you know, have Ken Regan do it. So I'm trying to figure out who is the, you know, what is the procedure? What do you all envision as the appropriate procedure for those small events, but beyond?
It depends upon who you use for the vendor. If you're using a vendor that has an algorithm, use the vendor's algorithm and ask them to give you the reports because they can. They have that capacity. But if it's a vendor that does not have an algorithm, then you have to set up something on your own.
Okay. You have answered my question. Go ahead.
All right. So the next person with the floor is
Mr.
Emmett, I believe. Steve, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks. I didn't know if you called me. I just wanted to clarify something on the procedures for the directors to investigate or to account for the fair play violations. In a smaller tournament, let's say if the director knows all the players, you have a 6-player, like sort of a round robin or something, and the director and all the players know each other. The director wouldn't necessarily be obligated to play over all those games ahead of time, but he would be responsible for making sure that if there is anything alleged to have gone wrong, that he has dealt with it. So probably the best way would be to play over all the games if he really wanted to be safe. But if he trusted the players, and he didn't feel that there was an issue with fair play possibilities, as long as he's willing to accept the responsibility for those games, then that probably would suffice for smaller tournaments where all the players are known to each other.
Thank you, Steve. Sunil, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have some questions. I'm a little uncomfortable. I know that that you said we are not comparing one platform to another platform, but we know that there will be different fair play procedures for each platform. So if US Chess is going to take any kind of sanctions on fair play, there may be an issue if, say, a player gets a call for a violation on one platform and not on another. So say 2 different tournaments, 2 different times, it's called on one platform, not called on another. So you try to impose, say, sanctions on on the one event, but then they argue that there shouldn't be any sanctions based on the other event. It seems to me there is room to fall between the cracks here. I'm a little concerned.
Well, I would put forward that each vendor maintains their own algorithm, and it would be a bit like I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if I like your example much, because if a person played in two different events and one platform flagged them and the other one didn't, it doesn't mean that they cheated in both events necessarily. But I know what you mean. But I would say that I've started speaking with the vendors myself. I would anyone who's willing to do an online event, talk to all the vendors before you decide on one and see what the options are that they're offering. Some of them offer to give you the report immediately. Some you have to request. You just have to talk with them and see what your options are. I haven't found any resistance in getting those answers when I contact them, so I think you all wouldn't either.
Yeah, but Ryan, can I another question, Mayor? So no, my issue is, ultimately the whole point of having fair play is to be able to call out people who have fair play violations.
Sure, of course.
Right. So that's the point of it. But can somebody? I understand what you're saying. Just because you maybe had a violation in one event doesn't mean that you had it in another event. But it seems to me that somebody can use the fact that they did not have a violation in one event to argue against the violation in the other event. And I think that might put US Chess in a difficult situation in trying to impose sanctions.
All right,
if I can jump in here.
Yeah, let Dave speak.
I was going to try to, in general, very quickly explain the ethics process. And you're right, they could claim, the player who's accused in one event can claim whatever they want in their defense. That's fine. The ethics committee will evaluate that claim and evaluate the evidence of the fair play violation. And I'm fairly confident that they will make the right call. The events are independent, of course, and the fact that you were flagged in one event may or may not be significant. It's a factor, and I think the ethics committee would take up that factor, but also the predominant factor is going to be the strength of the algorithm itself. So if an algorithm is endorsed by US Chess, that's going to carry a lot of weight when it comes forward to the ethics committee. Now the person can then rebut that, but they're going to have some pretty strong evidence to do that.
All right, Mr. Losoff, you have the floor. And Mr. Bowman, you are on deck.
Well, addressing that same issue, I think that there's going to be differences, even in over-the-board play, as to how fair play is handled. At one tournament, you might have one tournament director per 50 players, and they're very careful watching. Another one has one per 100, and they miss some. That's just a fact of life. Same thing with the difference between the algorithms. The point of the fair play evaluation and endorsement is there's going to be a certain number, a threshold of false positives and false negatives. And those thresholds can be different, but still acceptable to USCF. So where one fair play algorithm may have one false negative in 10,000, and the other one might have two, and vice versa on false positives, that's just something that has to be taken into consideration.
All right, Mr. Bowman, you have the floor. Mr. Fong?
Yeah, it's just, so it seems to me like the issue is that there's no uniformity since we're accepting the different platforms' fair play policies. But so maybe what needs, and I'd like to hear some discussion on maybe like what's the what's the procedure, or can it be clearly stated and written out exactly how a person who's accused of violating fair play, what procedure or process they go through, and how that would be handled by the ethics committee or whoever, and so they can have some recourse to challenge violations
I'll
of fair
address
play,
that.
given that there's different.
I'll address that. The ethics committee has those rules, and they are posted, and this is no different.
And it's for online. For online
it's
play?
no different than if it's over the board play. they're exactly the same issues. You know, if I'm running an event and Fred is in there, and you know, I suspect Fred of cheating and ban him from the tournament, and file an ethics complaint, he's got exactly the same rights and due process stuff to get it. He's got the ability to see what you know, the whole complaint and all the evidence is sent to him or her that has an opportunity to rebut that. Then
well, I'm saying the question is like, what shouldn't it be made clear to the person who's accused of violating the fair play with the online that different platforms have different criteria for algorithms that they use, and what weight those different algorithms that the ethics committee would take at you know, what weight they have in terms of someone challenging it. Like, you know, does the ethics committee look at chess.com's algorithm more, like trust it more than, let's say, Chess24 or another platform? That's what I'm saying.
That was the purpose of getting the
shouldn't they know that, though? You know, shouldn't the person
Why?
accused of a fair play violation?
Why would you want them to know that, so that they could go cheat on one system and not on another one?
No, but we're talking about for someone who's, let's say, potentially falsely accused. I'm not talking about people, you know.
Yeah, that's what the ethics process helps uncover. David, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, so the ethics process is that the first thing that happens is a complaint. Then the respondent gets to address his or her story, gets to respond to the complaint. Then the person who made the complaint gets to rebut that. And then the final word goes to the respondent. So it's 4 stages. Each person gets 2 cracks. So when a complaint comes in, it would be up to the complainant that says, I think this person cheated and here's my evidence. And they would lay it out, and their evidence might be the algorithm on chess.com says so, and here's the letter that says the endorsement is a good, you know, it's a good and fair process. Then the person might say, yes, that algorithm is good, but the game only went 4 moves, and my opponent fell into scholar's mate, and that's the reason. For instance, they can say whatever they want, and then the committee evaluates the evidence on both sides. What's the evidence in favor of them having committed a fair play violation? What's the evidence that the respondent raises that they didn't? That's the way the process would work.
All right, let's move along. Mr. Thong, you have the floor.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers, you are on deck.
Yes, my thought is that what Sunil was getting at was being able to discern a pattern of abuse. We have that similar type of model in medicine there, where people will go to different hospitals for different reasons to abuse the system. We won't go into why. But the bottom line is that in medicine, we actually have a registry that we keep that sort of gives us an idea about what has been going on with this person in this type of abuse. And so I get the sense from the board that the board is somewhat aware of this sort of idea, and I suspect that they're on a revision will probably be looking at this in the future to try to be able to pull up records on people and find out, consolidate these allegations of abuse on different platforms there. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to look like in the future, but I suspect that this is going to be an issue that we take on at some point and look for some solutions. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Rogers, you are up. Mr. Manella, you are on deck.
Yes, I'm new to this, so that's why I'm going to ask few of these questions. Is there going to be an online section in the TLAs for bigger tournaments if you want to advertise them well in advance?
That's not part of this rules. Could we stick to stuff that's in the rules, please, as far as instead of tournament administration?
Okay. Well, I also want to know about, it says under 10A1 about platforms, and it talks about using fee day. Is anyone using the fee day stuff nowadays? And if that's going to be pay a rated fee for that?
So for the rule on 10, that's about the drawn. Yeah, so that's about the drawn game, and depends on which service provider that you use. So we're not saying that the tournament is FIDE rated. We're saying that the platform itself may be using FIDE rules. So you have to double check which platform you're using, whether they're using US chess rules or they're using FIDE rules. And in particular for the rule number 10 that you referenced, that's about the drawn position. So
yes, I know that.
right. So in regards, where I had because I run my online tournaments on Lee Chess, and they use FIDE rules, and some of the players were surprised that a lone knight can checkmate against a king pawn or something like that, and so I had to overrule that. But that rule is there, not to say that we endorse. Not to say that it's a FIDE rated tournament, but you have to make sure that the rules are either FIDE or US chess, and advertise that to your players. In your
The basic thing is you need to understand what rules that the site is automatically applying to games, and make sure that your players know what those are.
Okay, so she should state if it's ICC or chess.com or whoever.
You need to know what rules that provider is using on their website and inform your players of that.
Okay.
All righty, let's move on. Mr. Manello, you have the floor. Mr. Camerata, you are on deck.
Yes, I'm far from being an expert on this subject, so I have some questions. My first question is, if I understand what's being said correctly, that we have several different algorithms in play. ICC has one, chess.com has one, there's a couple of others. They're all slightly different, but all of them have been certified to have a high probability of catching cheats and a low probability of false positives. Is that correct?
Yes, Jim, that's correct. For the two that have been endorsed, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that that's correct, here's my problem from an ethics point of view. I play a game on, let's say, chess.com. And I had the tournament of my life. I knock off a grandmaster and a couple of masters, and I win a tournament. And it gets flagged, and the machine comes back and says, okay, you cheated. How do I refute that? My accuser is a mathematical formula. It's not a human being. I can't say it's prejudiced against me. I can't say, well, he's mad at me because I slept with his wife. There is no defense, and I'm put in a position of guilty until proven innocent. And I'm uncomfortable with that. But what I would like to know is, do these algorithms just look at anomalous results and then examine moves, or do they examine the moves and say that this game was played by machine-like, with a machine-like precision? So in other words, if it didn't know that I'm an expert playing a grandmaster and the moves were submitted to this algorithm with no identification of the players, would it still say you cheated, or
Yes.
one of the two players cheated? Okay. So
Jim, you got muted somehow.
I think he overstepped his time.
Oh, he went over his time. Of course, Alan's muted too, or he's not there.
I'm sorry, I'm here. The time is up, so let's go ahead and answer the question, please. The question is basically how these algorithms work.
Well, the vendors do not publicly express how they work so that they don't educate the people who do want to cheat. But the understanding is our committee of guys and whoever is on there, I don't even know exactly everyone who's on there, but they're all statisticians and people like that. And they're checking it through looking at it under the hood, taking their time looking at it, and they've okayed it and saying that it's worth running a tournament on the website. It's got a very good probability it's going to catch people, and we just have to take their word for it. And I trust them because I am terrible at math, so I believe it.
They sign non-disclosure agreements.
Yeah,
with the vendor. And so they get full access to look at the algorithm, and the algorithms are more than just statistics. Some of the vendors are using technology as part of their algorithm process, where they're watching head and eye movement, or they're watching where the mouse cursor is on the screen. It's jumping out of the gameplay box to another window very consistently, and those kinds of things all are taken into account by some of the vendors. So they have different techniques, but the subcommittee from ratings, their thing is, if you guys think it's good enough, tell us. And if you think it's got a high probability of detecting and a low probability of fair play, that's really what we want to know. That's really, a low probability of false detection. That's really, really what we want to know.
Mr. Camerata, you have the floor. Mr. Ralia, you are on deck.
First, just an observation. I would assume that the algorithm doesn't care how strong you are, how weak you are, just whether or not your play conforms to a certain set of rules they've laid down. I would think that the tournament director seeing a 1,600 player beating 7 grandmasters would be the person to make that particular call. But my question is, do the rules address when a player is banned from play for too many cases of cheating?
We don't have a threshold for number of times somebody cheated. The burden of that sort of information is on the organizers to report first they have to reflect that in the report, in the rating report, and then if they have sufficient evidence and that sort of thing, they need to file an ethics complaint as well. So some of that burden is actually on the organizers to maintain that sort of situation.
In the same way it is for over the board play. It's identical.
Yeah, that's true for over the board play. It's no different. I agree. That makes sense.
There's a reference.
Is that specifically covered? I think it's important.
There's a reference, I believe. If you look in Rule 15, Alpha, TD tip number 2, there's like a 4 numerated steps basically on ethics. And I would say that this would, in terms of number of times a person is banned, that would, I would say, also fall into the ethics committee's purview rather than this online play task force that created these Chapter 10 rules.
All right, but there's nothing that automatically kicks them over to ethics or something like that. So it's strictly a human.
An ethics complaint must be filed by someone before ethics will consider things.
All right.
Mr. Ralia, you have the floor. Mr. Regan, you are on deck.
Thank you. I have absolutely no problem with the ethics process. I think it works very well. The problem is we have people being banned without recourse to the ethics process. One very distinguished and experienced tournament director said at one of the town halls on this that the ethics process simply takes too long. And I have a big problem with people being banned without due process, no matter what the algorithms say.
What do you mean banned without due process? Be specific.
For example, the platform says Mike Hoffpower cheated. Mike Hoffpower's account has been deleted for cheating.
Yeah, but was it a US Chess rated tournament or not? If it's not a US Chess rated tournament, we have no control over that.
Well, I don't know. I have not played in.
But that's how chess.com is. If chess.com's own algorithm, playing in just normal blitz or whatever play you're playing, if they detect it on their own, you're out. You get thrown out of chess.com. It doesn't have to be US Chess rated.
I have not played in a US Chess rated tournament on chess.com. I do not know if that is currently the policy, but I'm very worried about people banning people without going through the ethics policy.
Yeah, I want to say that's not a US chess rule. That could also be your agreement to the service provider's end user license agreement. So if you violate one of their rules, you can be banned on their site because on their accord, because that's the agreement between you and the service provider. So that's on all platforms. So if you mess around, chat abusively to other players, you can be banned for that reason. But that's nothing that deals with the Chapter 10 rules.
Yeah, the other thing I will say here is if a player gets banned without due process, that can in fact be the subject of an ethics complaint. The player who got banned can file an ethics complaint against the organizer that banned them, arguing that they were not given due process.
Yep.
Yeah, I would like to point out.
And that's no different than it can occur in an over the board.
That's right.
Yeah, I would like to point out, I was speaking with Judith a moment ago. It's important for the people who are listening to all of this debate to understand that players competing in different platforms, online vendor reports, timeframes, effectiveness, track records, consistencies with algorithms, potential liabilities, all of that sort of stuff has nothing to do with the rules that we're trying to pass. Those are very popular topics surrounding the rules that people want to know about, and we can discuss them, but do understand that that stuff isn't even in the rules. The rules just outlines how do you handle touch move? How do you handle if somebody shows up late to the board? That kind of stuff. So that's what we're trying to pass here, and I just want people to understand that a lot of what we've been discussing actually isn't specifically in the rules.
Yeah, it's tournament administration issues,
Correct.
which I would like for us to keep to the parts of the rules. Mr. Regan, you have the floor. Leela DeQuinn, you're on deck.
Yeah, so I just want to back up Alex's. I think the issue is here that there's a gray area where you get flagged in a tournament and your results are all set to 0 and everybody else's results are changed and the tournament's sent in as if you didn't exist to US Chess. Your ID doesn't even show up and no ethics complaint is filed. There's nothing here that has a duty to report an ethics complaint when you flag somebody and remove them from the event. And so they could come, there's no cost. And that's my concern.
The player can then file the complaint.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
But why would they? They cheated.
That's exactly
so so they cheated and they go and they play in Tommy's tournament next week and then Sally's the week after and eventually someone's running a system that doesn't catch them. I believe there should be a duty to report. And
there's no duty to report if you ban a person from an over the board tournament for cheating.
I know. I have the same problem in over the board tournaments.
That's not part of this rule. That's part of the ethics.
This is being brought up here, so it is part of this rule because anyway, people are implying they're going to get a chance that there's an ethics review when you've been flagged by the online events, and that's only true if the director files an ethics complaint. They can stay under the radar
that is true.
and
or
not deal with the hassles that other directors and organizers complain about and don't file ethics complaints. And so it is not automatic that everybody flagged, and I expect that the majority will not be flagged from the current patterns I've seen. They will not have ethics complaints filed.
Leela, you have the floor.
I call the question.
Question has been called. I am going to keep the raised hand list there. I'm going to clear the raised hands. Are there any objections? If there are, just raise your hand in the participant list. We have one, we have two, we have some objections to calling the question. I'm going to clear the hands again. We need to vote on calling the question. Can you get that up for me, Carol, please? Just put call the question, it'll be fine. Seeing the background of This is how the sausage gets made. All right, we have a motion to call the question. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. And if you abstain, please mark it as such. I show 75 have voted. 92 votes in, 93. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling with 96 votes cast. Sharing that result, 61 have voted to call the question, 30 have been opposed. The motion, the question is called. Now let's vote on the motion to approve Chapter 10 rules. We'll bring that result up. Please vote on the motion that's in front of you. $70, $80 have voted. 90. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling. We have 85 have voted in favor, 10 have voted no, 2 have abstained. That is 88%. So the threshold is passed that the motion is carried and will be in effect no later than 20 days from today, which I believe the choice will be to bring that up on September 1st. Thank you very much. Let's move on in our agenda. The next item in the agenda hold on just a second. Share screen. Pick that up. There we go. All right, the next item in the agenda is the Executive Board restructuring motion. This is in, again, all this has been sent out. It's been discussed at some length. This is a product of the governance task force that started work a couple of years ago. Randy, I think that you are going to present this motion. Am I correct? Randy Bauer, you need to get unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Ellen said, we're going to have two motions in the meeting that deal with recommendations from the governance task force. And I think it's helpful for those who may not have recalled all of what went on with the governance task force to just give a little background on that. And even just a broader issue of the changes that have been made to US chess governance in recent years. And when you go back to the first major change that was made in governance, that occurred in 2001 at the delegates meeting in Framingham, Massachusetts, where the delegates approved a motion to adopt one member, one vote. And as it was adopted, all US chess members age 16 or over were eligible to vote for what was then the policy board. That made a significant change in our elections. Instead of the delegates only selecting what was the policy board and then the executive board, now any eligible member 16 years or over could. And that then changed the numbers for elections. It went from the delegates' number of ballots to somewhere in the range of 4,400 that were cast. So that certainly opened up the process and made it different than what it had been in the past. In 2010, it was determined that because of the size of the universe of eligible voters, it was difficult to communicate with that universe, and the delegates chose to enact a registration requirement. That meant that those that chose to run for the executive board would have some idea of who it is that they would be speaking with if they chose to make direct communication with the voting members. That changed the number of ballots that were cast significantly. It went down to what was usually around 1,700 ballots within that time frame. The next major change was a governance task force. The first one, we'll call this Governance Task Force 2, and that made significant changes, one of which was to make the change that the executive board would be the board of directors for US Chess. And really that was necessary, both because of Illinois law and because of the few opportunities that delegates have to come together and perform the duties of a board of directors. At that same time in 2011, the terms for executive board members were reduced from 4 years to 3 years. And that, as was necessary when the board went from 3 years to 4 years, required a variety of different lengths of term to be put in place in transition to get us to the 3-year terms. The big thing that 3-year terms means is that with staggered terms, you have to have an election every year. And so that has been the circumstance that US Chess has been dealing with since 2012 to 2020, this kind of merry-go-round of annual elections and turnover on the board. I liken it to a treadmill where you keep walking, you never stop, but you don't really ever get anywhere. You don't have an opportunity unless you jump off the treadmill to step back and to not be dealing with the circumstances of elections every year. So as kind of the deliberations of the executive board in 2018, the members of the executive board, and I wasn't on the executive board at the time, so some people have seemed to have the opinion that I've driven this, have been the one responsible for this drive for governance task force and changes. I wasn't even on the executive board. But in ADM 1819, which the delegates adopted overwhelmingly, that motion was US Chess shall reinstitute the governance task force to explore how the structure and selection of the board of directors might be changed to better serve US Chess and its members as a 501c3 charitable education organization. And then it also required that the task force shall file a report at the 2019 delegates meeting. So that was sponsored by executive board members Mike Hoffpower, Alan Priest, Chuck Unruh, Mike Meatman, Hal Spreckman, and Vish. And I think that grew out of concerns from members of the executive board. I've certainly heard it myself when I've been on the executive board before this motion was adopted and then since, and from others as well. That's very difficult for the executive board to operate when there's this constant election interruption in the work that it does, and there's very little continuity. A board is never really guaranteed to have more than 1 year of its members working together in its entirety. It's difficult to assimilate, to learn kind of how people work and how we can work together. And so that's why there was this belief that there should be a look at the entirety of our structure, particularly as it relates to an organization that's the board of directors for a 501c3 organization. So that led to the governance task force, and I'm going to give a little bit of the background of what's gone on with that governance task force so that you have that context as well while we're discussing this motion and then another one that will come up later. The delegates created the governance task force. You appointed the members. They were first appointed in 2018. And then the delegates took a report from the governance task force at the 2019 annual meeting last year in Orlando and chose to extend the term of the task force for another year. And there were some slight changes in the membership, primarily because people's lives changed and some didn't have the time or inclination to continue to work on the task force, but it continued its operation through the duration of 2020. In essence, we have spent 18 months discussing a variety of issues related to US chess governance. They were primarily focused in 3 broad areas. One was to review the executive board structure. That's the number of members on the executive board, how they're chosen, whether they're appointed or elected, and how long their terms are. There were a few other issues that came up as well. I want to make one thing very clear. There is no motion that's going to be presented now or ever from the governance task force dealing with appointed executive board members. The only executive board member that is not elected is the non-voting executive director, Carol Meyer. All the rest are elected in the past, in the current, and in the future under either of the motions that we're going to consider. So with that as a backdrop, in the process, we established a Slack platform for use by all members of the governance task force. I checked today, the platform we use only lets you show 10,000 of your most recent messages. The governance task force is up to 7,300 messages. So this task force was dealing with issues at a very minute level and with great detail. The number of hours that were spent as a member of the task force on this, I averaged somewhere between 10 and 15 hours a week on different aspects of the governance task force. And I'm sure that was the case for other members as well. We created different channels for each of the topic areas that were under discussion. And then we used a separate voting channel for specific motions that were put to a vote of the governance task force. We made a report to you all in 2019, and we hosted a delegates workshop that was well attended, and we spent a couple hours talking about the progress that had been made to date. We discussed both of the issues that are going to come before in terms of structural changes, and in both instances, straw polls favored making changes along the lines of those that we're presenting to you now. So that has already taken place. And then the governance task force, at the end of its deliberations, voted on both of the motions that are going to be in front of us. They were both approved on 7-2 votes. The two dissenting votes in both cases were Harold Winston, and I'm sure we're going to hear from Harold on this. And I'm blanking right now. Alex Lemelski, and I'm sure we'll hear from him also. In each of these instances, there was compromise reached among the members of the governance task force that voted for the final recommendations. What you have before you are two pretty straightforward motions that are balanced in the way that they seek to solve a couple of the issues of the day that that confront the executive board and the work that it does, and the organization and how it elects members of the executive board. I'm hopeful that as we discuss them, you'll understand that these were the product of compromise, that 7 of the 9 members that voted on them of the governance task force that you appointed believe that this is a better course of action for US Chess. So with that, let's talk about the first motion, and that's executive board restructuring. What this does is allow a way to go from 3-year to 4-year terms for the executive board, which allows you then to have elections every other year and get out of the constant merry-go-round of executive board elections. The way it does it, I think, is very artful, and it was Guy Hoffman who came up with the solution, and that is go from 7 members to 8 members. This gets you out of the argument that has been made by many opponents of going to the 4-year terms, that you can have an election that entirely flips control of the executive board. So you could have 4 members elected, and they could form a voting block and do it whatever it is they wanted to do. That's not the case now when you have 4 and 4. It is effectively impossible to pass anything just with 4 votes. You need to have a majority of the voting members of the executive board. So that was a nice solution, and it allows you then to go to the every other year elections. The other thing it does is that you get out of instances of passing something on a 4-3 vote. Now, I have served 5 terms. I'm in my 5th term on the executive board. I can only recall 2 or 3 4-3 votes, but I personally don't think that any of those were particularly good votes. And this would require a 5-3 vote to pass something. Quite frankly, most times the executive board works from a position of obtaining consensus and has at most 1 or 2 dissenting votes. So I don't really think this is going to change much the way the executive board operates. There will have to be transitions because, of course, we have current members that are serving for 3-year terms. Both Ryan and I will be up for re-election if we chose to. run again next time. And the 3 members that were just elected are all on 3-year terms. So there will be a transition process that will still be necessary even under this proposal. You can go to the next slide. There's also some, what I think is kind of cleanup that was done. That was one of the things Governance Task Force looked at. We cleaned up some bylaws. Some of those were adopted in last year's annual meeting, and this kind of continues to do that. We take scattered eligibility criteria that had been put in place at different points in time. They're all now put into new Section 2. So in anti-nepotism rules, for example, that are now put into this section. There also is a specific background check requirement, and certainly that's important. We're a 501c3 organization with an educational mission, and we have more than half of our members that are minors. And there are situations where it's important for our organization to have confidence, as much confidence as possible, that the leaders of our organization are going to have reputations that are not going to call into question the organization as a whole. So that background check also bars from service anyone that's been convicted of or pled no contest to a felony or a crime that's punishable by more than 1 year in prison. In most states, that is the definition of a felony, but there are serious misdemeanors that may have that also. There have been some that have argued that in some way this is quote unquote unfair to some members. The organization's reputation is more important than the ability of every single member over the age of majority to be able to run for the executive board and, a volunteer position in our organization. There certainly are other ways to provide service, but we need, as an organization, to protect our reputation. And to do that, we should assure as much as possible that the members of our executive board do not have backgrounds that could call that into question or call their decisions into question. Next slide, please. There are also, we have term limits, and the term limits have usually varied depending on the length of terms. So, currently with 3-year terms, that has been defined as 3 terms, or if you were elected for a short term, you're allowed at least half of the time of that shortened term. In this instance, that would be 10 years if you went to a 4 years plus 4 years plus half of a term to 10 years. But in this instance where you've got transitions, that doesn't really work very well. You've got a bunch of members that were elected to 3-year terms. Most of them have been elected for the first time to the executive board on a 3-year term. If you suddenly went to a 4-year term, the most years that they could serve is 7. And quite frankly, that's significantly shorter length of time than we have ever had for term limits in US Chess. And I don't think that particularly serves our organization well. I understand the value of term limits. I certainly intend to term limit myself after the next election, but we've got new energy from new board members, and to say that those individuals can only serve 2 terms in a total of 7 years really doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's why we moved it up to 11 years. That still will really not provide that someone's going to serve more than 2 years plus a part year, because we're just not going to have special elections if a person would resign in the first year of their service. You'll just wait until the following election, and so that means that they still would serve no more than 11 years. This does also require then that you would have to sit out for the subsequent election. So now it would be 2 years. Currently, it's just 1 year. And, that again will create, I guess, a little bit longer cooling off period. Next slide. So I think I've discussed already within here that those of us who are supportive of this concept believes that it creates a more effective election cycle. There are costs associated with having I think you moved us ahead. Please go back. Okay. There are costs associated with elections. There's the cost of the time it takes our staff to hold elections That means that someone in the office has to take in all of the nominating petitions and make sure that they meet all of the requirements. And when you have a bunch of candidates and at least 50 and often more signatures, that in itself is a fair amount of time. There is a time spent setting up the candidate statements in Chess Life magazine. And believe me, having written and had them proofed by the office and pointing out little issues with them, that's a substantial amount of time also. There's the cost of the election itself. We mail the ballots to our members. There's postage costs, there's printing costs, there's preparation costs. We then have to have the ballots received and counted, and those are costs. The election committee spends a lot of time every year, as opposed to every other year, dealing with election issues. Chess Life magazine every year has dozens of pages devoted to candidate statements. And I think I can say that there's probably a lot of our members that would rather that content were used for something else. And then there's just the non-productive costs associated for the executive board. One of the things, and we're going to get into it more in the next motion, is we spend a lot of time just trying to get candidates for the executive board. And that's a cost also. And when people are running for election, there are times when we decide not to vote on particular issues, either because we think it's better that the incoming board weigh in, or because we don't want it to become a quote-unquote political issue during the campaign itself. That creates unproductive time for the executive board as well. And with every other year elections, we will eliminate a lot of that unproductive time. The other thing just is, it's around cohesion. Our board has worked very hard in the last decade to become more strategic and become focused on what a board of directors is supposed to do, and that's provide guidance and long-term direction for the organization. And as much as we can, we are working to adhere to what are considered corporate governance best practices. And part of that is in the way that we have brought on really highly qualified staff. I think our executive director is outstanding and has helped us to kind of identify areas where we can do work to improve the workings of our board itself. We have done 2 strategic planning sessions. I was the catalyst for the first one because I do this kind of stuff in my day job, and they've been really helpful for the board. But when you have this turnover and this inability to think more broadly about issues, you don't get the same amount of opportunity to do this stuff, and you aren't as productive. And those are the basic reasons for this. And then finally, we'll now have one more member of the executive board. And there's a lot of work. You've heard already just a few of the topic areas, whether it's dealing with a budget in the middle of a pandemic, or whether it's putting in place guidelines for online play that hadn't existed before, or whether it's governance changes, or other issues that we're going to talk about. There's a lot that this executive board is engaged in. And we can use another member to assist us in all of that work. With that, the next slide.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. So I want to answer, there's really have been, over the stretch of the discussions of this, there have been 2 kinds of issues that have commonly been raised by the opponents. Now, one has already been addressed. Guy Hoffman did a great job of addressing it. We cannot elect a majority of the board in any single election. The other is an argument that when we had 4-year terms, we had a lot of resignations. The number is the number, but when you actually look at the reason that people resign, it isn't clear. I really don't think it's even true that it has anything to do with the length of the term. So let's talk about individuals who resigned during 4-year terms. Greg Shahade resigned. His sister Jen was going to be hired by USCF. The nepotism rules would not allow her to be hired if Greg was serving on the board. Greg chose to resign. That had nothing to do with his term limit. Robert Tanner had an ethics complaint and sanctions that were placed against him, and he resigned. That had nothing to do with the length of his term. Timothy Hankey's National Guard Reserve Unit was deployed overseas. He couldn't serve on the board from overseas, and that had nothing to do with the length of his term. Joel Channing resigned because he did not want to be sued involved in the Susan Polgar lawsuit against USCF and the executive board members individually. That had nothing to do with the length of his term. Susan Polgar and Paul Trong were removed. They didn't resign. Yeah, they were removed before they could serve out their 4-year terms. That had nothing to do with the length of their terms. Finally, Frank Camerata, who's with us today. I want to apologize for Frank. I misstated in both of the town hall meetings that Frank had resigned because House of Staunton was going to be hired by US Chess. That was not the reason. It was a family reason, but Frank has assured me that it was not because of the length of the term. Again, almost all of those instances had nothing to do with the length of the term. Now, my recollection is, and Harold can correct me when he gets his chance if I'm wrong, but I think Harold had suggested that some of the others resigned because they did not want to serve in a minority of the board. Well, that issue would also be moot under this approach, in that you would not be electing a majority in any single election. So I really don't think that issue has a lot of weight, but even if you give it some weight, weigh it against the costs associated with the current elections every year. It's insubstantial. You know, we've had some really good board members that were elected in special elections. Randy Hoff was elected in a special election. I served with Randy. He was an outstanding board member. Elizabeth Shaughnessy was elected in a special election. I served with Elizabeth, and she did a great job. Gary Walters was elected in a special election. He became president of US Chess, and I miss Gary a lot. And Mike Neatman, who's leaving the board now and has the, the quote-unquote pleasure of having served a decade continuously because he was elected in a special election, is another outstanding board member. So, I know that a lot of times people say, well, Sam Sloan was elected in a special election. Sam Sloan was elected in a contested special election. He defeated Grant Perks and Ernie Schlick, two very fine delegate candidates, with over 2,000 votes cast in that election. The electorate elected Sam Sloan. It was not a special election that led to him landing on the executive board. There are a variety of really strong reasons for us to get off of the merry-go-round of elections every year, give the board more of an opportunity to work together and gain cohesion, and save some of the costs of elections so that they're not happening every year as well. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor.
All righty, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and if Carol will get the motion screen up. The first person who has the floor is, it moved around, sorry. Mr. Morford, you are unmuted, and Mr. Camerata, you are on deck.
Steve Morford, Southern California. I rise to move that we indefinitely postpone this motion. Procedurally, do you want to get the second before I speak to the motion?
I don't think that's necessary. I think there's
okay
out there. Just I'll rule that it's germane.
Okay, thank you. As the body understands, this is an emergency meeting because we're in the midst of a pandemic, and most of the items we're dealing with are items that either respond to the emergency or are time limited. So for example, we adopted a budget. That had to be done. This is a fairly complicated motion. There are many different items bundled into one motion that we're going to be asked to vote on. None of them strike me as being an emergency. They involve multiple changes to the way we're governed. I accept that the task force had a lot of internal discussion, but there really hasn't been an opportunity to really vet this with the entire membership. It did get submitted
in pieces to the Rules Committee. And I understand that there were concerns expressed by the Rules Committee. I'll let them speak for themselves on that topic. But I think we need another year. We need a chance to really allow the membership to reflect on this, to talk about it, to think it through. And therefore, I believe we should postpone.
Okay, let's correct a couple of comments that you made. This was never submitted to the Rules Committee. I believe you meant to say to the Bylaws Committee. I also will correct an erroneous statement you made. This is not an emergency meeting. This is a special delegates meeting that is provided for in the bylaws. Were we not subject to COVID stuff, we would be meeting in person, certainly, but the bylaws have a provision for special delegates meetings that can be called by the president himself for any reason. So there's not an emergency aspect to this meeting at all. Now, so what we are talking to, I don't know if folks who have raised their hand wish to speak to the main motion. If you do, you need to lower your hand. The motion that is on the table is a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Alan, I believe I'd be in order to respond to that as the manager of the motion, correct?
Go ahead.
Yes. I would ask the delegates to resist this motion for a variety of reasons. First of all, I laid out the painstaking work that was done by the governance task force. 18 months of work, a report to the delegates last year. In the meantime, this motion has been out for a lengthy period of time. We had 2 town hall meetings that devoted over 3 hours to discussing these 2 topics. The votes in those town hall meetings were not close. The first one was, for this particular motion, was 25 votes in favor, 11 against, and 3 abstentions. The second was even more overwhelming, and it was 23 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. Quite frankly, this is being discussed over and over again. We've had a topic thread on the US Chess Issues Forum on this for at least 6 months that has over 1,800 views and over 250 posts. Anybody who wanted to know about this, learn about it, or debate it has had plenty of opportunity. As far as I'm concerned, this is simply people that don't want the motion, just putting it off a little bit further. You know, as I mentioned, I do this stuff for a living, and I tell my team all the time, because I believe very much in continuous quality improvement, it's never the wrong time to improve processes in an organization. And this is a business process improvement.
All right, Mr. Williams, you have the floor. Mr. Manella, you are on deck.
Richard Williams, Kentucky. I rise to oppose a subsidiary motion to postpone indefinitely. I'm a member of the governance task force. I have been on the task force since its inception in 2018. A lot of thought and effort has been put into this motion. The proposals that you ended up with, a lot of things were rejected and left on the table in the task force. Okay, you're seeing the most tested ideas from deliberative thought from a pretty rigorous group. To postpone indefinitely, or even if we postpone to next year, there's no time like the present. There's the circumstances requiring this special meeting rather than our normal annual meeting is not a compelling reason to discard valid business of the Federation. We need to address board restructuring and our ability to enforce the highest levels of fiduciary duty for our representatives. And by considering this now, voting on it now, making a determination now, we can do that. Thank you.
Mr. Manella, you have the floor. Mr. Dylan, you've got it after that.
I'm speaking to support the motion to postpone this until next year when we can discuss it in a normal and rational fashion. It
Mr.
is
Manella,
extremely...
hold on one sec. Mr. Manella, that's not the motion that's on the floor. The motion is postponed indefinitely. So go ahead.
That's the motion I'm talking about. I said I support that motion.
It's
till
not to
next
defer it
year
till
when
next
we can
year.
discuss this.
That is not the motion. The motion is not to defer it to next year. The motion is to postpone indefinitely. Go ahead, sir.
All right, fine. Then I support the motion to postpone indefinitely. All right. None of this should be considered under these circumstances. This is just ridiculous. It is extremely difficult, okay, for delegates to confer with each other on the spur of the moment. I've been getting phone calls from delegates, okay, to comment on things because there's no way to do it. Okay, you set up some channel on Slack, but in order to do that, I have to get out, exit the meeting, and open up a window on Slack. My computer does not allow me to be on 2 different locations at the same time. All right, I think everybody's having these problems. This is simply not fair. All right, we should reject the idea that this should be done immediately, and I support 100%, okay, Mr. Morford's suggestion.
All right, thank you. Next up, sorry, I lost my participants list. Dylan, you are up, and Leela, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last name is Quercha, by the way, in case anybody wants to know how to say it. This is a special delegates meeting. I cannot support a major structural change to the function and constitution of US Chess in a meeting that is essentially undemocratic. To echo Mr. Manella's statement about the inability to confer with other delegates, we have no way to do that live, as in on the floor like we would do in an annual meeting. And thus, that is essentially undemocratic. We can't talk to people. How are we supposed to make the correct decision on such a massive motion? This changes, it increases the length of the executive board term by 25%. That's no small change. That's a large change. We cannot confer with our own state delegates here. The Zoom chat is not functional. We could be using a Zoom chat. So that to me just doesn't make any sense. And this change itself is trying to be done in an undemocratic way. And I would love to postpone indefinitely so that we can further discuss these issues. And also just to comment on the statement that most members know about this, I go make a poll of most average members. They don't know about this change. That's absurd. And then also just one more thing about the transparency on the governance task force. What has not been said in this meeting is that there has been a lot of discord on the governance task force, and those transcripts have not been released publicly. We have no idea what's been said in that meeting, and I just don't think that makes any sense to say that it was, such a fair process. There are people that have been treated unfairly on that committee, and I don't appreciate that. I will yield the rest of my time. I would like to say, please please support this motion.
Thank you. Before we move on, I would like to point out that the Slack channel has been open for a month, and there are people who are actively on it and making comments on it even as we speak. There is certainly a direct message mechanism available there. We have had multiple town halls. Those have been posted. And we have had discussion threads in the issues forum in the case of this matter for 1.5 years. Leela, you have the floor. Sean Manross, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's shocking to me to hear anybody suggest that there's something undemocratic about the way these matters have been proposed. In fact, after the first year of work, the task force held a workshop last summer that was reasonably well attended, where there was a great deal of discussion about all of these different issues that are included in this motion. We've had 2 well-attended town hall meetings where that every single delegate has had the opportunity to attend, where there's been a lot of discussion of all of these issues. And at the conclusion of those town halls, those in attendance voted very much in favor of these proposals. Why do we need to move forward now? If we don't move forward, then what we're essentially doing as delegates is saying, we the delegates can't do anything if we can't meet live and in person. So what are we doing? Turning over all the power to make all decisions about how US Chess should run to the executive board? That seems to be exactly what those who oppose moving forward with this motion don't want. We want the delegate body to continue to have a significant role as a board. The expansion to 8 members is obviously needed just to get the work done. Getting rid of annual elections, ever since I've been a delegate, I've watched the ridiculous distraction of walking into a delegates meeting and having, before the current board can even finish its work, before the newly elected members can even take their posts, campaigning start about moving things in a different direction. That's a gigantic distraction to getting things done. And I suggest that we go ahead, get rid of the annual elections, get onto a biannual cycle so that the board can work together more. We certainly need to get the background check provision in place. We should not, as an organization that's comprised primarily of children as members, have people on our executive board who haven't even been background checked.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, you are up, and Alexander Lumeski, you are on deck.
Sean Manross and Bear the Chess Huskies, Southern California. We, as a delegation, I believe I can speak for my whole delegation, strongly support the motion to postpone indefinitely. You've heard all about transparency. You've heard multiple efforts to refute the notion that the governance task force minutes have not been transparent. In fact, they have not been. We have quotes from it. For example, one from February 11th at 9:45 a.m. by Mr. Bauer, who presented this entire thing, from a whistleblower, Mr. Minella, Jim Minella, from the Ethics Committee at US Chess. He said democratic processes didn't work, so we discarded it. What, Mr. Vice President? Why would we discard democratic processes? See, democratic processes aren't the end-all and be-all. Sometimes reality has to take precedence. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President. I believe that the reality here is that this can wait. There is no need for us to say that, oh, we're not going to listen to the whistleblowers who have said that this is an effort to add 4 self-appointed seats in little bites, Mr. President. Little by little by little, one change at a time. The democracy of the institution is under attack.
Mr. Manross, you are not speaking to the motion to defer. You're talking about appointments in there.
In my time, Mr. President, you've taken 10 seconds from me. I'm speaking to the motion to
There is no motion,
Mr.
There is no motion on the floor for appointments. Now, you will speak to the motion that is at hand, or you won't. I will open your mic back up, reset his time to a full minute, please. As soon as we get the time reset to 1 minute, I will request you to open your mic. Thank you. Now speak to the motion, Mr. Manross.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to reclaim my time. The motion is to postpone indefinitely, and we have not had time to hear from the whistleblowers who have told us what is in fact going on in the governance task force meeting minutes about this precise concept that changes to Article 6. It can wait a year. It can wait for us to talk in person. It can wait for members to know, and it can wait for the full disclosure of every single thing that was said in the Slack platform minutes, and not in Slack, in a truly open forum, including US Chess. But this has not been transparent, and I would just pose this question. We're being told to trust the executive board members. Well, Mr. Vice President, if I was hooked to life support and I was being told to entrust either you or Mr. Winston, I would ask to hear what Mr. Winston has to say. The same goes for Mr. Minella. I've heard these things. I'd like to hear from Mr. Lumelski and the rest of the dissenting members from the governance task force. And for that, we need to postpone indefinitely. Please support Mr. Morford's important motion to postpone indefinitely for discussion. Thank you, gentlemen.
Your time is up. Well, you're going to get to hear from Mr. Minella because or Mr. Lumelski, because you've already heard from Mr. Minella, and Mr. Lumelski has the floor now. Alexander, you're
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I didn't realize I was unmuted. I thought I was next in line. I do want to point out I am a member of the GTF. I served in the GTF since last summer. The motion that is before you from the GTF does not provide the delegates with substance on which they can meet their fiduciary duties. Last year, the GTF chair, Gary Walters, provided a report in which he stated that the GTF wasn't able to make recommendations at that time, and that this year we would get the GTF recommendations. We have no report. We have no report to provide any guidance to the delegates on these matters. There is no comparison of the new language to the old language. There is no reasoning provided for the change that is being made from the GTF as a whole. There is no factual basis presented for the reasoning from the GTF. So the delegates can't make decisions, but they also cannot make, other decisions like, do we want to amend some of these motions? There is no impact study about the effects of these motions on our structure overall, on our bylaws, on the effect on our membership. The delegates actually, I'm going to point out, the delegates actually did not participate in any workshop on any of these issues last year, with the exception of the 3 versus 4 terms. The other items in this motion were not presented at the workshop last year. So we've had no live discussion or in-person discussion about the merits of some of these items at all. In addition to that, I honestly, I do not believe the membership is at all.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much, Mr. Lumowski. Mr. Bauer, you may speak to the motion to defer. Next up will be Mr. Winston, because Mr. Morford has already spoken to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to stay on the motion itself, I have no understanding how anybody could complain that they haven't had an opportunity to participate when we've had 2 town halls, US Chess Issues Forum post on this for 1.5 years, had a delegates discussion that you all could have participated in last year, talked about it in the annual meeting last year, and are talking about it now. The motion is straightforward and on its face was passed on a 7-2 vote. That is your committee report. The committee isn't responsible for filling in impact statements about what this is going to do. If you want to talk to people who've been involved in this process, talk to members of the executive board for the last 8 years. Almost to a person, they are supportive of this motion. You've heard from several of them. Another one, Gary Walters, voted for it. This is not an issue where you can't make a decision. And when I talk about members being informed, I'm talking about the members of this body, the delegates. And you all have had plenty of opportunity to make an informed decision, and it's time to do that.
All right, next up would be Mr. Winston. And
all right,
Brock, you will be on deck.
I think Mr. Lumowski made a good point that there was no committee report. Often when we get committee reports, they explain the reasoning behind the proposals they're supporting. We didn't have that this year. I'm not only a dissenter on the task force, but I am the vice chair of bylaws. Bylaws considered this, took 7 votes. 4 votes favored some parts of this motion, and 3 votes opposed it. Like opposing the 4-year terms, only 1/3 of bylaws, 6 people voted in favor, 10 voted against. 2 said needs more thought. Of the 11-year maximum consecutive terms, 7 people voted in favor, but 10 against, and 1 said needs more thought. So I think in the circumstances, considering how we're meeting and considering the many parts of this proposal, that postponing it is useful and positive for the Federation. Also, I want to add a historical note. We had elections every year for many years that Randy has ignored, starting with the 1976 up through 1998. That was 23 years, and only 4 people did not complete their term. Then we had about 10 years of a 4-year term. And as Randy pointed out, a total of 10 people did not complete their term. 2 were thrown off the board, 8 resigned. And then since then, we've had another period of almost around 10 or 11 years, and only 1 person didn't complete his term. The organization has the same purposes. We have a great game, chess. We want to promote it. We want to encourage people to play. But the history of this shows that when we have 4-year terms, many more people fail to complete this year. I think postponing would give us more time to try and work out things. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you folks hear me? Yeah. With respect to the motion to postpone, I call the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need the rest of the people whose hands are up listed in the motion run here. We've got Rhodey. I need to add in Leela, Manross, Chrisney, please. Quinn, Manross, and Chrisney. And then we're going to clear that queue. Are there objections to calling the question? Just hold up your hand. Okay, we've got them. You can stop now. There's objections to calling the question. We will vote on calling the question. Go ahead and get these people.
With respect to the motion to postpone.
Right. We're going to call the question on the motion to postpone. This is not the correct thing. This is not, yes, this is the correct motion. We are voting.
No, that is not. That is not the correct motion.
This is not the motion. We need a motion on calling the question. That's what needs to come up, not this. There we go. Let's get that launched, please. It's a motion to call the question on debate about the motion to postpone indefinitely. It's up. Please vote. $91 have voted. 92, that's about everybody that's eligible to vote. 25. Okay, there we go. The motion is called. The motion to call the question passes 61 in favor, 32 against, 0 abstain. So we will now vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. That motion is now up. Please vote in favor.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong, Alan. It should be the motion to postpone indefinitely. That's yeah.
That's what. Oh, I'm sorry. I launched the wrong poll. My fault. Got it. Motion to postpone indefinitely. If you want to postpone it indefinitely, vote yes. If you want to go ahead and work on the issue, vote no. I see 93 out of 99 have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the polling, sharing the results. The motion to postpone indefinitely had 39 votes in favor, 56 votes nay. That motion fails. We are back to talking about the main motion. So you can clear the discussion section on the people whose hands were raised to speak to the motion to defer. And we will go back to our list of folks who had their hand raised to speak to this issue. We will start with the list that we have here and walk through it first. And then we will add people whose additional hands come up. I also note that it is a few minutes before 5. We are going to continue with this for a little bit here. And then if we are not able to complete this discussion, we will move on. Mr. Camerata, we will recess till tomorrow at some point before too awful long. Mr. Camerata, just a minute, let me find. There, you are now unmuted. You can now unmute and speak to the main motion.
A little more controversial than I thought it would be, but there's a little bit of background. I served on 3 boards, or 2.5 to be precise, in 1990 to 93 as VP, 93 to 96 as treasurer, and 2000 to 2004 as VP of finance. During the first 6 years, my first 2 terms, there were a lot of 4-3 votes. They were very contentious. After that, a committee was formed, a Blue Ribbon Committee for USCF governance. One of the recommendations coming out of that committee was having an 8-man board for this very reason. Now, it was defeated by the delegates, but I believe that an 8-man vote forces a near supermajority, and I think it should be something that this particular body takes seriously. I don't think 4-3 votes should happen or should be law in a body like this. It certainly doesn't show that you have broad support. That's about it.
All right, the next person who is on our prior list, I have to come up and find them, is Richard Williams. I'm trying to get him unmuted. If one of you all who also are doing
Yes,
this.
I'm unmuted.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Richard Williams, Kentucky. I rise to speak in favor of the motion. As I said before, I served on the governance task force since its inception, and I want to speak specifically, well, first I want to say that all of these changes in this restructuring motion are linked to each other. I echo Mr. Camerata and Mr. Bauer's points about adding the 8th member of the executive board to force supermajority. I think that is good practice, good corporate government for an organization like ours. Additionally, the change in term limits will allow us to have a more consistent board. Some of the other changes are related to that change in term limits. The change in term limits is related to that change in term length. But in particular, I want to talk about barring felons and those with convictions punishable more than a year in prison from board service, and the background check requirement. US Chess already requires background checks for its employees and volunteers at national events. This is an extension of that kind of policy to our executive board members. However, that on itself has no teeth if we don't have some kind of bar for service. It's just information that we might otherwise have on a candidate. Our executive board members are fiduciaries of the corporation, of the 501c3. They owe special duties of trustworthiness, candor, and loyalty to the organization. It presupposes that we have candidates of high moral character, and we really need to protect the integrity of our highest steering committee. This doesn't mean that someone with a criminal history who's reformed cannot serve chess. They absolutely can be involved, just not on the executive board.
You are out of time. The next person who was on the list from before is Mr. Manella. Mr. Manila, you can unmute and you have the floor.
All right. First of all, we should be clear that those of us that oppose this motion are not opposed to every single provision in it. Nobody that I know of is opposed to an 8-person board. Nobody that I know of is opposed to keeping felons off the board. So to concentrate on that is doing a disservice to the delegates. What we do oppose is the undemocratic nature of some of these proposals. For example, 11 years before you term limit out, that's excessive. 11 years is way too long. We don't need people ossifying on the EB. The second thing is, Mr. Bauer has made a point that he doesn't like elections. He has called them unnecessary. He has called them a distraction. He has called them a merry-go-round. There are statements that he made publicly. When this came up, for example, when this came up as a proposal before the bylaws committee, all right, we went into an entire discussion. And by the way, I'm not sure that everybody caught it. The bylaws committee did not support this, despite the fact that Mr. Priest and Mr. Walters and several EB board members pushed for it. The bylaws committee said it's a bad idea. That alone should make us, think about it a little bit longer. But here's the point. If we want an aloof, disconnected from the membership board, then we should pass this. My example is this. We had a
Your
data
time
breach
is now
recently.
up. Thank you very much. Mr. Bauer, you were specifically addressed there. Would you like to respond to a specific question addressed to you? You can unmute and address the question specifically addressed to you.
Thank you. So first of all, this is going to every other year elections. That's hardly not having elections. However, I don't think we want to have elections every day, every month, or even every year. Every 2 years is sufficient for what we need to do in terms of determining who's going to represent us. As it relates to me, I've been elected to a 1 year, a 2 year, a 3 year, a 4 year, and then a 3 year term. I've seen them all, and I see how they work. I'm certainly not opposed to them. But getting us to a regular process with elections every other year will be better for the executive board, and I've seen it and I've heard it from those that have been serving on it of late. This is a different executive board than what existed in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. What we are doing and what the organization is focused on as a 501c3 is different. And you got to get beyond what it was in the past and focus on what it's going to be going forward.
I think the comment to, the ad hominem attack on Mr. Bauer is a little bit unmerited. The other thing is the questions that came up were really focused on having elections every year. The next person listed is, even though he told me how to pronounce it, I'm going to butcher it. So Dylan, you have the floor, and I think I've already given you the ability to unmute.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to just respond to the democratic process of this meeting. Cutting people off mid-sentence is not a democratic process. Even if they're out of time, they should be allowed to finish speaking. But I rise to speak against this motion. It should be returned to the governance task force and come back to us with a full report and better reasoning why the change in term limits should be applied. To respond to the people that support the background check, I do also support the background check requirements, but this can be implemented in many other ways and does not need to be applied in this motion. But we do not need to do away with yearly elections and move to a less democratic process just to streamline US Chess. US Chess is functioning very well and we're thriving. We need to meet in person to discuss such a large change to our structure. The changes need work, and everyone should vote against this motion. I yield.
I have received a point of order. The meeting requirements say that you should, or to state what state you're from. So would you please rename yourself here? You do that by clicking up in the corner, either on your name on the participants list or up in the corner, and rename yourself to include your state. Thank you very much. Leela, you had your hand up in order next. I have to find you. You may unmute and you have the floor.
Alan, I took my hand down. I'll speak to this tomorrow when we resume.
All right, thank you. I will take you off the list. The next person on the list is Mr. Manross, as soon as I can find him. Oops, just a second. There you go, Mr. Manross. You may unmute. You have the floor next, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most appreciated, sir. You've heard multiple people express their consternation. Vice President Dylan Lerch of Southern California, as well as the esteemed Harold Winston, who has informed us that virtually half the governance task force dissented, as well as the bylaws committee to this. That's multiple of our leaders saying, hold on, slow down, this is a bad idea. I would point out a question. If there's a minority of the GTF that says it's bad, and a serious committee like bylaws says it's bad, and you're hearing these passionate, why we need to do it right now on something that clearly we don't. We can absolutely wait 1 year to add this. We could absolutely do all this next year. I point out this, why are there so many proposals being pointed out? So many changes to Article 6. Is there something in there that you might otherwise say no to? Are they trying to force this through, or something in there through? Is there a greater idea of 4 executive board seats, as Mr. Winston and Mr. Minella have told us? At some point, you have to listen to the old guard who's saying, whoa, hold on, something's not right. Now, I'm not saying at first vote it down. We wanted to postpone and talk about it. But now we have to say vote it down. We were cut off early through a political tactic that said, I want to cut off discussion about postponement. That was an important discussion if this was going to go through. It would have been fine for it to go through. We need to talk about what was going on with it. We're being, like Vice President Dylan Lerch just said from Southern California, we're being shut down. We're being cut off early. I myself had to reclaim some time, though to the president's credit, he did give it. That was a move of integrity, Mr. President. And so when I call things out that violate democracy and integrity in chess, I also comment when they don't. He gave me back my time, but here I say this appears to violate democracy and integrity and transparency in chess. We still haven't seen the GTF minutes. We have all of these proposals in one huge motion. Too big to take this year. We gave it a chance at postponement. They can certainly bring it back next year if they want to, but now it's time to vote it down. We've heard Harold Winston, we've heard Jim Minella, we've heard the Ethics Committee, and we've heard a dissenting minority of the Governance Task Force. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. The next person I have on my list is Harold Stencil. If I can find Harold. There you are, sir. You may unmute and you have the floor, Mr. Stencil.
Okay, a few things. We talked about going from 3 years to 4 years causing more people not to serve out their term. It doesn't matter what the reason is. As soon as you add a year, the probability that somebody serves the full 4 years as opposed to 3 decreases, regardless of the reason. The other thing is that the longer the term, the more likely we may have to maybe run a special election. How do we get to fulfill those terms? And also, I want to point out that somebody had said that it was an increase of 25%. By my math, it's an increase of 33.33% if you add a year. So I just wanted to point that out. And most important, I want to hear an answer about special elections if we have people dropping out in less than 4 years.
33 1/3.
What? I don't understand what your last comment was. You want to do what?
Somebody had said that going from 3 years to 4 years increases the terms by 25%.
I'm saying you said something about special elections. I thought you said you wanted to hear.
Oh, after that, I said special elections because if we have people who resign or leave in less than 4 years, that probability is going to be higher than if they do it in 3 years,
Okay.
less than 3 years.
So it wasn't a question. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I always wanted to know about this, how we're going to handle if somebody should resign. Are we going to have a special election?
that's provided for in the bylaws. The bylaws allow the executive board to request a special election. If a member has resigned, they does not have to. Under the current bylaws, if 2 members have left office for some reason, then the executive board must request the elections committee to hold a special election. Under the new proposal, since we've gone from 7 to 8, that increases if we've had 3. At 3, there's a requirement to hold a special election. At 2, there is not. So just like now, when the board gets down to 5, it's required to ask the elections committee to hold a special election. All right, next up, Mr. Winston. I'm sorry, I took some folks out of order. I had you ahead of Mr. Stencil. I just read it wrong. You now have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, just a few things. One, Sam Sloan's name was mentioned. He was a disruptive force on the board. He got in for a 1-year special election. And that was one of the problems during the period we had 4 years. I have a procedural question. I sent 2 amendments to Carol Meyer yesterday, and I thought since I had submitted them as requested, they would be coming up. And I guess they're up on the screen.
You have not made the amendments, Harold. You sent them in so we could get them queued up, but you had not had the floor and actually made the amendment.
Well, okay, then I didn't understand what you needed to do. So the first amendment, and if that passes, you don't need the second one, is to delete the change to 4-year terms and keep with 3-year terms. And I think a lot of these reasons have already been given by others who spoke. It's more democratic. We've had greater success with it. And I did hear a comment, which I think is just praising the executive board in recent years for their work. And they were all elected with 3-year terms. And of course, most of them who served 3 years and ran again got reelected, as you did, Mr. President, as Mr. Needman did, and as others have done. So again, it seems to me that 3 years have worked for us. And with 4 years, we had a number of problems when it was tried. And we are still the same federation as before. Our goal is to make chess more popular, to let people know what a great game chess is and how it can improve their lives. And that hasn't changed. And again, if we go back all the way to 1975, for most of our history, we have had 3-year terms. And from that time on, and annual elections, and the Federation hasn't suffered. It's often good to have new blood coming in.
Your time is up.
Respond to the motion.
Your time is up.
Alan?
Yes, please. Hold on a minute. I'm going to clear the board of hands that are up. And what I'm going to do then is allow you to raise your hand if you wish to speak to the amendment. So I'm clearing the list. If you wish to speak to the amendment, you may hold up your hands now. And Mr. Bauer, go ahead and respond, please.
So again, I'm going to oppose this amendment. First of all, it was the product of a governance task force that Harold was a member of, and it passed out of the task force 7-2. That's 78% for those of you who seem to want to throw statistics around. That's an overwhelming percentage. Harold had the opportunity to perfect the motion that came out of the task force. He chose not to work with us on compromise. He chose to oppose everything. Now he wants to take another bite of the apple here in front of the delegates. This was a carefully crafted compromise amongst people on the task force. And to upset that apple cart and just take bits and pieces takes away from the 18 months of work that was done by that task force that you put in charge of figuring out these issues. This is a different world that US Chess lives in right now. We never had $1.2 million in reserve funds. We never had benefactors giving us over $1 million to safeguard and to use carefully. The board is different, and giving us the opportunity to work together for continuous periods of time will make it better. please vote down this and take on what the task force presented you as a whole. If you want to vote it down as a whole, fine, but let's not start picking it apart and making the task force irrelevant in the decisions that it made on a 7-2 vote.
All right, the next person with the floor would be Leela. You can unmute and have the floor, ma'am.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes. Go ahead.
Speak against this attempt to eliminate the 4-year terms. What having 4-year terms allows for is for an 8-member board where we don't have to have the distraction of annual elections. And to discuss the possibility that someone might leave early as if that happens frequently, and it has not historically, while completely discounting the distractive nature of having constant annual elections. We are in a position as an organization where currently our election cycle never ends. We have people beginning their campaign for the next election before the most recently elected board members even take their seats. That is disruptive to the entire process. It prevents the board from getting into a rhythm where the members of the board work together, know one another, and can move things forward. To suggest that past successes are sufficient is to say it's okay to keep running slow. We don't need to keep running slow. We are a large national nonprofit getting large donations with important things to do, and we are not the same US Chess that we were in 1975. That is not what we are. It is not who we are today, and it's important to think of structuring our board in a way that the board can move forward and work efficiently. That's what the longer terms and the slight increase in the size of the board allow for. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Scott. Mr. Morford, you are on deck.
I would.
Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally unmuted you, Mr. Scott. Would you go ahead and unmute again? Sorry about that.
There we go.
Button. Sorry,
Okay.
Wrong button. My fault.
We got it?
Yeah.
The motion that is on my screen is to postpone. And I think that Mr. Morford.
That was the prior motion. The motion was right here. It's the amend Article 6 of the bylaws, Section 7, delete the change to 4-year terms. You, Carol, the top of that off that says motion to postpone because that was defeated. There you go.
It's sort of a whoops.
There you go.
Okay, so we're talking about Harold's motion now.
Yes.
Amendment.
Harold's motion to amend to strike the 4-year terms and make it 3-year terms.
Okay, I had been trying to speak to Mr. Morford's motion, but that was
voted on. That was voted on and cleared. Okay, we good?
Well, it was to postpone indefinitely, which
it was voted down. It was voted down. It's already been done.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Morford, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know we've gone over this already, but since it keeps coming up, I think we've established through previous discussions that though it's been for various reasons, we've had quite a few people over the years who have not finished out one of their 4-year terms. So it's not an infrequent occurrence. The debate has been over why they all left. And I support the proposed amendment. There's more accountability with a 3-year term rather than a 4-year term. We've functioned that way successfully, so it's not causing any huge problems for the organization. I'd also like to point out that when Harold Winston finished speaking, there was a response to him that became personal, that named him, and he didn't have a chance to respond to that. I'm done.
Next up is Mr. Day. Ms. Davidson, you're on deck.
I call the question.
The question has been called on the Section 7 change to delete the 4-year terms to 3. If we can get the list of people whose hands are up listed, I think we need to add Lumelski, Camerata, Hoffpower, and Bowman to this list. Lumelski, Camerata, Hoffpower, and Bowman. No, we're not taking more to speak to this motion right now. The question is up to be called. You can add in a minute. Just getting the people who already had their hands up at that point. Camerata, Hoffpower, and Bowman. Yep, Camerata. Next would be Hoffpower and then Bowman. You have that noted, Carol? I'm going to clear the screen. Are there objections to calling the question? There is an objection to calling the question. We only need one. So we will vote on the move to call the question. We need a poll up. This is a question to call the question on and in debate on this amendment of Section 7, which would delete the 4-year terms, leaving terms at 3 years.
Why won't you let me vote?
We don't have the poll up yet. Give us just a second. Motion to end debate on the 4-year term removal from the main motion. Most people have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the polling, show the results. The question is called. The motion to end debate passes 74 to 19. Voted no, 2 abstained. Therefore, we will now vote on the amendment. The motion on which we are voting is this amendment to amend Article 7 to delete the change from 4-year terms and all of the transition procedures. Transition procedures being the different terms for different years. So we transition from 3 years to 4. No, we're not calling the question. This is not the right thing. It says call the question. We're not calling the question. We need to change that title.
Yeah, but you're giving me a screen full of shit that
We're getting somebody who's not muted and we're hearing you. I don't know who it is. I'm going to try to figure out who I've got unmuted. We're voting on the amendment. Apologize for the delay, folks. There we go. We're actually voting on the amendment. Polling is open. If you would like to amend the motion to remove 4-year terms and remove the transaction language, you should vote aye. If you do not wish and you wish the 4-year terms to remain, you need to vote no. Got 95 have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The amendment fails. It had 42 votes in favor, 53 votes opposed, and 1 abstained. So that amendment fails. At this point, folks, I have 5:30. We've run about a half an hour past what we told you our stopping time would be. Harold, just a second. I'm going to open up your mic again if I can find you on the list. Harold, would you please unmute?
Yes.
Harold, does this, if this has failed, does the next amendment, is that withdrawn, or do we need to consider the next amendment? I don't have the amendments in front of me.
No. If this fails, you do need to consider the next one.
Got
I'm
it.
willing to wait till tomorrow morning, though, because
Yes.
it's 5:30.
I just wanted to make sure where we were. So
Sure.
I tell you what, we'll leave it here. I'm just going to say this is where we will pick up. All right, Harold, we'll pick up with your other amendment
right
in the morning, and we'll deal with this issue. So any of the people on this raised hand list can be removed because we've already dealt with the amendment to Article 7 for Section 7 in changing that. That failed. And then tomorrow we will pick up at noon with this Section 7 about changing the term limit. And at that point, we will have folks, we'll open with holding up hands and getting on the list to speak to that. We have retained the list on the main motion, and we will come back to that whenever we work through this amendment. Just a word for future stuff, and Harold, I apologize if this wasn't clear. Folks, we do have some other people who've sent in some amendments to motions. What you need to do, we've got them, and we thank you for doing that. That allows us to put them up on the screen. And so when it comes time that we're doing that, you need to hit the floor, and then if you want to still make the amendment, do that. You may choose not to do it because of stuff that develops between then and now. So depending on what happens, your motion may be something that you don't want to pursue at that point. Okay? Folks, thank you so much. It's been a long day. You've been great. Really appreciate it. I think the functionality of the meeting is going pretty well. And the Slack channel remains open to discuss various issues if you'd like. And other than that, I declare that this meeting is in recess until noon tomorrow. One thing, you will have to re-register for tomorrow's meeting. That link will be sent out to you early in the morning in plenty of time, just like it was for today. We are in recess. As I mentioned yesterday, I don't like to reward people for showing up late, so we are going to go ahead and get started. The participants list, if you look at it right now, we have 90 people logged into the call. Of those, some 5 are not delegates, they're staff, and the timekeeper and all that sort of thing. So with that, we clearly, since we have a quorum of 44, we clearly have a quorum with which to do business. In fact, we've had very little attrition since yesterday. Thank you all so much for coming. Couple of administrative items as we get going. As we have mentioned, please go in to rename yourself and add the state that you are representing. A number of you all have done that. Thank you very much. If we could get the rest of you all to do that, I would appreciate it. If you're here as a DAL or someone not representing a particular state, then just mark that status. Reminder, you need to keep your video camera on during the meeting. We have a requirement that we are not allowed to have proxies. That's both in our bylaws, it's also in Illinois law. The only way we can make sure that you are you is to be able to see you. So please keep your video open during the meeting. We did run into an issue yesterday, and with getting motions of personal privilege, points of personal privilege, points of information, and points of order. We found that the mechanism we had for that was just a little too unwieldy, which had been to send those to Carol. We still want you to send amendments that you may have written to Carol, but what we have done is we've opened up the chat to host. So if you find the toolbar and whatever device you're using, there will be a chat feature there. And on that, you will be able to send chat messages to the host, which is me. Now, please don't send me messages that aren't on point. Chatty things. I need motions to come through because I don't want to sort through a bunch of other stuff. But if you do have a point of order or something, please, point of information, point of personal privilege, if you'll pop in there and tell me, I can make sure and get it in there and get you recognized for that. That being said, we did miss a point of order issue yesterday that I want to admit that we did. I made an error. There was a vote to call the question on the motion to postpone indefinitely. I closed that, declared the motion passed because I was thinking it was a majority. It is not. It is 2/3. The vote was 62 to 32. It was not quite a 2/3 majority. We have gone ahead and dispensed with that motion, and the motion failed. That's not a correctable error. We're not going back to deal with that. I think Mr. Hoffman was trying to raise a point of order to that effect, and like I said, we just didn't get it in time. So we've changed that to add this chat feature so that we can do it. Also, as opposed to having a meeting in person where we have microphones with a line, what tends to happen then, if you're lined up to speak and someone makes a motion to amend, folks tend to scatter out of the way and they line up to speak to the motion. What we're doing is we're recording the order in which you have been standing at that mic to speak. And when we come back, when we dispense with the amendment, we will come back to that and I'll pick up in exactly that same order. It does help me if you go ahead and raise your hand. We're not going to put you on the list a second time, but when you raise your hand, it comes to the top of my participants list. It will also help me if you do not wish to speak, if you lower your hand. But if I give you the floor, I'll take care of lowering your hand and unmuting and muting you. So please, if you've got the floor, I'll leave your hand up and I'll take care of that issue because you're at the top of my list and it's easier for me to find you. I don't have to go hunting for you after you're done to mute your mic back up. As we mentioned yesterday, if we do have a bunch of feedback on your mic, we may in fact mute that until we can get that cleaned up. I don't think we had a lot of problems with that yesterday. Be aware if you are queued up to speak and your mic has, and I've told you you're queued up and you have opened your mic, we're hearing everything that happens in the background. So if the dog starts barking, if you decide to do something that makes noise, we're all going to hear it. You know, classic problem with the Zoom deal is everyone has heard the horror story, and I actually had the experience of it, of somebody who has an open mic and says something. I was in a meeting with about 50 people, and of course, schools don't have kids there, and we had a woman who had a choice word for her teenager that I can't repeat in polite company, and all 50 of us heard that. So, so if you've got an open mic, just be aware of that. We don't want you to say something you didn't want to say. I think that was all the announcements I needed to make. Carol, have I missed anything? Or Ken, have I missed anything?
I think that's everything. Thank you.
Good deal. All righty. Ken, I guess I would have to unmute you if you had something. If you have something, Ken, raise your hand and move on from there. All righty. Right now I have 103 participants logged in. There are 6 logins that are not able to vote, either because they're staff or they're hosts. I am one of those 6. So if I am adding my vote to an issue, I will announce it. Another thing that is a little different from yesterday, we've gone to just a generic call the question polling question. So that will come up. That'll make it a little bit quicker when we have that happen, because that might happen a couple of times today. All right. Without further ado, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. I did receive last evening a request for a point of personal privilege from Mr. Gerald Larson of Alabama, and I am opening the meeting with granting that point of personal privilege. So, Mr. Larson, you may unmute your microphone, and you are up, sir.
Thank you. It has been alleged that the delegates have no way to communicate with each other. This is simply not true. I noticed this problem, and starting on the 20th of July, I forcefully suggested via email to both the president and the executive director that it would behoove US Chess to have a private communications channel for the delegates during the interval leading up to and including the delegates' assembly, in order to allow the delegates to intelligently and privately discuss the significant issues before us. The lack of any face-to-face meetings or conversations meant there simply must be some form of electronic substitute. I was rather insistent, perhaps even obnoxious. I can be that way. Executive Director Carol Meyer grabbed this idea and implemented it within days in a very fine channelized Slack communications app for the delegates. It works really, really well. There has been very productive dialogue there for about a month now. Anyone who is truly prepared for this special delegates meeting has been on it. Anyone who would like to can still join and catch up. There is a lively chat going on there right now. All signs indicate that this dialogue tool will continue, quite possibly permanently. Each of you has been invited to join this Slack group probably multiple times. Although my initial suggestion was very much against doing so, there is even live chat on Slack during the special delegates meeting. It can be both informative and fun. I myself have cast some shade there. It moves from topic channel to topic channel as the meeting advances. That is the nature of live chat. For any delegate to now argue that he or she has had no opportunity for input, despite many opportunities for input, is completely disingenuous. There have been many town halls plus continuous Slack opportunities for weeks and weeks now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Larson. We will move on then with our next back into the order of business to get that back reset. I have asked Randy Bauer if he would, we were on the motion for the executive board restructuring. I'm going to bring up we are talking about an amendment, but I'm going to bring us up to where we're at on that. Randy, just take a moment. Don't take, we're not presenting the motion again. let's where is Randy? Let's there, okay, your mic's open. Let's set the stage for where we're at and let's move on.
Great. Thank you, Ellen. So as you recall, yesterday I did present some background on this particular motion, which is directly comes from the governance task force. And one thing I didn't do yesterday as it relates to the governance task force is acknowledge the participation of the final 9 members of the task force that voted 7-2 to move this motion in front of the body. And so I want to do that right now. First of all, the chair was Gary Walters. The other members were Leela Dockin, Guy Hoffman, Richard Kepke, Corey Cormick, Alex Lemelski, Alan Priest, Ken Sloan, Richard Williams Jr., Harold Winston, and me. And as I mentioned yesterday, there were over 7,300 messages exchanged amongst members of the governance task force through its 18-month run. You know, if you just did the math, if every participant spent a minute on each of those messages, and many of them was much more time than that, that'd be over 120 hours each that they dedicated to this particular task force. And I know for a fact it was more than that, but that gives you a sense of the commitment that these people made to taking these issues and thoroughly discussing them and then presenting a proposal to the delegates. And, you know, what we have is a product of bipartisanship. Parts of the proposals before you weren't what I wanted. They weren't what all of the members of the committee that voted for in favor of it 7-2 wanted. We reached consensus, and I think what we have is a pretty balanced proposal. Right now, we're dealing with the executive board restructuring. Yesterday, we dispensed with 2 major motions, one of which would have tabled this indefinitely. That failed. We also dealt with a proposal, an amendment that would have changed the 4-year terms in this particular motion back to 3 years, and that also failed. You know, I think we've had substantial debate on what the issues are related to this. In a nutshell, it is that our executive board needs the time to dedicate to the work that it does without continual distractions and the costs associated with going to having yearly elections. And by going by yearly, we'll have that opportunity to cohere and work better together. You know, the organization, you know, they've been strong. I'm not saying that US Chess hasn't had strong executive boards or that it hasn't done good work in the past, but we are different than the past. The one thing that has been mentioned is that we have right now as of August 4th, we had $1,461,000 in our reserve fund. We also have $584,000 in our LMA trust and $832,000 in our endowment trust fund. All told, that's like $2.9 million, most of which has occurred. Yes.
Randy, you're moving into speaking to the motion. We were just resetting the point. That's where we are.
Okay,
so
fine.
All right. Reset.
So all right. So I'll speak to this topic a little bit more later. But the point is, we've dispensed with 2 major motions that would have changed significantly what is being put forth in front of the body. I believe there are at least a couple more motions. I am in general going to ask that, you know, you all resist and give the governance task force that's put so much time into this an up or down vote on the compromise that it's put before you, on a 7-2 vote. And I guess with that, Mr. President,
there we go.
I will yield the floor.
Thank you very much. So what we have before us, where we ended the day yesterday, was this amendment, which was presented by Mr. Winston of Illinois, that said, this is on the Article 6 bylaws provision. Carol, scroll up to the actual chapter, section 7 as it exists right now. The motion that exists is actually Section 8. And Harold, with your indulgence, we're just going to change your amendment from Section 7 to Section 8 because that's actually what you're amending. If you'll slide down further, Carol. Keep going, please. Keep going, please. Right here. I need a little bit bigger screen. I've taken you too far down. Please go back up a bit. Because this is term limits, and Harold does not have it set. There it is, right there. No individual should serve more than 11 consecutive years on the executive board. As we had mentioned yesterday, to just put the context here, that is designed to handle this transitional period where we have folks who could serve 3, 3, and 7 and serve 3 terms. The current language talks about term limits as 3 terms. So there we go. And let's move down now to the amendment. Harold, if you would please hold your hand up, it'll help me find you. And I'm going to give you the floor to present the amendment. I found you. I'm going to unmute you, Harold. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alan. All right, so this is to change it to make it only 8 consecutive years on the executive board. That's what we did when we had 4-year terms before, 1999 to 2009. And therefore, some people who were elected to a 2-year term would have to have left after serving a total of 6 years. Now, we have people on board now who've been elected to 3-year terms. This would limit them to 7 consecutive instead of 8. But then nothing would stop them from waiting 2 years and running again. In my experience, and I had 3 terms on the executive board, including when I was elected president, which you directly elected then back in 1987, it was helpful to me to be off the board for a few years in between before I came back. In fact, I was off 2 years before I was then elected as president. It gives you an interesting perspective. I think it's anti-democratic to have someone serve as much as 11 years on the board, and we had the 8-year limit before it worked, and it seems to me that's appropriate. Thank you. I'm from Illinois, and I'm also a delegate at large, and I'm in favor of this motion that I've made.
Well, Harold, I hope you're in favor of a motion that you made. It'd be weird if you weren't. All right, Mr. Redmond, I'm going to ask you to unmute. You have the floor, and Andy Rea, you are on deck.
I agree with Harold. I think this worked before. I think it will continue to work. And so I'm very much in favor of his suggestion.
The practical impact of this change will to take certain sitting board members and reduce their term of service that they could be serving under present rules from 9 years down to 7. All right, Andy Rea, you have the floor, and Brian Yang, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Andrew Ray, Virginia. I had gotten in line for the main motion. That's where I had thought we would be. I had been there. I wanted to make sure that I was in that line. I don't have anything to say on this motion. I want to make sure I'm reserved when we get back to the main motion.
We will mark you as having spoken to this motion. If you choose to speak to it later, you can. So when we do that, please delete him from the previously spoken list, and we will move on. Brian Yang, you are up to speak on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment.
Whoop, sorry.
Oh.
By accident. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Hi. All right. So good morning, delegates. So on the amendment, I am speaking against the amendment simply because I don't think that we should diminish the work that the Governor's Task Force has done for the past 2 years. As we can see, these amendments that are delivered on the floor without any discussion, like if anybody's complaining about having no time for discussion, it's these amendments that are brought to the floor and not on Slack or email to us in weeks in advance. So I am speaking against the amendment simply because, I mean, it's not well thought out. And I'm going to give the respect to my fellow delegates who were serving on the Governor's Task Force that spent 2 years on this, compromising, hammering out all the details. So give the respect to the governance task force, and I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Leela, you have the floor. David Day, you are on deck.
Thank you very much. Leela Dunkamp from Louisiana, who has served on the governance task force for 2 years. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I want to make sure that there's not any confusion about this 11-year idea. Yesterday, I was very surprised to hear Mr. Manella of Southern California railing against 11 years as being too long, because Mr. Manella has always taken the position that he doesn't believe in any term limits at all. And this is not an overall 11-year issue that's going to have numerous people long into the future serving on the board for 11 years. What this amendment would do, however, it would take Ryan Velez, who was elected under a scheme where he could serve up to 9 years, up to 3 full terms, and Mr. Hayter, Mr. David, and Dr. Fong, who were just elected similarly, and reduce their potential term of service to 7 years, from 9 to 7. And all this does is make it possible for them to be elected a third time, just as would be the case under the scheme under which they were elected. It's transitional in nature. It's something that was carefully thought out by members of the governance task force, and that I didn't propose, but Corey Cormack, I thought very wisely described it as an elegant means of accomplishing the transition to 4-year terms. And that's really what it is. It's an elegant means of accomplishing that transition without reducing the potential leadership roles of 4 people who will be on the executive board at the end of the day today. Thank you.
I think the proposal as it came out was largely made by Mr. Hoffman. As a practical standpoint, just as informative about the motion that exists as the language exists today. If folks have served 8 years and they were to apply, they would not be eligible to serve because they could not serve all the way through the next term. So the only way you could serve anything more than 8 is if you'd served a partial term, which is what we have today. All right. Mr. Day, you have the floor. Mr. Velez, you are on deck.
I call the question.
The question has been called. I'm going to clear the board. Do we have any objections to calling the question? We have one. That's all we need. So we will have now a vote on calling the question. Carol, can you please bring that poll up? It does require 2/3 to 2/3. $92 have voted. Closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of the poll. Share the results. The vote to call the question is 65 to 29 to 1. That is more than a 2/3 majority on it. We do have a Dylan, I'll get to that here in just a second. So this motion has been called. We will vote on the amendment. The amendment that's in place would be to change, actually, I believe it is Section 8, change the third sentence to read, no individual should serve more than 8 consecutive years on the executive board. So let's bring up that polling question, please. Carol? I have 84 votes. I believe voted. We have 98 votes in place. That should be everyone who is eligible to vote for who is logged in by what I have. Ending the polling. Sharing the result. The vote is in favor of the amendment 46, opposed to the amendment 50. Not voting or abstaining was 2. That means this amendment fails. We have a technical issue going on here, Carol, that we need to get addressed. I have a couple of folks who have contacted me through the chat and say they do not have a functioning raise. They do not have an operating raised hand function. That would be Mr. Glover and Mr. Quircha. So, I'm sorry. So we need to get those guys up and fixed, I think.
Right. Just if I can speak to that, the raise hand function in most instances lives within the participant's window as a button you press at the bottom of the window. If you're coming in from a Chrome browser on a Mac, there's a little hand in the bottom of your window that you raise. And then there are still other versions of the raise hand function that, depending on the platform or operating system you're using, can be in various locations. This is why in the 3 town halls we had on familiarizing yourself with Zoom, we pointed out these things and asked everybody to test it in advance. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do right now to fix those issues.
Mr. Eade has sent me an item in the chat, says if you are on a phone, you can use *9. I assume he knows what he's talking about. I've never done this part on a phone. So *9 may be a way to resolve that issue. So guys, check that out. Send me back a chat if we have a moment, if you have an issue. We have a point of information that has been raised. Actually, we have a couple of them. So I'm going to go ahead and let those point of informations be addressed while we see about this other issue. So the first one is Mr. Hassler. Actually, he has 2 of them. You have raised as a point of information, what is the cost of running an election?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot now about how much money we're going to save by not having elections every year, and obviously there's a cost, but I've never heard the cost figure actually mentioned once yet.
Actually, it actually was mentioned yesterday.
I didn't hear it, so do you know what that is approximately?
The actual hard raw cost in dollars of postage and all that is somewhere approaching $4,000. That does not include travel time for folks and costs to go to the counting site to participate in the count, and it doesn't include the hours of staff time that are involved with, for example, vetting petitions, and all the time associated with that. The person who I'm going to bring into the discussion, because he addressed most of this yesterday, is the chair of the elections committee, which is Ken Ballou. Ken, I have unmuted you.
Uh-oh, that's dangerous.
And you can address that issue.
Mr. President, I think you've covered it fairly well. We had 4,023 registered voters for this election, so figuring first-class postage in excess of 50 cents, we're looking at north of $2,000 just for the postage to mail the ballots. There is also staff time. The governance coordinator verifies randomly, I believe currently, every 5 signatures, every 5th signature on nominating petitions. As we have to move to electronic submission of petitions with the COVID-19 issue, we're going to have to increase that to probably 1 in 3. I obviously don't know what the cost of staff to do that is, but it is a substantial investment of time. Those would be the largest costs, Mr. President.
Yeah, there are also costs to reconstituting the board every year. Now, it's not a hard dollar cost, but it is a cost in time that's involved and functionality of the board. It's hard to put a real dollar on that, but we'll go on with that.
Well, so
Mr. Hassler.
Go ahead, Mr. Bauer. You're going to say something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was the one who raised this issue, and as the costs that have been laid out by Mr. Ballou and by Mr. Priest, beyond that, I mentioned the fact that the office has to take the candidate statements every time, proof them, put them into their location in Chess Life, and that's a significant amount of time as well. I know from having worked with the office on that. The pages in Chess Life is an opportunity cost that, in my opinion, would be better dedicated to other aspects of our mission. So there are a variety of costs that are beyond just the hard dollar costs as well.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just, I'm trying to get a number, and I still can't seem to get a number. So, is it 15? Is a good guess 15,000? Is a good guess 20,000? I mean, I'm asking. I'm not asking for a hard number. I'm not asking to embarrass anybody. I'm just trying to get a handle on it.
The printing and mailing costs are somewhere in the $7,000 to $10,000 range. There's also a considerable amount of staff time that is done both in advance as well as during the election, counting, validating. Participated in that this year. It's I would say somewhere between, in real costs,
30,000, 40,000.
I don't think it's quite that much. I would say between 15 and 20.
Okay. I think that's thank you. My other question was
hold on 1 second. Mr. Hassler had a second point of information that he had raised, and so I'm going to allow him to continue to have the floor to have that answered, and then we're going to deal with a couple of other issues. Go ahead, Mr. Hassler.
Let me just say, I will promise to not be that guy. But my other question was, is there a reason why all of the changes were lumped in one motion as opposed to voting on each change separately? And the reason why I bring this up is I think there's a lot of things in here that would pass near unanimously. And I think we're all getting hung up on the term limits and maybe 1 or 2 other items. And I'm wondering why they were all lumped together as opposed to voted on separately. That's all. Thank you.
So I can answer that as the sponsor of the floor manager of this motion. These were voted out as a motion by the governance task force. And as I suggested, with all of the work that was done to reach compromise and a pretty strong majority on a 7-2 decision by that task force, to separate them now takes away from that balancing act work that was done by the task force. If you start parsing it out, you lose some of the balance that exists in the motion.
So to make it, in my mind, I'm a person who tries to think of analogies. This would be somewhat similar on a lesser scale of making changes to Social Security that requires an up or down vote on the whole shebang.
I would like us to have an up or down vote. I kind of
No, I'm not.
To,
I'm just trying. I'm not trying to speak to or against the motion. I'm just trying to understand the thought process. That's all.
yeah, well, I mean, that was the thought process. It's like a watch. There are different mechanisms that are working together to get to what we as a task force believe was a appropriate outcome.
And with that, please mute me. Thank you so much.
All right. Doing that. There was a question that had been raised, the point of privilege, that we had a couple of folks whose hand raise function was not working. Dylan Quercho was one. He is now telling me that it is fixed, and I know it's fixed because his hand is up. The other one who seemed to have a problem with that was Mr. Glover. I don't know if he's figured out that functionality yet now or not. We also had, second, let me run down through here. We've got that fixed, we got that addressed, we got that addressed. As I had mentioned before, the Mr. Manross has raised a point of information that will the vote on the amendment to postpone indefinitely still be on the books as having occurred? Certainly it will, because it was, the vote was not, I think you're meaning the vote on the calling the question. Certainly the motion that was voted down, and that vote was properly counted, and so that is not an error we will go back and deal with. We just closed off debate a little quickly. Obviously, folks were satisfied to vote the motion down. So we are done with those issues. I don't see any more points of information. I do have, however, a point of privilege being raised by Mr. Manella, and I will unmute him for that purpose. Jim, you may unmute your mic.
All right.
Hold on a second. And you have the floor for a point of privilege. You've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Ms. Thea Quinn mentioned my name as someone who was opposed to term limits. And that is true that in the past, I have been opposed to term limits. However, I want to make it perfectly clear that that opposition to term limits was under the old form of government or current form of government, and not under these proposals. If these proposals passed, then I am 100% in favor of term limits, because 11 years is simply too much time to have anybody on the executive board.
You are moving to speaking to the motion now, right?
No, I just want to make it clear, because we will be voting on that motion.
Gotcha.
That I do support term limits under this proposal that we will be voting on shortly. And that was it.
Gotcha. I'm with you. Now, we have already then had the vote to deal with this amendment, so we are back, according to my records, we are back to a voting on the main motion. I don't believe we have any other amendments filed. And Mr. Manella, you really were addressing the motion at hand. So our parliamentarian is telling me that really wasn't a point of personal privilege. So, but I'm going to move ahead with it. I'm not going to take you out of the queue to address the motion as a whole. Can we scroll up to my list of hands for the motion, for the main motion? Because we've dealt with all the amendments that we have. Okay, here to speak to this. These are the folks who were lined up for the main motion when we started.
Alan?
Yes?
We have other amendments that are queued up, but people have not yet been recognized to speak to them. So just a point of clarification there.
All right, let's get these motions dealt with. Which one do we have up next?
Let me
take them in the order we got.
Steve Emmett's motion.
And Steve, thank you for the message in the chat. I got it as I was getting ready to head on to something else here. All right. Can we bring this down just a smidge so we can get as much of the rationale in there that we can, please? So what Steve's motion, Steve, I'm going to give you the floor in just a second, is to basically remove this point of not to not have the felony conviction. No, Mr. Manross, new amendments cannot be sent in Zoom chat. You need to send them through email, as we said, because we can't copy them out of Zoom chat and get them up into the other. So as we said, the procedure to send in amendments is to send them by email to cmeyer@uschess.org. That's been in place and that has not changed. All righty. So just a second, Steve. You may unmute your mic. We are now addressing this proposed amendment. So those of y'all who are in line, I am actually going to remove everybody's hand. I'm going to lower everybody's hand. If you want to speak to this amendment after it's made, then we'll let you come back up for it. All right, Steve, go ahead. You have the floor.
All right. There's a typo in my proposed amendment, and it should be has disclosed the details of all convictions of felonies in his or her nominating petition.
Okay.
All right. So that's one of the things I wanted to correct. And there was also something in my rationale that had the wrong word. I don't know if I need to correct that or
just
not.
go on. Just go on with it.
All right. So I wanted to address this. I think some of it is addressed in the rationale, but I'd like to address some likely objections to this that I've heard before. One of them is that there's always the opportunity for wrongfully convicted persons of seeking a like gubernatorial pardon or a presidential pardon or something in that nature. And yes, that is true, although in most cases the pardon is a sort of a pardon of the punishment. The crime in a pardon is usually recorded anyway, and someone is noted as having been, his punishment as having been pardoned. But the record of the conviction is still.
Steve, that is actually not factually correct. A pardon, what you're talking about is a commutation of sentence. A pardon, it removes it all, and it's like it never happened.
All right, so if it's expunged, then I used the wrong, I was addressing the wrong.
Expunged is the same thing. Expunged removes it from the record entirely.
Okay, all right. So
expunged and pardon have the same practical impact.
All right. So yes, okay. So having been corrected on that, I still would argue that that is not necessarily the most effective way to address convictions, because it's not, a worthy argument can still be delayed quite a while that process plays out. The argument also has been made that this is not about the individual, this is about the organization. And yes, that is true, but I think if there's an issue with the individual that is inherently incorrect or unfair, it also reflects on the organization too. There are cases where valued viewpoints can be basically not considered. Diversity of opinion can be closed down by somebody, let's say, who got in trouble in a fight as a youth, and that was many years ago, and he made a mistake.
You have 10 more seconds.
Okay, so that is that. The last issue is that this idea of everything has to be voted up or down, that assumes
Steve,
that everything is
you're out of time.
corrected. That's my.
You're out of time. Carol, please scroll the box down so we can see the entire rationale. Thank you very much. All right. Have we seen that? Next up that I have in the queue to speak to this is Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, may I unmute? And then I have Mr. Hoffpower.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the amendment. Nothing in barring felons from service on the executive board bars felons from serving chess. They can still run tournaments, they can still play, they can still serve as delegates. It's just about ensuring that we have highly qualified candidates that we know can embody the fiduciary duties required to serve on the executive board. Part of the rationale of this is that the present bylaws offer almost no punishment for someone who refuses to disclose their past conviction. Right now, a felon is required to disclose in a chess life statement, but the only teeth that has is that the felon who is elected to the board who doesn't disclose his or her conviction is subject to or grounds for immediate recall. This still means we have to have a 2/3 majority on ADM or a 3/4 majority on non-advanced motion. We have to then have a recall election that's going to cost, up to $4,000, as we were just discussing.
Like 7.
Sure. And then on top of that, we need 2/3 majority of registered voting members, 4,000 voting members, and 1,800 just voted in our most recent contested election. It's better to just
have a 2/3 majority of those who actually vote, but that's okay.
But it's much more clear to just have the bar full stop. These people can still serve chess. Thank you.
Ryan, you had your hand up and you're listed in the raised hand, and I skipped over you, I think, because I accidentally lowered your hand. Are you wishing to speak to this motion?
No, not this one.
All right. Take him off the list. Mike Hoffpower, you have the floor.
Good morning. I don't understand what is meant by disclose the details. I mean, what's a detail to me may be fluff to somebody else. Furthermore, if details are disclosed, how does one seek verification of said details? So I'm against this proposed motion. That's it.
Steve, would you like to address that question of what that means in your proposal? I'm giving you the floor.
All right, disclose the details can be dates of offense or conviction and what the conviction was for. I mean, that's certainly a minimum that would be needed is the details of the offense. And if the candidate wishes to address any more explanation, he would have the opportunity to do that. And just to make it clear, this is something that would be required on the nominating petition. He would have to have this disclosed. And this goes hand in hand with the background check. Thank you.
All right, Steve, I'm just going to mute you down. You're in line to speak to this a second time. Mike, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I'm going to mute you. Mr. Bauer was next in line, I believe. Can we scroll me up to get my speaker list so I can see it? Thank you very much. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay, we have the question that has been called. Do we have our list marked? I think if you just add Mr. Manross at the bottom of the list, please, because his hand is up. Below Mr. Manella, I'm going to clear the board. Do we have an objection to calling the question? We have an objection. We will now vote to call the question. We don't have to have any more hands. We have an objection. Let's bring up the poll to call the question. I'm just going to launch this, as it is. This is calling the question on Steve's amendment. I have 93 who have voted, 96. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling. We have 66 votes in favor of calling the question. We have 30 votes opposed. That is more than 2/3 majority. The question has been called. Now we will be voting on Steve's amendment. Two have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone who is eligible has voted. Oops, sorry. The votes in favor of the amendment are 38. Votes opposed, 5. Those who chose just vote present. I'm sorry, votes nay are 56. Those who voted present are 5. This motion fails. Do we have any more amendments related to the EB structure motion? Carol, have we received any?
Two more.
Okay, let's get the next one up. I'm clearing the board of raised hands again. This is a proposal from Mr. Reed of Texas. Mr. Reed, I have given you the floor to present your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. My proposal is basically to allow members to vote on changing only the addition of Section 2 with the existing term limit of has not served more than three consecutive terms on the executive board for eligibility, and no other changes to the rest of the sections other than renumbering them. And the rationale is to provide members the ability to vote in these very important changes for eligibility and not pass any of the other changes to the bylaws.
So what your amendment is to eliminate anything else, to only have Section 2, and the language that you have for Section 2 is actually different than the language for Section 2 in the proposal. Is that correct? Because it is.
Correct. Just to rephrase the the existing limitation of having not served more than 3 consecutive terms.
So that is different than the existing proposal.
Correct.
Item 2. That's the only change in Section 2.
In the only change in Section 2, and then no other changes for any other section.
Well, that would not be correct, because there are other sections that have items that have been moved out of them and put into this Section 2 language. There, for example, the anti-nepotism rules are in a separate section, so you're actually incorporating them here.
Well, that's from the existing motion.
Existing. Okay, I'm with you. I got you. All right. We have some hands up to
Right,
address.
because there was like a part 6 and 7. Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you. Okay, I got it now. I'm trying to make sure we have the motion exactly clear as to what it does. Is there a way simply to make this screen bigger, please, Carol? Is that at all possible? I cannot see the name, not that way. Longer, I can't see the names.
Actually, yeah, shrink it, like reduce the zoom level.
Yeah, we need
So
to
you
make the
see more
zoom
of it.
smaller. Then folks who make it bigger on their screen, I've got to be able to see the names in addition to language. The first person up has the floor. This is Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, I'd ask the members to resist this amendment. Essentially, it's undoing almost all of what the Governance Task Force has recommended, with just a small, maintaining just an item that wasn't even considered in terms of how the term lengths would be structured. This is essentially defeating the Governance Task Force's motion. We've had significant debate on that already. I don't think we need to have it here. We can have it when we get to the full motion. So I would suggest that this is in some ways the way to entirely eliminate what the Governance Task Force has done, and I would ask you to oppose it.
All right. Mr. Manross, you have the floor. Mr. Morford, you're in line.
This may be the most important amendment we are going to see today. This is the fundamental trust me question on the Governance Task Force. It's very convenient that Vice President Bauer spoke first. We have heard that this entire massive edit to Article 6 is too much, all packaged up into one individual motion that should be separated and voted on as individual pieces. Mr. Bauer says that this undoes all the work of the Governance Task Force. The problem is we still don't know what that work is. We've been told that the delegates know everything that's been said. I went through what the delegates have been given. Mr. Vice President, your exact quote from February 11th at 9:45 a.m. is not in there. It is this.
Mr. Manross, are you addressing this motion? Are you
motion? Yes,
Mr. Manross.
directly motion, Mr. President.
Hold on just a minute. If you wish to address this particular motion, that's fine. If you're trying to address the motion as a whole, that's not what this does. I'll give you the floor back. You still have your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. This motion eliminates all of the attack on the democracy of US chess. That quote again from our Vice President Randy Bauer at 9:45 a.m. on February 11th in the Slack minutes of the Governance Task Force, which are not transparent and we have not been given. Quote, democratic processes didn't work, so we discarded it. See, democratic processes aren't the be-all and end-all. Sometimes reality has to...
Mr. Manross, you are not speaking to this motion. I have had 2 points of order raised. Speak to this amendment or yield the floor.
Although the quote is being squashed, this amendment answers directly the attack on our democracy. The Governance Task Force has not made the minutes clear on why we should accept any more than this. Mr. Reed, beautiful motion from the state of Texas. Thank you, Texas, for leading the fight for democracy in chess. Southern California wholeheartedly joins you. All delegates, please accept this amendment to maintain Article 6. We can discuss everything else next year, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Morford, you have the floor. Mr. Williams, you are on deck.
Would it be possible to show on the screens the actual proposed amendment? I'm looking at other things that are not germane to this discussion.
That is what is on the screen right now.
Yeah, thank you. It just got scrolled up. Thank you.
Well, if I scroll it up all the way, I can't see the people's names. So we'll scroll down and look at the amendment one more time. Keep going, please. What this does say, as Mr. Reed described it, this keeps section 2 of the current proposal. However, it limits the terms to 3. So, and it does not, the current proposal, of course, says 11 years. It turns this to 3. So it is a substantive change from the existing bylaws, which have a 10-year term limit. Because it adds for the partial years and it removes everything else that has been selected.
Okay, well, I rise to speak in favor of the proposed amendment. I mean, this strikes me as being much more elegant than the original model of 11 years. This helps avoid, I would think, any possibility of somebody terming out in the middle of a term.
We already addressed the term limit issue. There was already a motion about changing the term limit. So this is not specifically about term limit. This is about removing all the other pieces. Go ahead.
I think that that's probably a step in the right direction. There is too much in the proposed amendment, the original one. So I think this is probably a step in the right direction. And for those people who think we should just accept discussions that have occurred in the government task force or on other platforms, this is the delegates meeting. That's what we're here for, to go through the entire document again. And I support this. I think it's a very well motivated proposal from Texas.
All right, thank you very much. We have raised a point of privilege and a point of order. Second, let me get Mr. Bauer. Mr. Bauer, you can unmute. You have the floor. You had a point of personal privilege and a point of order.
One of the personal privileges have been mentioned in a quote in a Slack discussion that is not minutes. The Slack discussion was predicated on the fact that it was amongst the members of the governance task force. It was not minutes or proceedings. And that quote has been wildly taken out of context. It wasn't even dealing with the topic that we're talking about, which is length of terms. It was dealing with whether or not to have appointed board members. As has been pointed out numerous times, and I have pointed it out to Mr. Manross, and he just doesn't want to accept it or doesn't understand it, that is not an issue that is in front of the delegates. And to raise it in this way is disingenuous, and I just think does not serve the delegates well. That's my point of personal privilege. My point of order is a question to the parliamentarian: is this amendment divisible? Because I think it is, and I would like to divide it.
I'm unmuting the parliamentarian. Mr. Parliamentarian.
Mr. President, the motion to divide the question would be in order.
Which question?
Then I move to
divide which question, Randy?
I would like to divide the amendment in front of us. And I would like to divide it so that the removal of all the rest of the motion is Division B, and Division A is this issue that has been put forward about the term limits. You know, this is just really a subterfuge to try and eliminate the entirety of, almost the entirety of the governance task force motion by putting forth one little change that may be acceptable to the body as a whole. I do not want the body to misunderstand what's being done here. So that is my division, and I would then ask that we go to Division A first.
All right, thank you. We have a motion then to divide the question. Mr. Ballou, I need some guidance here. Can unmute your mic, please? Is this motion debatable?
Let me check, Mr. President. I believe the answer is yes, because the underlying motion is. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Divide the question is not debatable. My error.
So we have a motion on the floor to divide the question. The 1 second. So we have a motion to divide the question. To divide the question, that's section A being being the first issue to be section A being, I'm sorry, the first part of the division being section 2, the second part of the division being all the rest. We have, we need to take a poll and a vote on dividing the question.
No. Oh, okay.
So we're just, Carol, if you could get me a poll up for that. If you just put the poll and say divide the question, we should be sufficient. This is a simple majority vote, right, Mr. Parliamentarian? Ken?
Sir, Mr. President, yes. It is a simple majority.
There's been a question raised, if the division passes, is this amendment defeated? It is not. It means we will be voting on the amendment in 2 different parts. Motion to divide the question. $85 have voted. 95 have voted. Let's get votes in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling. The question is divided. The aye vote was 46, nay 39. 10 voted present. 46 is bigger than 39 in this accountant's book. So therefore the question is divided. What we will now be dealing with is only the section 2 portion. So the section 2 portion, which says we will essentially change the, what section 2 does as a separate motion is it simply changes the term limits from 11 years to 3 consecutive terms. That's the effect of this motion. You know, I am going to, we have this recorded. Those were recorded for the other. I'm clearing the board. If you would like to speak to the divided motion now, we will do that. Mr. Winson asked a question. I'm assuming it's a point of information. How can Mr. Bauer make a motion as part, I got you, Sean, I'll come back. As a part of point of personal privilege, he had raised a point of personal privilege and he had raised a point of order. So under the point of order, he divided the question. Just a second, Sean. Sean Manross had requested a point of personal privilege. Sean, you can unmute. There you go. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am speaking to having been referenced by the Vice President. The point at hand is intrinsically linked to the motions we're debating, although it is not specifically the motions we're debating, and I am not speaking to them. This has become a trust me issue, and it's not just me. This is so big to accept that the entire board of Southern California has rejected it. You have heard the former president.
You're speaking to the motion, Mr. Manross. This is not
I have said that the Vice President said that the quote has been taken out of context. Mr. Manila, who is a member of my board of directors, which I am not speaking about. No, I'm speaking to having been accused of taking it out of context, Mr. President. When we say that this is an attack on the democracy of US chess, we received that information from a whistleblower from the governance task force who was not mentioned today, Jim Manila. He was removed from the governance task force wrongfully. Many of you saw an email about that.
Mr.
Why
Manross,
was Mr. Manila
you are not
removed?
speaking, you are speaking to the order, to the motion. Hold on just a minute. Sir, hold on a minute. Mr. Ballou, parliamentarian, my ruling is that he is not speaking under point of personal privilege. He is actually speaking to the motion. Therefore, that's the ruling I'm going to make right now. I'm going to open the floor back up one more time and allow him to speak to point of personal privilege. But if he starts speaking to the motion again, I'm going to cut this off. Now, if I do that, for the folks will be able to vote on the ruling of the chair. So, Mr. Manross, if you'd like to continue to speak to personal privilege, that's fine, but quit speaking to the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a fundamental issue of trust, and that is why it was said that I was taking the quote out of context. The quote was not taken out of context if you perceive, like Southern California, the value of democracy in chess. The quote is about the fundamental nature of everything the Governance Task Force has done. And the quote is about the fact that we have had an organization that has been democratic for literally decades. It's worked well to date, and now they're trying to change it. I did not take anything out of context from our whistleblower.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Ballou. Point of order. What was that?
The gentleman said something after my point of order that may make it moot. A point of personal privilege goes only to what is said in debate about the person making the statement, and the comments are limited to rebutting that, not to addressing, for example, what Southern California thinks of this motion.
All right, Mr. Manross, you have 15 seconds left if you'd like to stay on your point of personal privilege instead of straying off the topic.
I believe I've made my point about democracy and chess. I simply wish to thank the president. You run a great meeting, sir, and thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. We stand by our interpretation of the quote about the attack on democracy and chess.
Thank you, Mr. Manross. Speaking now to the motion, Mr. Bauer, we are speaking to the only the Section 2 amendment whose effect of the change is to move from 11-year term to 3 consecutive terms, which, if the rest of the motion passes, would then be a 12-year term on the board. Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I do rise in objection to this division of the amendment, besides the fact that, as Alan points out, we now could have longer terms than exists in the Governance Task Force. We could also have shorter, because some people do not serve the entirety of a term. They don't serve 3 or 4 years. They may only serve 1 year. And so you've now created a variation that really has no policy purpose. What the Governance Task Force has done makes sense. It'll work, and in this transition period, there will be the opportunity to serve 11 years after that. It'll basically be 8 unless someone's doing a special term on the front end. So stick with what we've got. Governance Task Force spent a lot of time on this stuff. Let's just vote this division down, and then we'll deal with the next division, and we'll get on to an up or down vote on what the Governance Task Force has done, which is really what we should be doing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Ms. DeQuinn, you have the floor. Mr. Reed, you are on deck.
I call the question.
Question has been called. Okay, now we have a couple of people lined up to speak to this. Do we have them recorded properly? The last one, I believe, is Mr. Quercha. Not Mr. Lemelski. We are not lined up to do that right now. So the last person, I have Lewis Reed, Danny Rode, and Dylan Quercha as lined up to speak if the calling the question is not approved. Lowering the hands. Do we have objections to calling the question? We have an objection. All right, that's all we need. We have a poll to call the question. We are calling the question to vote on the first division. "95 have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the polling. We have 70 in favor of calling the question, 24 opposed, 1 voted present. That is more than 2/3. The question is called. We are now voting as to whether to accept amendment number, this amendment to Section 2 of the existing proposal. Again, the point of this would be to change item number 6 from 11 years to 3 consecutive terms. We will get that poll up as soon. Just put the poll up as being in favor of the amendment to section 6, please, Carol. She's having to type these on the fly.
Chair, what is the language you would like to have in the poll?
The language just needs to be we're voting on substituting the section 6 from the amendment. I think it's pretty clear. That's section 2. It's substitution of section 2. Thanks, Bob. We ready, Carol? If you're ready, you'd have it up. I'm sorry. Mr. Emmett, question can be called by anyone who is in there.
Mr. Chairman, I am not, the poll has been added, but it is not appearing for me to be able to launch. I don't know if you are able to do so. It's poll number 22. We might need to use the raise hand feature for this.
I am not able to get that up either. I'm sorry. I can't get down to that. All right, I'm going to clear the board. All those who are in favor of closing, of calling the question, raise your hand.
No, that's not the right motion.
I'm sorry. I apologize. You're correct. Said it wrong. Lowering your hands. All those who are in favor of this amendment, which will change section 2 of the main motion, raise your hand if you're in favor of the amendment. I'm going to do the count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, I have 25 votes in favor of the amendment. All those opposed? If you're opposing the amendment, please raise your hand in the participant window. We got a bunch of folks who hadn't done either one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 60 votes in favor,
60 votes opposed.
60 votes who are opposed. So 26 were in favor, 60 votes were opposed. This amendment fails. The second division is, there's a point of order raised. This should be voted by other votes. Some people don't know how to raise hands. We had 86 people who were able to raise hands. If all the rest of them who had not voted had voted in favor, it still would have failed. So that is a moot point. Carol, we can delete some of the prior items. We may have to delete some to be able to get it done. Okay? Now, what we have left then is the second division. The second division basically is to essentially not adopt the main motion. I am ruling that that second part is simply out of order and that we will address the main issue or the next amendment, because that issue would be best addressed in dealing with the main motion. Do we have another amendment, Carol?
We do. Thad Rogers should be recognized to speak. What he sent me was not in a format that I could easily present, so I think he should be recognized to have the floor to offer his amendment.
Except he is not here. Since he is not here, that amendment will not get presented.
That had some difficulty getting in today on his video. I can read I will share what he sent to me, and I am going to share my screen. All it says is, I would like to make an amendment to split the question and vote on section 2 first, which I believe is what has already happened.
Well, the sponsor of the amendment must be present, but essentially that's what's happened. I'm ruling this motion is moot anyway, and we will move on. So we are back. We have no more amendments to this. Am I correct?
Correct.
We're back to the main motion. So let's bring up the main motion. So we are back to the main motion, and since those were amendments that were presented, we are now speaking to the main motion again. The first person who was up in line, I believe, is Mr. Richard Williams. Richard, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all just saw how important it is that we take all of these proposed changes in the context in which they're presented from the GTF. Simply put, without the entire scheme together, right, the whole proposition falls apart, right? This is a complete rewrite of Article 6. Simply taking it piecemeal is inappropriate, and
we have already voted.
yes, I understand that. I understand. I'm just emphasizing to the point of the motion itself. This streamlines and clarifies the eligibility process by adding Section 2. It treats writing candidates the same as nominated candidates. And I really think that the idea that we expand to 8 members and force a supermajority will guarantee that our organization is making good decisions in its own best interest with respect to the executive board. To call the process that led to this proposed motion anti-democratic is, I think, disingenuous, because that's exactly what we're doing here now. We've already sat through one full day of debating these motions. We're voting on amendments. We are doing democracy now. So I would urge all of you to listen to the debate in this body and heed what the members of the task force, myself included, have said in support of it, and vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually have, and I didn't catch it before I'd given the floor to Mr. Williams, we have an appeal of my decision on that second question of the division, that it is a moot to the assembly. That is a valid appeal. Mr. Parliamentarian, is that debatable? I think it is not. Ken, you need to just keep your mic open for me, please.
Mr. President, I believe it is not debatable. The motion would then be, shall the decision of the chair be upheld? A vote of aye agrees with the chair's ruling. A vote of nay overturns the chair's ruling. The motion would require 50% plus 1 voting nay to overturn the chair's decision.
Okay, I need this in a motion, Carol, and I need to have this in the normal polling thing. We can take like that divide the question that's under polling number 17 and replace it, or reuse one of the other ones that's up. But we need to be able to vote on this in the regular way. Please. The ruling that I had made is that the rest of the amendment was moot because it was simply removing, it was essentially voting down the original motion, and that needs to be done on the original motion. So the question is, if you vote A, you're upholding my ruling that it is moot, and we will deal with this in the regular motion. If you are voting nay, then you are wanting us to go back and vote on the second division. $85 have voted, 86. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the polling. 61 have supported the chair, 22 did not, and that ends the ruling of the chair is upheld that it's moot. Mr. Reed has raised a point of order that says we need to revote on the first portion we did by using the polling feature. I do not believe, I am not upholding that request because we had a clear vote on it. It was largely overturned, and as I mentioned, even if those who had not voted had voted in favor of it, it would not have changed it with having 60 votes opposed. So I am moving on. The next person who was in line to speak to actually the motion, please raise it up, was Mr. Lumelski. And Mr. Lumelski, you have the floor. The next one up will be Mr. Brock because some of these other folks have already spoken to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually did not have my hand up.
Oh, this was from before. You had your hand up to speak to this motion before. But
I don't recall where we left off, so if you could just...
That was yesterday, actually, but that's okay. All right.
I understand. If you could take me over the queue, I'll raise my hand if I have to.
We shall. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Do not record Mr. Lumelski as having spoken to the motion. Mr. Brock, I believe that you are next. This is front, whoops. Just a second, unmute. Go ahead, Bill, you have the floor.
I call the question.
Question is called on the main motion. I am going to clear this list. Do we have objections to calling this question? We have one. That's all we need. We're good. We are voting to call the question. All right, calling the question.
And this is regarding the main motion.
On the main motion, this is calling the question on the main motion. 85 of 101 logged in have voted. That should be about everybody. 95 of 196. Give 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 68 who voted to call the question. 26 have voted no. The question is called. We are now voting on the main motion. And this is the main motion with no amendments to it because none of the amendments to it have passed. So this is the main motion to amend the bylaws related to the executive board structure and the length of terms as presented. If you are in favor, vote aye. If you are opposed, vote nay. $93 have voted. Some people complained I wasn't holding votes open long enough. 97 out of 101 have voted. The other 4 don't have the ability to vote. The motion, there are 60 votes in favor, 35 opposed, 2 voted present. The chair will be on record as having voted yes as well. The final vote is 61-35-2. The motion passes. Moving on in our agenda. The next item hang with me. The next item on the agenda is the volunteer trustee indemnification policy. The person who mainly brought that to us is Chuck Unruh, and I think Chuck has been mainly the person who has spoken to that in our meetings. Is Chuck on the call right now?
Thank you, Mr. President.
There he is.
Yes. The Executive Board, trustees, and investment committees propose the indemnification policy for the volunteers that serve on various U.S. chess investment teams. The U.S. investment portfolio currently includes the Life Member Asset Trust, the reserve funds, and the endowment trust funds. If the indemnification policy is approved by the delegates, U.S. Chess volunteers responsible for buy, sell, hold, or other investment decisions or recommendations within the scope of their duties are held harmless from any and all legal actions that originate from service on the various investment teams. What possibly occurs on these investment teams, so we have volunteers that may not be delegates or part of the executive board, and not covered by indemnification. So I am definitely for the proposal. I think this strengthens our relationship with our volunteers. Thank you.
One thing to help explain the proposal, this will not cover folks who act in bad faith or engage in self-dealing, anyone who breaches their fiduciary duty, just like if you had a member of the board, of the executive board, or a delegate who breaches their fiduciary duty, they're not entitled to indemnification, or if they break the law. If this is a person where someone has broken the law, they are not covered under the indemnification provision. That is the last of those. Slide for that issue. Speaking to this motion, I believe, is Mr. Brock is up there first. And then Tim, you are on deck. Mr. Brock, you may unmute, you have the floor.
Thank you. I had only one minor misgiving here. A trustee may be acting in good faith. A trustee may be avoiding self-dealing, yet a trustee may be acting profoundly unwisely. For example, March 2000, putting all the chips into NASDAQ, or for our younger trustee, or for our younger delegates. If those folks who might look at cryptocurrency, Chainlink is doing very good, putting all their money in Chainlink. So,
Bill, I'm going to pause. Bill, I'm going to pause your time.
Yeah.
The standard is really the fiduciary standards for prudent in investing is prudence. So in good faith, if you took all the money and put it in a coffee can in the backyard, that's not prudent. So
point conceded. Point conceded. My point is that in March 2000, the NASDAQ scenario, and there may or may not be some relationship to US Chess's history. And I'm not trying to address that, but even as a hypothetical, I think I think the motion is fine as it stands, and I support its passage. But what I'm trying to note here is that we separately need to develop some investment guidelines that can wait.
And Bill, again, I'll pause your time. Each of these investment committees does, in fact, have investment policies. Those investment policies have for the LMA, for example, have been approved by the LMA Board of Trustees. The investment policy for the endowment fund has been approved by the endowment fund Board of Trustees, and the investment policy for reserve funds and other items has been approved by the executive board, which directly oversees those. So we do in fact have investment policies. Go ahead.
Understood. But what is the interplay between these investment policies as having been developed by the committees? Are these investment policies then formally ratified by the board of directors and therefore bind the trustees in a more formal way?
For the items, and Bill, I think you're out of your time, but I will answer that question. The LMA Trust, which is a separate organization, which is a revocable trust appointed by this body, Board of Trustees has approved its investment policy. The Endowment Fund, which is a revocable trust, which was created by the executive board, those trustees have approved its investment policy. And the executive board, which is responsible for the rest of the items, has approved those policies as well for those. All right?
Okay. Then that moots my point then. I'm
Okay.
satisfied.
Hold on, Mr. Manella. Mr. Just, will have the floor in a second, but I have a point of information being raised by Mr. Manella. Jim, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Yeah, just a quick question. When we say we are indemnifying the trustees for expenses arising or resulting from a breach of the fiduciary duty, does that mean that we are covering legal expenses if say a member decides to sue
hold on,
one of
back
these
up
trustees?
Mr. Manella, wait just a second. You misstated that. What we have said is we will accept that US Chess shall not be required to indemnify the trustees for expenses arising or resulting from a breach in fiduciary duty. I think you said it the other way. So if there is an actual breach, I'm going to go back to your question and give you your time. But if there is an actual breach, they're not. But what it is we're providing a defense.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is then that, no, I'm not talking about an actual breach. I'm talking about an alleged breach. Say a member decides to sue one of these trustees because the stock market went down.
Correct. That's exactly correct.
Is that essentially correct? Is that what
Yes,
we're
sir.
saying?
Exactly
well, then
correct.
I would support the amendment because...
Okay, now you're speaking to the amendment.
Yes, I'm going to stop.
I've got you in line to speak to the amendment, okay? So I'm going to keep you there because you just asked him, leave him up with the hand up thing, and then we'll come back. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
Okay, we have the question being called. Everybody's hands up is in the queue. I'm lowering the hands. Is there any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, the question is called. We are now voting on this motion. All in favor to adopt this policy, please vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. "94 of 100 logged in have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's King versus the Army. The votes are 89 in favor, 4 opposed, 2 voting present, and this motion passes. We're going to go ahead. I've got about a quarter till 2. We're going to go ahead and move into the next item, which I think will take us some time, but we're going to go ahead and get that introduced. So let me reset a couple of things here. The next item is another proposal coming out of the Governor's Task Force. It is the creation of a nominations committee. And I am opening up the floor for Mr. Bauer to present this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Ellen alluded, I think I had earlier, this was the second of the 2 proposals that came out of the Governance Task Force on a 7-2 vote. A couple of just kind of explanations of what the amendment does. I think, in some ways this is not nearly as complicated as many moving parts as in the last proposal. Essentially, this would create a nominating committee within US Chess. It would provide that nominating committee is 8 members, 4 of whom would be selected by the executive board and 4 of whom would be voted on by the delegates. In fact, if this passes, the delegates will entertain that action and activity to select 4 members for the committee later in the meeting. The purpose of this is, as nominating committees are very common among organizations, nonprofit organizations, for-profit organizations. I was quite frankly surprised when I first joined the US Chess Executive Board and found that there was not a process, a formalized process for finding and vetting and nominating members for the Executive Board. I think that has been at some points in time a failing for us, that we have not necessarily had enough candidates that could advance our US Chess Executive Board's roles in advancing US Chess's mission. So that's what this is for. This is to seek out talent and skills that are needed within the Executive Board to nominate them then for election. Now, let's be real clear on what that means. First of all, it would require a majority of these 8 people. So, you know, if somebody thinks that there is some grand design by the Executive Board to, you know, handpick, select its successors or itself, that can't happen. I mean, it will require at least 5 members of this nominating committee to actually nominate someone. And my belief is that we will have very strong candidates from both the Executive Board and from the delegates that will understand their role and purpose and won't simply be, you know, rubber stamps for some presumed political activities or roles. And so, you know, that's what it's for. But even those candidates that are nominated have to fulfill all of the requirements of a candidate. They still have to secure the necessary signatures, 50, and all of the requirements of those 50 signatories to be put in front, you know, of the electorate. They have to pay the $150 or the $100 filing fee. They have to meet all the other requirements that exist for a member to be on the Executive Board. And then on the ballot itself, there will be no mention of any of the candidates any differently than any others. So it's not as if there will be some notation that they were nominated. Now, it will allow them to note that in their materials, in their discussions with people, and certainly their supporters can note that. I mean, that's the way nominating committees work. I know there's at least one motion that would not provide for that. That is not a nominating committee. That's not the way they're organized, and their purpose is to help the electorate be better informed as to candidates, and that is simply information that the electorate can weigh. You know, there are for-profit corporations that elect their boards of directors, and there are candidates that come forward from the nominating committee that are then run against by those that don't get nominated, and sometimes they win. It's simply something that helps get qualified candidates in front of the electorate, and then the electorate can make up their own mind. That whole area was the subject of a lot of discussion and debate amongst the governance task force. This was a compromise. I, for one, felt that if they were nominated by the nominating committee, that should be sufficient. They shouldn't have to go through these other nominating procedures. There were members of the committee, particularly Ken Sloan and Guy Hoffman, who felt strongly the other way. And I was happy, and other members of the committee were happy to compromise with them on that. And that's what we have here, is a balanced compromise approach that I think will help US Chess. Would you go to the next slide, please? So there are some other kinds of exceptions as to who can be on the nominating committee. So first of all, no member of the nominating committee can be nominated. Now, our proposal is that the nominating committee work for 4 years together, because there's a lot of work to be done, and that continuity, we believe, is important. That practically means that anybody who's on the Executive Board that wants to run again can't even serve on this nominating committee if they want to get nominated. I think that's a good thing. I personally think part of the reason for this is to get the informal process of the Executive Board helping to find people to run, because nobody else is doing it. Get them out of that process and let them focus on the things that are more important for their role and responsibilities within US Chess. Now, the election committee, I am very pleased with the work that our election committee does. They are incredibly nonpartisan and not involved in elections, and they make that point known to the rest of us, and I think they do a good job. So they cannot serve on the committee either. So as I mentioned, you would need 5 votes, at least 5 votes from the committee, and they would nominate the same number of candidates as there are seats to be filled in the election. And, you know, there has been some who said, well, why don't they nominate more people? Well, practically, you're still trying to get people to run in many instances. And if you tell them, we'd like you to run, and we're going to nominate you, but, oh, we're probably going to nominate other people that are going to run against you, that makes it more difficult to find candidates to run for the executive board. And sometimes we have a hard time with that. You know, the other practical reason is it's going to be hard enough finding 4 candidates for each election, in my opinion, from someone who's asked many of you that are on this call to run for the executive board and not been successful at it. So let's give them a task that's, you know, that's attainable and not ask them to do more than that. They are a bunch of volunteers already. Now, we have accepted 2 amendments already that have been offered by delegates that we think are fine. And one of them is this, that the list is to be completed and announced by December 1st, and that's a change. The governance task force had December 15th within its original amendment. It was Bob Messenger who said, why don't we move that up a little bit? Good idea, Bob. I think you're right. I think giving a little bit more time for them, those nominees, who I think are going to know that they're engaged in this process and will be collecting signatures anyway, but at least that will give everybody a little more time. If, for example, someone decides, I don't like the nominees that are being put forward, I want to run, they've got a month to secure signatures and get support. So that was a change that was accepted. The other change that was accepted was a question by Guy Hoffman, and that is just to clarify that the 8 members of the committee will select their own chair. And that's also perfectly fine. Guy was a member of the governance task force anyway, so that has also been done. Dan, move on to the next slide, please. Let's just talk a little bit about what goes on right now. You know, we have an informal kind of what I would say is haphazard process for finding people to run for the executive board. Many of us who are on the executive board understand that we would have real problems if we don't have enough candidates for an election, or if we have candidates who simply are really not fit for service. And, you know, I think there are some examples where that has been the case. This will provide a more formalized process. It'll allow people to go to a body that they know about and suggest that they are interested in running for the executive board. And if they don't feel that there are enough candidates that kind of meet the requirements, and, you know, really, we need to kind of start looking around. Maybe some younger people or, you know, more diverse representation of perspectives as it relates to US chess. We don't have as much of that now, and the committee can take that into consideration. And, you know, those of us who have been doing it, I don't know everybody who's qualified to be on the executive board, and I certainly am not putting out a request for people to come forward. So it is very much right now a haphazard process. And those of us that are doing this don't necessarily want to do it. We think it's better to have a formalized process, and it's better for the organization because it does open up opportunities rather than foreclose them. There is no vetting mechanism in the current process, and this will provide another way for a group of individuals who are knowledgeable and will have access to information, can ask questions of the candidates, to do some of that vetting process to ensure that we're getting qualified candidates. And, you know, really, this is best practices. If you go to the Slack channel, or if you go to the US Chess Issues Forum that has a question about should US Chess have a nominating committee, I have posted a list of best practices resources related to governance. And nominating committees, in many instances, you read these things, and it's just like a given that a nominating committee is a best practice. They don't really spell it out because pretty much everybody understands it. But I'll give one example that is on the Slack. If you want to go, the links are there. This is from Board Effect, which is focused on best practices of boards for nonprofit organizations. Quote, nonprofit organizations rely heavily on their board of directors. The quality of the board of directors is a reflection of whether a nonprofit moves forward, backward, or makes no movement at all. The 2 biggest assets to a board of directors are the board chair and the nominating committee. Nonprofit boards would be remiss not to consider the value in their nominating committee, which is just as important as the finance committee, the fundraising committee, and the executive committee. We have been dealing as an organization with issues of who's going to be that most important role as a board of directors in a haphazard fashion, and it's time we move into best practices. Now, this is also not incompatible with electing directors. A lot of organizations use nominating committees prior to elections. I have experience with one that I'll mention, and then I'll wrap up my little discussion of this. I am a life member. I was voted life member status in the National Association of State Budget Officers, which is an organization of all of the state budget directors and the budget office staff in all 50 states and the U.S. territories. They have a 13-member board of directors. They have a nominating committee that is appointed by their president each year that is to entertain nominations, seek diversity and representation of the members of the National Association of State Budget Officers, make recommendations by a specific date so that the electorate can then vote on it at their annual meeting. Members of the electorate can still self-nominate or be nominated to run in those elections also. In practice, that rarely happens. The nominating committee does a really good job finding suitable candidates that are acceptable. They then vote, and the organization, moves forward. And that's basically the same kind of an electoral process that we have. This is not unusual, and really, it's just us working again to conform US Chess to nonprofit 501c3 governance best practices. Next slide, please.
That's it, Randy.
Okay, good. I'm glad that's it. So with that, I know there are amendments. I will say again, this was a compromise. I think it strikes a balance. One of the advantages of the executive board appointing for and the delegates appointing for is the delegates are going to have to do that now, and they aren't going to be able to construct a group that's necessarily representative of the regions of US Chess or diverse. And the board, having 4 selections that we'll make after that, can in some ways ensure that there is some diversity in who serves on our nominating committee. So I'm certainly hopeful that that will be maintained. The bottom line is, I don't think any of the members of the executive board want to or would feel it in their best interest to serve on this committee. It's not about the executive board selecting successors. In some respects, a lot of us are already doing that, and we want to share that responsibility more broadly within the organization. And with that, I'll either open to questions or the amendments. I know there are several.
The first person who had his hand up and has lowered it, and I think I know the reason, but I want to go address it. Mr. Messenger, you had your hand up. I think it may have had to do with your amendment, and we have incorporated that into the motion. Am I correct?
That's correct. I could speak to the motion, or I could wait for others to do that. But I want to make sure that the December 1st meeting got in there.
Okay. I'm going to hold you. I'm going to keep you at the top of the queue, but hold on a minute. I've got a couple of things I got to do before I come back to that. Mr. Ballou, I think you have a substantive point here to address from the perspective of a committee. Am I correct?
No, Mr. President. I was in line to speak to the motion. I'm not sure.
Hold off then for a minute. There is a point of information that has been raised that I want to get to first. Mr. Bowman, would you please ask your question? Remember what a point of information is, because you raised that in your thing. A point of information is not where you're presenting information. That's speaking to the motion. It is where you're asking a question for clarification.
Right. My question is, can current executive board members serve on this nominations committee?
I can answer that. As the amendment, as the motion is drafted today, the answer is yes. However, anyone who is serving on the nominations committee is ineligible to be nominated by it. So, and with the term being 4 years, it will encompass the end of the term of anyone who is serving on the committee if they were actually serving on the EP.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so that answers that question. And now, Mr. Messenger, you said you did wish to speak to the proposal. You had your hand up in the queue first. So I'm going to allow you to do that. I do know we have a couple of other
amendments.
We have a couple of other amendments, but Bob, I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor. I'm going to give Ken the floor, and then we're going to, well, I'll let a couple of people hit it because I know a person with an amendment is fourth in line. So let's just keep going. Bob, go ahead.
All right. This is a very big change, I think, for US Chess. As I see it, and it's really a continuation of becoming a 501c3, that it's moving in a way from being a political organization to being a service organization. So instead, I mean, ideally, assuming that good people, impartial people more or less, are chosen for this nominating committee, then we'll be looking at, the committee would be looking at people who would best serve US Chess rather than people who are part of some political faction. So I do support this change, and it's hard to say just how influential. Well, it turns out that the nominated candidates always win, then this committee would be very powerful. If it's not the case, then maybe not, but we'll see how it goes. So I do favor the motion.
Mr. Blue, you have the floor.
Mr. President, we've heard from a particularly vocal group of opponents of the governance task force that the results of the task force being voted on here will remove democratic principles from our elections. To this I say, balderdash, bat squeeze, and rot. Will we continue to have elections? Yes. Will members be able to continue to submit nominating petitions, pay the filing fee, and appear on the ballot if they meet the requirements of the bylaws? The answer is yes. Will the members still vote by majority vote their members on the executive board? Yes. To the motion at hand, you will hear arguments that a nominating committee would confer a great advantage to its nominees, an advantage carrying such weight that it would serve almost as a coronation committee, anointing individuals to the executive board. These arguments are illogical and fall apart when viewed in the light of the applicable facts. 1, the majority of the executive board elections over the past decade have been uncontested. 2, anyone may collect signatures, submit nomination petitions, and pay the filing fee to be a candidate in the election, subject only to the requirements in the bylaws. This changes not one whit by formation of a nominating committee. 3, there is already an informal recruitment effort for candidates done by some executive board members. This I know from direct experience on several occasions. 4, the ballot will contain no indication whether candidates were selected by the nominating committee. This motion, you will also hear arguments that a nominating committee would result in an unfair election. As chair of the election committee, I find these arguments singularly risible and, in fact, somewhat offensive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, you are up time. We have a number of amendments to this, but the speaker who is lined up, first I'm going to give the floor. I know Mr. Prosser has some amendments. I know Mr. Winston also has some amendments to propose. I'd like to get into those amendments fairly quickly so we can deal with them, but I think those guys are queued up early, so we'll go ahead with it. Mr. Manross, you have the floor. Mr. Prosser, you will be on deck, and we will move. I know you have an amendment proposed. We'll move into that. So Carol, be prepared to move to that amendment. You have the floor, Mr. Manross. Mr. Prosser, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, actually, I will not be calling the question. I was going to right off the bat because I felt we could, but in view of who's lined up behind me in those amendments, it's not the right thing to do. However,
you certainly do have the ability to call the question if you wish.
I'm not choosing to. A great deal of respect for the delegates behind me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do something quite unexpected. The parliamentarian has given what I might call an extraordinarily eloquent explanation of the classical reasonings why this is not exactly what I believe and what Southern California believes it is, an attack on democracy. We believe this is, if you allow the analogy of domino theory, it will lead from one thing to the next thing. Pretty soon we'll have 4 self-appointed seats is what we've been calling them. But what it really means is that the nomination committee will be stacked. And yet, I recommend that we actually approve this. Why do I recommend we approve the nomination committee? I'm specifically speaking to the minority who is here, that the parliamentarian also spoke about, those 30 or some odd who are clearly for democracy in chess and against the governance task force motion. If we were to get in the way of this, we would be delegates using the legislative apparatus, of which we are the ultimate legislative authority of US Chess, to effectively cripple what I view in my opinion, not a fact, but what I view in my opinion, as an absolute authoritarian streak of corruption, as an opinion. However, we'll see that within the next couple of years, and I would point this out. They won the battle for Article 6. Anything that's been done can be undone. We'll visit this again in a couple of years. In the meantime, it's best not to get in the way. We do have good leaders. The president is clearly an extraordinary accountant. We do have a slate of strong professionals, people who really know what they're doing, like our vice president of finance. It's not like we're in danger. It's not a good idea to get in the way of the workings of the machine. We need to come back, win the war for democracy in chess, keep the message out there. But in the meantime, we have to support this darn nomination committee. It's the best thing for US Chess. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Prosser, I believe you have an amendment.
I do, and I would ask for just a little bit of leeway on the 2 minutes if that's possible because of the importance.
Absolutely.
Of this
no,
amendment.
you're presenting your amendment. You need the time that's required to present your amendment. I'm good.
My amendment makes basically 2 changes.
Hold on, Chris, wait a minute. Can we move to that amendment, please? Let's get it up on the screen before you start addressing it. It'll make it a lot easier for people.
So it's actually an easy change.
Yeah, well, but we need it in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is almost the exact wording as the last one. There are 2 changes that I am proposing, and I can tell you why. The first change is that instead of 4 and 4, we move to 6 delegates appointed by or 6 members of the committee appointed by the delegates and 2 appointed by the board, and I will get to that. The other change is that we move this committee from a 4-year term to a 2-year term, and I have a logical reason for that also. First off, with regards to other opinions, I can disagree about the importance of this committee. We, as delegates, we are forming a committee that is going to basically choose our leaders. We are tasking them to pick the best people for these positions. We would be foolish not to look at and take into consideration their recommendations. As a matter of fact, we'd be foolish almost to choose anyone other than their recommendations because they are appointed with the task of finding the best people. This will be, could be, I will say could, the most powerful committee that we have because they will be finding our leaders. So I don't want to downplay that. It's a very important committee. Now, because it's such an important committee, there is the possibility, not accusing anyone, but of a future board, either stacking the committee for 2 reasons. 1, to bring up people they want on the board, or 2, to block people they don't want on the board. I know none of our board members will do that. We have a wonderful board. I agree with that. But the possibility is there. My goal with the 6-2 is to alleviate the appearance of that conflict of interest. It is a huge ability there for a board, not this one, to abuse this committee. And the first time this committee is abused, it will lose all credibility and it will be useless. It will never be able to outrun the shill label that will be put on its head. So I agree with the committee idea, but I think it needs to be 2 members of the board to help advise, to be on that committee to give the board perspective, and I think that's wonderful. But it needs to be a delegate committee to help choose the candidates. We represent our members to the board. I think it should be more of a delegate committee to pick who we think should be running for the board also. So 6-2 to me makes more sense.
All right, let's stop there because you have actually presented 2 different amendments, and I've
only presented 1.
Excuse me. You have listed 2 separate amendments. We need to decide those separately, okay? These are really 2, and they're unrelated to one another. So the first amendment that you presented, we're going to deal with the first. You just put them into one document. The first amendment is 6 shall be appointed by the Board of Delegates, 2 appointed by the Executive Board. We're going to deal with that amendment first, okay? Then we'll come back and we'll deal. You have a second amendment to change the term to 2 years. That is a whole separate point. So
were those not both in the original amendment under the same heading?
There you submitted it as one item. They are 2. What I'm ruling, they are actually 2 separate amendments that the body needs to address separately because they are unrelated to one another. So let's deal with the.
I'm willing to deal with them separately. I disagree that they're unrelated because all I did was change wording that was in the original item. I didn't take something from another section and put it in this section that I know of. The original item said members will serve for 4 years. I just changed it to 2, but that's okay. We can deal with it separately. I have a good reason for dealing with it separately. We're good. Okay, so then what you're telling me is I must speak just on the 6-2.
What I'm saying is let's go to and just deal with the first one. as a separate motion, and then we'll deal with the other one as a separate motion.
Okay, we can do that.
Stand
All right,
separate.
so I do come back to my first off, my assertion that this will be one of the most important committees that we ever appoint, because their idea is to pick our candidates. Now, yes, other people can run against them, but why would you? The delegates have appointed this committee to pick our best candidates. If they don't pick our best candidates, we don't need this committee, which, that goes to the other amendment, but we'll speak to that when we get to that. It does need board involvement. That's the reason for the 2 from the board. I'm not accusing anyone. I just want to relieve the conflict of interest so that this committee can work without a shadow over its head of a particular board loading the committee for either getting candidates on the board or keeping candidates off the board. And I know you can run against it, but it would be silly to run against anybody in this committee if we pick the committee carefully.
All right. I think you've presented the point fairly clearly. I am going to clear the hand-raising board because those were folks who were up for the main motion. I'm going to clear it so we can get hands raised for this amendment to change the 8 members that are appointed, 4 from the executive board and 4 from the board of delegates, to be 6 appointed by the delegates and 2 appointed by the executive board. So I'm lowering all the hands. You may raise your hand to ask a question about that. And the first question that I will deal with is there's a point of information out there from Mr. Hassler that says, what would the procedure be for US Chess to disband nominations committee or any committee at some point in the future? It depends is the answer to that. There are committees who are contained in the bylaws. The procedure to disband those committees, for example, if we chose to disband the bylaws committee, or audit committee or elections committee, that require a change of the bylaws. If it were a executive board appointed committee, established committee, like let's say the program committee or the scholastic council, that would be done by action of the executive board. All of those are committees of the executive board. Finance, another example. This one is one that would be done with a motion of the delegates. It's not in the bylaws, so a motion of the delegates in the future could remove it. I trust that that answers the question. Point of order has been raised that the chair is dividing the question by Mr. Kepke. Mr. Bauer has raised a point of order that he will divide the question. So since there seems to be an issue there, we will first vote on dividing the question. In other words, I've made a ruling. I'll back from that. We have an item about dividing the question, so we will vote on dividing the question. Can we get and that's not debatable, so let's get that up as a polling question, please, Carol. Actually, I think I can do it, don't we? We have a divide the question from before. So we have a motion to divide the question. This would be made into 2. The 2 highlighted items would be considered separately. All in favor of dividing the question, vote yes. All opposed, vote no. We still have 99 people on the call. 86 have voted. 88. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 91 ended up voting. And the vote on dividing the question was 59 in favor, 27 opposed, 5 voted present, so the motion is divided. So now we are discussing the 6 appointed by the Board of Delegates, 2 appointed by the Executive Board portion only. The first person that I see in line for that is Mr. Barber, followed by Ms. Marinello. Mr. Barber, you can unmute and have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple of items. I support that we should consider 6 appointed by the Board of Delegates and that only 2 will be appointed by the Executive Board. The delegates have been part of this organization for many, many years. I think we trust them that they would also find that putting them in the place of opportunity to, work on this suggested nominations committee would be important. I have always feared the issue of a slate of candidates, which might come forward based on some executive board actions. I know I'm going to be opposed by that statement, but I will tell you that I'm concerned about that. And I think opening it up more to the executive, or opening it up more to the Board of Delegates would be very, very important. My final comment is, I had a gentleman approach me and ask me if I would vote for him. And I said, first of all, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, and my apologies for that. But then he said something else. He said, well, I think I will make a pretty good candidate. And then I asked him my traditional questions. Question number 1, have you ever been to a national scholastic event? He said no. Question number 2, have you ever sponsored any type of scholastic activity? He said no. Have you ever taught a child how to play chess? He said no. And then I replied, no, I will not be voting for you. And he said, what do I have to do? And I said, go to Columbus, Ohio. I will meet you there. We will walk through the National Junior High Championship and look at what they're doing. And then at that point, we'll sit down and we'll talk. We did sit down and talk. And the first thing out of his mouth was, I didn't really know.
Your time is up, Mr. Barber.
Thank you.
This is to inform the body that I'm planning to take a half-hour break at 2:30. Ms. Ranello, you have the floor. Mr. Velez, you are on deck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the appointment of 6 people from the delegates body and 2 people from the board. I would like to make a few points. Number 1, most board members are not members of committees, they are liaisons. And I think that makes sense to continue with that practice. I'm not opposing the nominating committee. I think the structure of the committee has to be done well. The second thing is...
Ms. Ranello,
yes.
hold on just a minute. I don't understand your comment. You said...
Oh, okay, I will...
Hold on a minute.
I will delete it.
No, just a moment. I'm not asking you to do that. You made the comment that executive board members are liaisons and not on committees. This doesn't have anything to do with whether executive board members would be.
Yeah, well, I'm not debating that. I made that comment.
Can I finish, please? This motion has nothing to do with that. The motion deals with who will actually make appointments, and there's nothing that this would, executive board is not required nor prohibited from appointing members of its board to this committee.
My point, Mr. Chairman, this is a committee.
Let me finish. And executive board members serve on other committees as well. But go ahead. I'm going to give you that.
Well, in the trust, but it's a different thing. But the committees, they're liaisons. That's number 1. The second thing, I support Mr. Barber comments. I trust the delegates. We have been around for a long time. I think our voice is important. Another point that is very important that I think we have been neglecting, which is the inclusion of women and minorities, such as myself. Most sports organizations, they require the 20% of women in the government bodies, and same thing with minorities nowadays. And this organization is not diverse, doesn't include people of color, and it doesn't include enough women. I think that has to be represented in this nominating committee. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a misstatement there. Certainly, executive board members are on certain committees. Executive board members have been appointed to the LMA, for example, executive board members serving on the trust fund, board of trustees. Mr. Velez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am against this motion, or this part of the motion, the 6-2 motion here. Although I will admit that Mr. Prosser has done a fantastic job discussing this with everyone in advance and everything. But the reason I'm against it is because this process currently goes on right now, and it's pretty much board members. We are trying to bring this into the light, i.e. transparency, as some people are saying. And I think that it makes complete sense to have balance in any governance area, especially when it comes to picking, you know, who's working for US Chess, volunteering even, I should say. So I am against this because I really think that there needs to be a balance, and that's why I support the 4-4 version of this, not the 6-2. I'll yield back my time.
Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also oppose the amendment. One of the points that I made was by striking this balance between the delegates and the executive board will have an opportunity, which is 7 people, to figure out where those needs are for diversity and diversity of thought and deed and color and everything else. The delegates, and I'm a delegate, we meet together once and we vote all together. We don't have that opportunity to do any kind of what you might call social engineering to make sure that we have diversity of opinion. And with 6 picked by the delegates, I'm fearful that you'll end up with kind of more of the same. The same as this was a balance that was struck. There were only 2 members of the executive board on this committee, and this balance was struck as a reasonable way of involving executive board in selecting members that will be on the committee that will at least understand where their perspective is. And I think we should maintain that balance.
All right. Are you completed, Mr. Mandela? You have the floor.
All right. I will support this amendment as a great improvement over the proposal as it's originally written. I never opposed the idea of a nominations committee. What I opposed and still oppose is the gigantic conflict of interest that allows the executive board to appoint half of this committee. I mean, how nice for them that sitting executive board, incumbent executive board members can serve on this committee and pick their successors. Very nice for them, not so nice for US Chess. So this is definitely improvement. It reduces the conflict of interest by 50%. I would prefer it to be 8-0. A total delegates committee. And I have told Mr. Priest and Mr. Bauer that I would support it if it was 8-0.
That's not the motion.
Delegate appointed.
That's not the motion.
And if current members.
Please address the motion as it stands, the motion it says.
All right. So I support this as an improvement over the current proposal. It eliminates 50% of the conflict of interest, which is a major problem. And there is no matter how much it's denied, it is a conflict of interest and a major, major problem, because anybody selected by this committee is going to have a huge advantage in an election, and there is no denying that. It simply gives them too much of a boost. So therefore, we need to make sure that it is not an unfair boost.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Winston, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in favor of the amendment. I think it's a very reasonable compromise. I have my own amendments submitted. One was to say no executive board appointees. However, I mean, I think this is fair. The problem with the proposed structure is simply that if the executive board needs 4 people, they could just name themselves, and then when they're ready to run, they could just resign before they run. And those 4 have veto rights. If you read it, it says you need 5 votes to advance. I would also point out that when this came to the bylaws committee, the original proposal with the 4 and 4 only got 6 votes in favor, 7 against, 5 needs more thought. I think this would be a step forward, is a reasonable and a fair compromise. And if it passes, I would withdraw my amendment proposed that there would be no executive board members on the committee.
That's a different amendment. All right. So you're done. We'll move to Mr. Manross. Mr. Just, you have the floor after Mr. Manross.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have heard the wisdom of Mr. Manella and Mr. Winston, our former president, who's also told us what the committees have to say. Therefore, I call the question.
You cannot speak to the motion and then call the question, according to our rules.
Therefore, I'll reclaim my minute and 42 seconds. The 6 appointed board members concept is obviously better when it's appointed by delegates. We have a long history of delegate appointed committees. I think for the reasons that have been stated, it's very clear that 4 members of the executive board appointing 4 members of the nominations committee, and we've heard that, for example, just to use the chairman of our meeting as the example, President Priest could, for example, be put on that nominations committee. Currently, there's not necessarily a problem with that. That being said, we just want to limit how many can be. I think the idea of 4 and 4 is not balanced, actually. I believe the idea of 6 being appointed by the delegates and 2 being appointed by the executive board is certainly more balanced, although I do agree with former President Winston's point that, of course, it would be better of all 8. However, it's clear that there's a significant majority that disagrees with that stance, that puts an extraordinary amount of trust in the currently seated members of the board who would probably, in our opinion, turn this into a stacked committee. Well, if you believe that they wouldn't, Southern California is open to that. We aren't necessarily convinced, but this idea of 6 versus 2, it appears to be a fair and level-headed compromise. I would simply say this to the delegates in closing. Please don't be the delegate who takes power away from future delegates. That's not why you were appointed by your people to serve. We are, in fact, a democracy in which we have delegates for a reason. We always have, and look at how many changes are being made in a special meeting in which you can't make motions. You're not allowed to change it, but oh, it's same as normal. Let's stick with balance. 6 is good. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would make a correction to the statement. You're certainly allowed to make motions. We have all these motions that we're dealing with. In fact, this is a motion. The difference is in a special delegates meeting that is called, the agenda is limited to the items that were presented. However, motions that are germane to those agenda items are certainly allowed and have been. Before we give the floor to Mr. Just, there has been a point of information raised, and I will open up the floor for the point of information question to be from Leela. Leela, you have the floor to ask your question, please.
Yes, and there seems to be, I asked this point of information because there seems to be confusion in the discussion and assumption that under the main motion, the EB appointees would be members of the EB. So my question goes to the presenter of the motion. Will any or all of the EB appointees be members of the executive board?
I'll take the first part of that, Leela. The motion as the main motion question, certainly, and because this is what we're proposing to change, does not restrict whom the delegates may appoint, nor whom the executive board may appoint. The delegates could appoint a member of the executive board as a delegate appointed candidate for the delegate appointed member of the nominations committee. I don't think they will, but they certainly can. There's no limitation and there's no restrictions. I don't think that anyone here right now could address exactly who the executive board may appoint that, because there are 3 new members who will be taking seats on the executive board as soon as this meeting is over. And it's that board that, if they have nominations to make to this committee, that new board, which will take seats here shortly, will be the ones who will make that So I don't think that we have the ability to do that, right? I mean, I don't think anyone can answer that question. I don't know what the new executive board is going to do, and I don't think they can do that. They haven't had that discussion, I believe.
And then I had a proposed friendly amendment to Mr. Prosser's amendment.
Go ahead.
And my proposal, Mr. Prosser, would be that rather than changing the balance from 6 to 2, to restrict the EB's 4 appointees to the nominating committee to include no more than 2 members of the EB.
Mr. Prosser? Oh, well, it would help if I opened your mic, wouldn't it? Sorry. Chris,
am I good?
Open.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me answer the first part of that first. It is perfectly fine with me if a couple of members from the executive board are on this committee. I think that would be helpful to the committee. The purpose of the amendment was so a future board couldn't load it up with 4 executive board members and thus control our elections for the next 4 years. So for that, no, I would not accept that as a friendly amendment because the whole idea is executive board members are okay. I just don't want it loaded up with executive board members.
All right. The floor then goes to Mr. Just.
Call the question.
Question has been called. I'm going to vote on the amendment. I think we have, do we have everybody listed? I don't know that we do we? Day, Unruh, Emmett. I think in your list you still got Hassler, Brock, and Spreckman. Hassler, Brock, and Spreckman. I'm going to clear that board. Do we have objections to calling the question? We have 1 objection to calling the question. That's all we need. Now we will have a vote on calling the question. As soon as I can find. Those who are in favor of calling the question to go ahead and vote on this amendment, please vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. "93 have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 83 are in favor of calling the question. 12 opposed. We are now voting on this particular amendment. This is available to be voted on. Those in favor of the
Alan, this is not the right poll because it had his original amendment, so we need to remove.
No, it doesn't. If you look at it,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, all good.
We're good. Give another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That amendment passes. There are 61 in favor, 31 opposed. There was not an opportunity in that because we threw it up without to abstain, but that doesn't matter. We've got plenty, certainly have a quorum for that. All right. So at this point, we have a second item, this 2-year service. That motion has been resolved. It is now, according to my clock, 2:36. I'm going to put us in recess up to 3 o'clock. So we will go into recess up until 3 o'clock. We will come right back here and we will pick up on this second part of this divided amendment.
Ooh, you're baking something, cookies? Okay. Okay. Flour, sugar.
those were people who were speaking to the 6 and 2. So that whole list is not necessary. We have people who are raising their hands now to speak to the second half of this. I will make the comment as we go in, one of the reasons for the 4-year term, as stated before, is it takes us through 2-year election cycles. It also deals with, and because this process is a multi-year process, this committee is not going to be able to start its work in August or in October for something at the end. This committee is going to be something that's going to have to work pretty much year round because that's how it's done today. All right, we have some hands that are up to speak. The motion that is on the floor is to amend the motion which calls for 4-year terms for members of this committee and replace it with 2-year terms. The first person whose hand is raised to speak to that amendment is Mr. Bowen. The second one, Bowman, rather, I'm sorry. And the second one is Mr. Just. Mr. Bowman, you are up. Mr. Just, you are on deck.
Sorry, I had my hand raised for the previous division.
All right, we are done with that. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Let's get the list of people whose hands are up so we can deal with it.
I think the hand raises needed to be cleared because they were from the previous.
I had already cleared them. There are only a few that were there. Let's get these lists.
Mine wasn't cleared is what I'm saying, so that's why I was up.
I understand that. Please don't anyone else add yourself to this list at this point. We have on the list Just, Losoff, Morford. Losoff is ahead of Morford. People who are recording the raising of the hands, please get this right. Below Just is Losoff, then Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer. I think this is the order they're coming in, but this is how we're going to get them recorded. Or do we have some people who jumped the queue? Get Williams and Duquin listed there. Williams and Duquin. Okay.
I am now dealing with the list of names, and I do not see most of those names with their hands raised. So you're going to have to read that list of names again because I'm sure I'm not.
Just, Losoff, Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer, Manross.
All right, I can't go that fast.
Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer, Manross, they're all there. Richard Williams, Leila DeQuinn. All right. We have on the floor right now a motion to call the question, but I understand, Mr. Prosser, did you need the floor for a moment before we deal with it?
I did not get to say about my motion, and it is important. Short term, we're going to be in a rush to name people today. So we don't want a rush decision today to go for...
Mr. Prosser, wait just a minute, please. Just hold on just a minute. Mr. Just, I think that right now calling the question was probably out of... hold on a minute. Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou, my parliamentarian says the question has been called. Mr. Bowman, point of order. He did get, just a minute, Mr. Prosser. He did get to speak to the motion before it was divided. That is a true statement. I think we have a valid division. You have already spoken to this.
I didn't get to speak to the second part of it at all. You divided it and wouldn't let me speak about the second part of it. I questioned the call of the chair.
Mr. Parliamentarian, help me sort this out, please.
Mr. President, in my opinion, there is no automatic assignment to the floor to the maker of the motion after it was divided to speak to the second part. Mr. Just was in line and called the question appropriately. However, Mr. Prosser has appealed the ruling of the chair, which would need a second and then a vote.
Let me speed things along. I'll just withdraw my motion and call for the question.
Okay, so we do not have a motion to call the question that's on the floor. The next person who is up is Mr. Losoff, but I am going to go back and give Mr. Prosser the floor.
I appreciate it. It's just that the reasons that I have are very important. The short-term reason for going to 2 years is we're in a rush today. So we don't want to have to wait 4 years to correct it if we do something in a rush we don't like. That's the short term. Medium term, these are good people. Hopefully we're going to name this committee. Some of those people may want to wait for the board. If we nominate to this committee, it'll be 6 years before they can run. That's a long time out. If it's a 2-year committee, someone can get off the board, wait 2 years, and then run. Third reason, if we don't like what this committee is doing, we're going to have to wait 4 years to correct it. That's an awful long time. If we correct it in 2 years, we can correct it. If we like what the committee's doing, we just re-up their assignment and they go again like we do every other committee in the USCF. And finally, and this is the most important to me, a 4-year committee would then be able to name candidates for 2 election cycles and replace the entire board. And that's way, way too much power that I'd like to have in one committee. So in 2 years, if we like the candidates they're sending in, we like what they do, then we can re-up that board and we're good. If they're not doing a good job, we can replace them in 2 years and not affect our entire 4-year board cycle. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, you're done speaking to the motion. Mr. Just, you were still in line. You had withdrawn that earlier motion. Do you want the floor at this point? I've attempted to unmute Mr. Just. I guess not. We will then.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just put me at the bottom of the list.
All right. Mr. Just will fall in under, Mr. Bowman will be after Leela DeQuinn and then Mr. Just. Mr. Losoff, you may unmute and you have the floor. Mr. Losoff, you need to unmute.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, I unmuted too quick. I'm in favor for all the reasons that Chris mentioned, except the last one. I don't have those fears. However, another reason is that we're electing the board members every other year, 4 and 4. This means that essentially the term of the nominating committee would follow half of the board, and making it a 2-year cycle would eliminate that. And as Chris points out, most likely we would just simply renominate the same people every year, providing they're willing to continue serving. So I think a 2-year term just makes more sense and allows for more flexibility, and I don't see a downside.
I'm not sure the practice of always reappointing the same people to some of these committees for life is the best one, but be that as it may. The next person on the floor is Mr. Morford.
Steve Morford, Southern California. I rise to speak in favor of the proposed amendment. As just was pointed out, there's nothing in this amendment that would prohibit us from reappointing someone at the end of their 2-year term. Obviously, though, we don't have to. So, as was just pointed out, I mean, there's no downside for the delegates. If we're happy with what they're doing, they can be reappointed, and you'll have continuity. If there's a problem, someone else can be replaced after their 2-year term. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm in support.
Thank you. Mr. Manella? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Manella, you may unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I too support this amendment. As Mr. Morford said, the arguments that we need continuity are kind of unconvincing. There's nothing that prevents us from appointing people back if they wish to serve. One problem with doing it for 4 years is that is quite a long time, and somebody may decide that they don't wish to serve for 4 years, and resign, which could cause problems depending on who it is that's resigning and how they're replaced. And it would probably be at least 6 or 7 months before they could be replaced, depending on what time of the year they decide to pack it in. So for all those reasons, I support 2-year terms. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Hoffman, you have the floor, and Mr. Winston, you will be on deck.
Okay, I actually had a motion that would do the same thing, make the terms 2 years. My rationale is that if somebody can find their candidate and that candidate gets on in the ballot, that member still has 2 years left. He may be, he or she may be done. Won't want to run again. 2 years is fine.
Mr. Winston.
Yes, I also support the amendment for 2 years. I had submitted amendments, one for a 1-year term, if the fallback was a 2-year term, but I think 2 years is a reasonable compromise. And I'm very pleased that the amendment was submitted. I yield back the balance of my time.
Oops. Mr. Manross.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe what we're seeing, not just in this amendment, but what the one has recently passed, is something of a coalition building for protecting democracy in chess. Changes are happening, and that's fine, but they have to happen in measured doses, always under the consideration of the delegates, and the more power that the delegates have to do that, the better. Just like it was a good, healthy decision to make sure that 6 of the nomination committee members were appointed by the Board of Delegates, it's an important decision to make sure that once appointed, those members serve for 2 years, not 4. 4 is too much. The changes we've already made will have to be revisited. We have to protect the democracy of chess. In the meantime, the nominations committee is acting as something of a Band-Aid. We need to make sure it doesn't become a tourniquet. The whole point is that US Chess will continue to function. That's why Southern California took the surprising position of supporting this nominations committee. Everything with Article 6 is going to have to be revisited. We're speaking specifically to the minority when we say this. So that's why it's important that the members serve for 2 years. We're speaking to the minority here who are against the governance task force motions. The governance task force believes that this cements authoritarian rule. In fact, it protects democracy. It's odd that on this one we become on the same side. But in my opinion, it's very important that we all support the concept that members serve for 2 years. And we've heard some extraordinary leaders tell us why. That includes men like Al Losoff, Mr. Morford, Mr. Manella, Guy Hoffman, Mr. Winston, and myself. That's a very large coalition starting to build for democracy in chess, I think, because these people all understand that 2 years, as they've said, going to be good for making sure that the people on this nominations committee are doing a good job, want to be there, can bring more people, and that, above all, the delegates stay in control. I yield the rest of my time, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Quinn, you're up. Mr. Bowman, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the amendment because the work of a nominating committee is long-term work. It's not short-term work. We're talking about examining what the upcoming needs are of the composition of the executive board so that it may serve US Chess well. And that means considering the diversity of skills, talents, connections, backgrounds, chess knowledge, other kinds of knowledge, all of those things in shaping a board for the future. looking at what the upcoming positions are. Usually the way that board nominating committees or board development committees work is over time, they are developing a stable of potential future candidates.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was not speaking to that. Go ahead.
Okay. You might find two people who both of whom would be excellent candidates, but who have very similar skill sets, and a nominating committee wouldn't choose to ask both of them to run at the same time. But if it nominated one year and that person weren't elected, in the next election cycle, it might want to nominate the other one. Maintaining and building those relationships and having that long-range view are important, and that's why I think that a four-year term makes sense. I do, however, think that it would make sense to have the initial appointees staggered, and I did have an amendment proposed that would stagger them so that among the first 8, half would be appointed for 4 years and half for 2, so that you would have some rotation occurring. Lastly, I certainly hope that we don't just continually reappoint the same people time after time. That's not healthy for the organization. In healthy organizations, you have change at times and you develop young talent and young leadership, and you need to bring new people into committee work. Thank you.
The list has gotten out of order a bit. That's on the screen. I have been recording it as it goes. The next person who's up, I spoke out of turn, was actually, the order is actually Bauer, Richard Williams, Mr. Bowman, Mr. Just, Mr. Singler, Mr. Brock, and Mr. Morford. So the first one up is Bauer, then Williams, Bowman, Just, Singler, Brock, and Morford. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm getting tired of listening to all these claims on democracy and what the governance task force put together. We are talking about governance of a corporation, and the delegates are showing plenty of opportunity to assert themselves in that process. But as Leela said, this is about issues of the nuts and bolts of how is this committee going to work together to get good nominees in front of us. And it's going to require them to have time together and space those decisions over a longer period of time than simply a year, as Harold wanted, or 2 years, as this amendment provides. The idea that we'll just simply reappoint is the totally wrong idea and is the problem with some of our committees right now. I certainly hope that whatever happens here, the delegates take seriously their responsibility to select a diverse group of candidates who care about this committee and the work that they have to do, whether it's for 2 or 4 years. I think longer is better. We can always reconsider it if we find that they're not doing the job that we do. But let's take a long-range view on some of this stuff and not get stuck in kind of what I think are silly, nonsense arguments about democracy.
All right, Mr. Bauer, the next person in line was Mr. Williams. He has sent me a message that he does not wish to speak at this time. That means the next person in line would be Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Yeah, I would just stand in support of the amendment for them to serve 2 years, not for the reasons that were previously stated, but since the those serving on the nominating committee can't nominate themselves to be on the EB, it stands to reason you would want people to be able to cycle through the nominating committee in case they want to run for the executive board, and without there being the big hoopla of having to have special elections or revisit it, you know. So the more people are cycling through the nominating committee, or the faster that they're cycling through it, then the easier it would be for people who were serving on the nominating committee to then, if they decide later, 2 years in this case, later, to run for the executive board, it would just happen naturally instead of having to resign from the nominating committee so that they could run for the executive board without violating the, you know, the laws that prohibit them from serving on both or whatnot. So I'm in favor of serve for 2 years.
Well, there are certainly a number of people who believe that folks who serve on the nominations committee should not be eligible to run for the executive board anytime soon. And we also have So prohibition in the nominating committee for those to be able to be nominated, who are serving to be able to be nominated by the committee. All right. Mr. Singler, you have the floor.
Thank you. Also, thank you for this amendment that was proposed for the 2 years. I know the word democracy keeps coming up in regards to some of the proposals we're voting on. And what's funny is democracy is not necessarily the same defined depending on who you're asking. For some, it's just the ability to speak on a matter. For some, it's the ability to vote. It's clear that, at least from what I'm hearing between GTF, the EB, as well as other delegates, that the nomination committee is a step in that right direction in terms of best practices for a nonprofit. As we're talking about the time of service for some of these members, very interested in DeQuinn's staggered amendment later, but as we're talking about serving in the best interests of US Chess, something that's not being said but I'm hearing is people's time of service. How can they properly align their time on the EB to then the nominations committee? And I think it's important for individuals to be able to see kind of the direction of their track in US Chess and how it's developing and their impact. It's important. However, the step for 2 years versus 4 starting out, I think is a great indication that US Chess is taking that step forward with that nominations committee and trust. And it gives an opportunity to see whether or not the 2 years is long enough. You know, we might find that it is. We might find that 4 years may be a better run, and that's something to revisit. So I'm in favor of the serving for 2 years. Although it seems like baby steps, we are progressing as an entity. And so I would like to see support for that. Thank you.
Mr. Brock and then Mr. Just, because Mr. Morford's already spoken to the motion.
How would we determine who's 2 year and who's 4 year? Would it be reasonable to simply...
That's not the motion which is on the floor. The motion on the floor is for members to serve for 2 years. You need to speak to the motion that's on the floor.
Pass.
Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
The question has been called. I'm clearing the board. Is there anyone who objects to calling the question? Seeing none, the question has been called, so we have a poll then to vote on the change of the term and the nominations committee from 4 years to 2. All in favor? Well, no, this is, yeah. No, this is not calling the question. Remove this one. We are actually, the question, calling the question had no objection. We are voting on the actual amendment to go to 2 years. There we go. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 65 have voted in favor of that amendment. 32 opposed, 0 abstained. So the term is amended to go from 4 years to 2. We have other amendments that have been proposed to this. Can we bring, what do we have next? This is an amendment that's presented by Mr. Reed of Texas, wanting to significantly restructure this, having 4 members appointed by the executive board and having those 4 members to It left. I see the message, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed has withdrawn this amendment because it is no longer relevant. We have amendments presented by Mr. Winston, I believe, to address this motion. I think we just go ahead and before we get there, Mr. Bauer is in line to speak. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
No, I was going to speak on whatever amendment of Harold's gets offered.
All righty. Mr. Winston, you may unmute your mic, please.
All right. I'm actually good.
Hold on just a second. Let's get some stuff in front here. The first item is you had an amendment which you said you wanted to change the 4 years, which is now 2 to 1 year. So
I'm withdrawing that in view of what we've already voted.
Okay, I am moving, obviously, that Amendment 2 is moot.
Right.
Because Amendment 2 is what is now actually in the motion. So that is moot.
Right.
Come out. So item number 3.
All right. I think item 3 is actually the only one that's still left. All right. My reasoning for that is...
Hold on a minute. Stop.
Sure.
So then you are withdrawing number 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is the motion that we have in front of us. You have the floor to present.
All right. The wording, I understand the committee wants to make sure that we are as at least one candidate for each position, and that's fine with me. But the wording as now says the committee shall nominate the same number of candidates as there are open positions in the next election. My problem with that is there are some candidates who will value their independence and will not want a committee endorsement and feel they don't need it. And I don't think the committee should be forced to run someone against those candidates. Therefore, I would simply take out the sentence, and I think the committee can do the work it's designed for.
Mr. Bauer, you have the floor to speak to the motion, the amendment.
So the motion, as Harold presents it, is more likely to be read in the opposite direction, that the committee should elect more or select more candidates than less. I think the hypothetical Harold raises is going to be rare, but the other direction may not be. And for practical purposes, it's difficult to get people to run if they think that you may be selecting some other candidates as well. And given that they will not necessarily know that when they tell you that they were going to run, I think this just raises practical issues. We want to make this as simple as possible, and this committee has a lot of work to do. Just telling them, find a candidate for the number of positions that are open in an election is simple, and we'll let them be more likely to achieve their goal.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Mr. Morford, you have the floor.
I rise to support the proposed amendment. Why tie the committee's hands? I mean, either scenario could occur. We could have a situation where they have more highly qualified candidates than the number of openings. They might as well just endorse everyone who looks highly qualified. You could have the odd situation where there might be a year where they don't think they have enough. So are they going to endorse somebody they don't think is qualified? I think you should let the committee make a decision on this. Why tie their hands?
I will speak to one of those issues. One of the problems that was envisioned is, and I'll just use myself as an example, when I was recruited to serve on the board, which I was, because of being a CPA, if you tell me you're recruiting 2 or 3 other CPAs because you need a CPA on the board, I'm not interested. You know, if you want me as for my skills, that's fine. If you want to then say, we're going to find somebody because we want somebody with your skills, but we're going to go out and bring in 3 other people with your skills, you're going to have trouble recruiting in that way. And that's been my experience with a lot of nonprofit boards.
You know, I don't think I've used my 2 minutes. And
I'm leaving you. I'm getting you up. I did not mute you.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing in deleting the sentence. You're not requiring them to recruit extra CPAs. I mean, they have the freedom under the current policy to come up with 2 or 3 CPAs running for the same position anyway. I mean, I don't see how this affects your scenario.
I'm sorry you failed to be able to see that. All right, let's move on. Mr. Ballou, you have the floor.
I think I'm going to lower my hand. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I've dropped the, I've got to go pick that up just a second. Mr. Van Ross, you have the floor.
Southern California calls a question, Mr. President.
Question has been called. All right, we have the list of people who are lined up to speak. I'm going to clear that. Is there objections to calling the question? There is an objection to calling the question. Therefore, we will have a poll. I got it. Motion is called the question on the amendment. Five, four, three, two, one. We're ending the polling. 75 have voted to call the question, 14 have opposed. That's more than 2/3. The question is called. I'm getting feedback from somebody with an open mic. I don't know who that is. I'm going to mute down a couple of people that haven't gotten muted. So we are now voting on this motion to basically strike the sentence, committees will nominate the same number of candidates as there are open positions in the election. That means that the committee, there were 4 positions, the committee can nominate 1. If there were 4 commissions, the committee could nominate 27. Actually, the committee could nominate 0, frankly, the way that's. We're getting together the polling question for that. Sorry, I'm working to get a polling question up. There we go. Delete the sentence that the committee shall nominate the same number. Vote for this. You're allowing to nominate 0 to 100. Five, four, three, two, one. This amendment passes 53 to 42. So that sentence is stricken from the main motion. All right. That's all the amendments that we have in place at this point. We're not to this point.
Alan, there are additional amendments that have come in.
That's what I was getting to. It's all like we had queued up. I did have a member say they'd sent another amendment. All right, so we have a motion up from Leela DeQuinn that would take, the language now reads that the terms of the nominating committee would be 2 years. This changes it to say that there would be 4 members appointed to 4-year terms, 2 named by the delegates and 2 named by the executive board, and 4 members appointed to 2-year terms, 2 named by the delegates and 2 named by the executive board. This would change the 6-2 split. It would also change the 2-year term to a 4-year term with them staggered. Mr. Quinn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes. Obviously, I drafted this before we had the vote on changing the split to 6-2, but I think it can stand as it is. I think that the 4-4 split, frankly, makes more sense. There's not any suggestion that the 4 members that would be appointed by the executive board would be EB members or controlled by the executive board or anything like that. The primary purpose of this, though, is for us to have terms that would stagger so that everybody wouldn't be rolling off of the committee at the same time. So that you would have continuity of half of the committee members going forward when half are replaced. And that provides the kind of continuity that you need for the committee to continue to do its work.
I believe that this motion is out of order. I think this issue has already been decided in switching to the 2-year term and switching to the 6-2 split. So I'm ruling this motion out of order. Is there anyone who objects to the motion or to the ruling of the chair? If so, just raise your hand. I'm clearing the hand raising because I think those were people speaking to it. I'm lowering the hands. I've ruled the thing out of order. Does anyone object to the ruling of the chair on this amendment as being out of order? Seeing no objections, we will move on. I believe we have another amendment. Is that correct? From Rachel Schechter. Rachel Schechter, I'm giving you the ability to unmute if she wants to.
Very much. This is very elementary based on what we've been discussing. I do think it should appear somewhere. The rationale is right there: to maintain the integrity of the royal being, all nominees must have demonstrated a working knowledge of chess at this local, state, and/or federal level.
What does working knowledge of chess mean? That's very unclear to me. Is a working knowledge of chess knowing how the horsey moves, or is it knowing how to play the Ruy Lopez? Is it knowing how to pair in a 200-player Swiss tournament? What does that mean?
I left it open for broad interpretation for that reason, Mr. President. We can't have people being nominated that think chess is tall checkers. You know, I think there has to be some knowledge of what we do. We're unlike any other governing body in the country. Whether you run a kindergarten class for chess, whether you compete at a grandmaster level, whether you just are involved as, however, there has to be some connection to the game itself.
If a person has played one rated game, do they have a working knowledge of the game?
Well, I would leave to be determined by people, but people better qualified than myself.
Okay, that's my question. I don't know that this has enough definition, but
Okay.
We have people lined up to speak. Just a minute. Let me start getting my
Thank
list together. Mr. Man Ross, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the question.
Questions called on this. Now, if we could just wait a minute for that. I've got a boatload of people with their hands up, and we're struggling to get that list together in case calling the question does not pass.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I had a point of information before the question was called. I tried to send it to you.
Go ahead, please. I'm dealing with a lot of stuff here.
That's okay. What does federal level mean here? Should that say national level?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
The words are substantially identical. We're just going to change it to national from federal. I don't think that changes the text any, and I do believe that's probably.
It doesn't. Thank you very much.
I have about 40 speakers lined up for this. I'm going to, good Lord, just a minute. If you're not in line already, you're not in line. I'm dropping those.
So glad I called that question.
We have a question called. Do we have any objections to calling the question? We have an objection to calling the question. Those who are in favor of calling the question on this amendment. Have a number who have not yet voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in polling. Show results: 70 voted in favor of calling the question, 24 opposed. The question is called. So now we will be voting on the amendment. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polling on that has ended. This motion fails. The vote is 20 in favor, 67 opposed, 3 voting present. That amendment fails. Mr. Reed has raised a point of order saying, does the person that submitted the amendment object to changing the verbiage of federal to national? That question was actually irrelevant before the thing because they're the same word. They mean exactly the same thing. So the ruling is for chairs that the point of order is overruled. If there's anyone who wishes to object to the ruling of the chair on the motion that's already been defeated. Is that what you're trying to do, Sean? Or is there hand up?
My apologies, Mr. President. Please mute
For
me.
some other reason? Okay, thank you.
Alan looks like the director indeed.
All right. We have an amendment from Jonathan Singler of Alaska, rather, wanting to add the verbiage that the nominating committee may not essentially provide any assistance given to all running candidates. I think the motion is up in front of us. Mr. Singler, you have the floor.
Jonathan Singler from Alaska. Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with you that hope is not a business plan. And as we're talking about the word democracy, transparency, faith, and good practices between these different committees, personally for myself, with the minimal experience I have working on nonprofits for the past 10 years, I've seen this happen a few times. And although I think there's something in the bylaws of US Chess that regards this, from my personal comfort as a state delegate and regarding the proposal of the nominations committee, I personally would like to see something in writing similar to this that's proposed that states that really it's directed towards the nomination committee's candidates to not really receive any more assistance than the other candidates would regarding the Chess Life advertisement or any kind of endorsements as such. Simply put, trying to create a fair platform for those running is important. And I believe a couple delegates earlier had mentioned the idea that there may be more support from US Chess members, et cetera, delegates, in support of the US Chess's endorsed candidates, and that's understandable. However, in terms of the actual election process, I think fairness and justice regarding this process should be quite agreeable with most people. The purpose of this is just to have it in writing, although we do assume best intentions from everybody here, but we can't rely on hope. So.
We have a question as to a point of information.
Yes.
Is what does the term US Chess mean, and what does the term minimum assistance mean?
US Chess, as far as any committee regarding, I guess, US Chess as an organization. As far as, what was the second?
I'm still not
of information
meant by US Chess. Would you say that again? Because I just didn't.
US Chess as the nonprofit organization of which we're all a part of.
All right. And the next question is, what does the term minimum assistance mean?
Well, when we look at the running candidates, for example, for the executive board, we see that they do get advertisement per se and Chess Life. So what I'm proposing is to ensure that the candidates that are selected by the nominations committee for running do not receive any extra assistance to their campaigning.
The Chess Life statement provision is written into the bylaws.
Yes.
Yes. The bylaws, or there's no provision in the bylaws in the election process for anything else to be done.
Yes, but for this, as far as the proposal that was put for comfort, it would be nice to have that in this proposal.
Mr. Williams,
yeah,
you have the floor for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. These were my points of information that I raised. My concern is that as written, US Chess could be so broadly construed as to constrain the ability of any member of the 501c3 organization from participating in the political process. Thank you.
All right. Before we go down to other speakers for this, Mr. Reed has a point of personal privilege that he would like to address.
I'd just like to raise that the point of order was done listed prior to the vote. I would not have submitted that after the vote. That's all. Thank you.
That is a true statement, and I sort of missed it as we went, but it ended up not changing the language, I don't believe. Substantively. All right, where are we at? Mr. Bauer says he can accept this as a friendly amendment. Can we just include this in the motion then and move on from here? Mr. Blue, I think that's acceptable, is it not?
No, Mr. President, it is not. Once the motion has been...
You're right. Yeah, it goes to the body as a whole. I'm with you. All righty. So we have some people set up to speak to the motion. Mr. Reed, you're on the list to speak to the motion, and I don't know for sure if when I had you before, I think I queued you out. I don't know for sure if you want to speak to it, but I'm going to give you the floor to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I do not need to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Just striking from that list. Sorry, I got confused. Mr. Quercia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that pronunciation.
I've been working on it, man. I've been trying.
It's perfect, actually. You got it perfectly. My Italian ancestry will appreciate that. Okay, I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. I'll just say this quickly. In order to maintain a level playing field in a democratic election, it is necessary to keep the playing field as level as possible through means of money and advertisements that circulate in the election. So any extra help that would be given to the candidates needs to come from the candidates' coffers themselves. I agree with Mr. Singler that fairness is essential to the voting process. This amendment will ensure that the Coalition for Democracy in Chess will be strong. Please vote yea on this amendment. I yield my time.
I have several points of information being raised. First person is Walter High. Mr. High, you may present your point of information, asking the question.
Just have a brief question. Would this prohibit individual members of the nominating committee from openly supporting a candidate after the nomination had been made? Are they muted by their membership on the nominating committee from supporting anyone?
Mr. Singler, your mic is still open if you...
Absolutely. I'm going to be honest, Mr. High. I think that's a question that is very valid. It does extend beyond what I have written here for the amendment. And I would probably direct that to more dialogue within the delegates, just because as we're talking about this nominations committee, which is, new today with how we're addressing it, I do think there is room to discuss that. But for my purpose here specifically is to say, look, what US Chess already provides for the campaign process for the candidates that are running should not be increased for the candidates selected by the nominations committee.
That answer your question, Mr. High? I think the answer
sort of halfway. It doesn't really address the basic issue that I raised.
Yeah, I think the answer was we hadn't thought that through.
Yeah.
Mr. Messenger, you just a second. You also have a point of information.
Yes. Currently, write-in candidates, I believe, don't get statements in Chess Life. But this amendment seems to be saying that even a write-in candidate would get the same Chess Life messages as any regular candidate. Is that the intention?
Not just Chess Life specifically, but it's across the board. It's basically to ensure that there is no extra support for those candidates. If we want to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Singler, you're missing the point of the question. The question was, does this provision also pertain to write-in candidates? The bylaws provide a procedure for write-in candidates to be to apply to be on the ballot. Those write-in candidates, however, do not have the opportunity to submit statements in Chess Life, for example. So does this extend to write-in candidates?
It's a great question, and sorry.
All running candidates.
Mm-hmm. Great question, Mr. Messenger. Actually, the audio cut out, so I couldn't hear part of that. As far as the write-in candidates, it's already unfortunate, like you said, Mr. President, that they do not get certain benefits that other proposed candidates that were already running get. I think, once again, that needs to be addressed as a whole with the process. Simply put, going back to the purpose of this amendment in and of itself is just to start that fair play, fair campaigning across the board. So for the write-in candidates specifically, it's unfortunate, but that's a point in which we need to address and fix.
I have a question as
Yes,
well
sir.
That I just don't know how this dovetails into the main motion. The main motion has a provision for the nomination committee to announce its nominees.
Yes.
So it is unclear to me if you expect this applies, if this is a motion intending to remove the ability of that.
No, I did not write this in terms of removing that. I think it's fair for US Chess to say, hey, these are our candidates. However, which I guess the argument could be made, hey, that's saying, hey, you should support our candidates because we're US Chess. Maybe there's an argument there for that. However, go ahead, Mr. President.
That's so what you're saying is this motion does not address that issue.
This motion does not address specifically that, but once again, it's a work in progress, and I think with this motion that's before you today is a step in that direction, just trying to create that fairness with the new nominations committee and the way it's being handled.
There is a suggestion that was sent to me in the chat from Mr. Winston about the language on this. I think I'm just going to recognize that. I know it's not in the order of speaking, but Mr. Winston, I think you had a suggestion.
Yeah, it's sort of a friendly amendment. If you change the words all running candidates to all nominated candidates, then you don't have to worry about the write-in situation.
Because
and I think that's what the maker of a motion has in mind.
Because the self-nominated candidates are nominated.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly. This amendment is, like you said, Mr. Winston.
Would that be okay, Mr.
Yes.
Singler? Can
Yes,
we change that?
Yes.
So now the motion is given to all nominated candidates. Mr. Emmett, to make your motion, you need to get in line. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
Question has been called. We have a whole list of people. Let's clear that list. We have objections to calling the question. We have an objection to calling the question. We have a few. Therefore, we are going to vote. You don't need to mark. We've got it. Question. We're voting on the objections to call the question. You wish to call the question, vote on this amendment. Five, four, three, two, one. There were 66 votes in favor of calling the question, 26 votes opposed. Therefore, the question is called. We are now voting on this amendment. I'll give Carol a minute to that motion up for us. There are a number of people who have not yet voted, enough that will swing this vote. Five, four, three, two, one. This amendment passes 52-36 to 3. With the change that what is presented here, there is one difference. What is passed, it does not say running candidates. It says nominated candidates in the last sentence. We in agreement on that? Mr. Ballou?
Mr. President.
Chairman?
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Carol,
Yes.
go ahead.
It has come to my attention on the amendment offered by Ms. Schechter that when crafting the motion, I substituted EB instead of nominating committee members regarding the people who need to have chess knowledge. I don't know if that in any way invalidates the poll, given that all we spoke about were nominating committee members. But thanks to Alexi Root, she pointed that out, and I'm not quite sure what the procedure is to rectify that, whether a simple show of hands, understanding what the motion was, or whether we need to vote on that a second time.
Mr. Ballou, you have raised a point of information.
Yes, my point of information is just where is this text to be added? This was a motion to amend that was highly unspecific. I did not have a chance to speak before the question was called. I would have moved to postpone indefinitely because this question is ill-formed.
Well, since there's no direction to it, I think it has to be added at the end. It's the only place to add it. Are there other, I believe there are some other amendments. Are there other amendments to this motion?
Yes. Let me pull it up on the other computer. We have one more after this.
I'm clearing the board of raised hands. The motion that we have before us now would prohibit any member of the executive board, current member of the executive board, from serving on nominations. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, so basically it's to avoid possible conflicts of interest that may arise from, if the purpose of the nominating committee is to nominate people to the executive board, it stands to reason that there's a conflict in having executive board members serving on the nominating committee, because they would basically be nominating people to be working with them on the board, but they may not agree with their vision or how they would run or want to serve on the executive board. So to avoid that conflict of interest, or even the appearance of a conflict of interest, I think it should be stipulated that if you're a current member of the executive board, you may not serve on the nominating committee, meaning you can't be appointed by either the delegates or the executive board to serve on the nominating committee.
People speaking to this, just a minute. Hold on a second.
And if you want to pull up the rationale again, or that's fine, I think. But I was just going to say, people may not agree with, someone may have an issue with serving alongside someone on the boards, so they shouldn't let that They shouldn't have the power to be able to voice whether that person gets a nomination from the nomination committee because they may not want to serve. I know that doesn't apply to anyone here, but just it opens the possibility of it, and I want to avoid that potential.
I think it well would apply to some people here. The problem
You
is,
said it, not
of
me.
course, we make the point that that person would be one vote of 8. Mr. Camerata, I'll come to your point of information after we deal with this proposed amendment, because I think it doesn't relate to this proposed amendment.
It should also be pointed out that I'm okay with them if they were previously serving on the executive board, but not currently serving on the executive board.
Okay, we've got that because it says current. All right, thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
What happened to Mr. What happened to Mr. Neat?
You're right. No, Mr. Neatman should come first. I apologize. Mike, you have the floor. Mr. Neatman has disappeared. I think Mr. Neatman actually has disconnected from the call at this point for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not seeing him on my participants list. We'll pick him up if he comes back in. Mr. Just, you have the floor then.
I will lower my hand.
Okay. Next person up then is Mr. Prosser.
I think if you look through the Slack conversations on this, you'll find very few people who are as adamant about avoiding the conflict of interest idea than I was. But I do agree that this committee does need some advice from the board. They're the ones that know best what is needed to be a board member. I rise and oppose to this because I think there could be a current board member on there. I think that would be great. They can't run for election, be nominated by that board, so they can't affect that next election. But I do think this committee needs the advice of a board member. That's why we went to 6-2, so those board members couldn't have a heavy hand in the outcome. So.
All right, Mr. Prosser. Mr. Manella, you have the floor.
All right, I'm in favor of this amendment. Just to address the issue that the committee needs the board's advice, that may be true, but the board has appointed 2 people, and I'm sure that they are perfectly capable of informing their 2 appointees of what they wish, who they consider, make suggestions. So there is no reason for board members to actually be on this committee in order to make their wishes known. It is a huge conflict of interest, and there is no way around it. You should not have incumbent board members sitting on a board that decides who gets nominated and who doesn't. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Neatman has returned. Mr. Neatman, you have the floor.
My apologies. I had a system crash or something here momentarily, right when I raised my hand, of course. No, I'm against this amendment. Those of us that are term limited, why can't we serve on this committee? We can't run again. So it doesn't make any sense to exclude someone who's term limited. If someone is on the executive board who has stated they will only run for 1 or 2 terms, not complete out to where they would be term limited, why can't they go on this nominations committee? Who better than past board members or current board members understand who needs to be on the board as far as what skill set is needed to be on the board? I think there has to be some either current or former executive board experience on this nominations committee. Thank you.
Mr. Morford, you have the floor.
Thank you. Steve Morford, Southern California. There's nothing in this proposed amendment that would prohibit the board from submitting suggestions to the nominating committee in terms of the types of people that are going to be needed on future boards? So for example, if they've identified that just because of turnover, they're going to need some more people with financial backgrounds. There's nothing that says they can't communicate that to the nominating committee. So I don't think it's going to interfere with the board's ability to analyze the needs that they have in terms of the composition. And I thought part of the rationale for creating this committee in the first place was that the board wanted to be freed up because of all the other responsibilities they have. So I support this.
Mr. Quinn, you have the floor.
I oppose this for a lot of the reasons that Mr. Neatman's expressed. Because members of the nominating committee cannot be nominated, someone who would be seeking re-election would not be able to serve as a member of the EB, but other EB members certainly could serve and serve well. It doesn't mean that the EB is necessarily going to select EB members to make its appointments. It may select other people altogether, but with the EB appointing only 2 members to the committee, I fail to see how those 2 members could take over or control the committee. And the suggestion that there's a conflict of interests suggests that our fiduciaries are not serving as fiduciaries. They are bound to serve in the best interest of US Chess, and that would include their committee service here to be looking for nominees, vetting nominees, recruiting nominees who would serve well and serve the interests and goals of US Chess. They're not acting in a self-interested way. And I think I said the same thing when we had the town hall on this. If someone sees an EB member as self-interested, then they should start the process to have that person removed. Our EB members are not self-interested. There's not a conflict here. They're acting in the best interests of US Chess. And in doing that, those that are not seeking re-election certainly could serve on the nominating committee.
Members of the board are required to serve on a fiduciary capacity, just as informative. So in a fiduciary capacity, you're required to place the interest of the organization above your own. So Mr. Bowman, you said you're claiming a point of privilege. What is that, please?
Well, just to address the.
Well, if you want to speak to the motion, if you're speaking to the motion, that's not a matter of personal privilege. You're just in line to speak to the motion again. Mr. Manross, you have the floor.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. First of all, the proposal from Florida is spectacular. It cuts to the heart of what we hear going on from the whistleblowers of the governance task force, that the governance task force has repeatedly brought up the issue of, will former executive board members be on the nominations committee? Will they be eligible for the 8th seat that was just supposedly incorporated through Article 6 permanently? This basically cuts to the heart of that issue. Now, it doesn't do a good enough job, honestly, because we can't. We've been blocked from that. But because this proposal suggests that current members of the executive board may not serve on the body that creates future members of the executive board, it creates a greater continuity for the membership to enforce democracy in chess. Therefore, having heard the former president of Southern California, Mr. Morford, who supports this motion, this amendment, I should say, and I know on behalf of my vice president, Dylan Huercha, who you've all heard a great deal from, a great fighter for democracy in chess, great champion of democracy in chess, I believe that I can speak on behalf of not only all of Southern California, but all of the Coalition for Democracy in Chess, and saying we certainly support this amazing amendment from Mr. Bowman, and thank you to the great state of Florida for proposing it. I yield my time.
Mr. Williams, you have the floor.
I move to refer this to the Bylaws Committee.
Motion has been made to refer this to the Bylaws Committee. I believe we have the people whose names are in line here. I'm going to clear this. So we have a motion to refer. We have people who wish to speak to the motion to refer. Mr. Van Ross, you wish to speak to the motion to refer.
Southern California adheres to the axiom, Mr. President, that while the delegates are together this one brief time a year, we ought to handle as much as can be handled. The Bylaws Committee has voted down multiple things which the delegates have then turned around and ignored, according to Mr. Winston. Because a former president of US Chess has indicated that the vote of the Bylaws Committee may or may not coincide with what the delegates ultimately decide, I do indeed believe that we should handle this now and at the present time with the delegates here together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time.
Mr. Moore.
I'm opposed to the motion to refer. I think this is a very clear motion. I can't imagine that it's going to be in conflict with our bylaws. It goes to the heart of a lot of the things we've been talking about over the last couple of days related to bringing in new blood while trying to maintain the organization, its effectiveness, and it will help maintain some separation of powers between the different parts of the organization, which I think is healthy. I yield the rest of my time.
I had to stand up and pick something up. Figured you didn't need to see me do that. We have a note from our parliamentarian. Ken, your mic is open.
Mr. President, I'd like to point out to the body that a motion to refer an amendment to bylaws will, in fact, refer the motion to amend and the main motion together to bylaws.
Well, the speaker did in addressing the prior motion, say we should not rush to do any of this in a special meeting. So maybe that's what folks want to do. Mr. Manella, hold on a minute. Mr. Manella had a no. Just a minute. Leela, I believe you have a point of order.
I was just asking whether a motion to refer requires a second.
It generally does. This environment makes that a little bit of a challenge, but I've rarely seen them show up on the floor that didn't get a second so that we went ahead and talked about it. It's very rare. So anyway, now we have Mr. Manella, who has a point of information, so he will be asking a question about the motion, I assume. Whoop, I'm sorry, Jim, I muted you back. Go ahead and unmute. Jim, you'll need to unmute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You unmuted and I accidentally muted you back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Accidentally, I'm sure.
It was, sir.
My question is, if the motion to refer passes, and in the interim, while the bylaws committee is considering it, a EB member is appointed to this committee, what happens?
The motion will refer not just this motion, but the whole motion, the whole concept to the bylaws committee.
All right, thank you. That answers the question.
Mr. Jess.
Call the question.
The question as to this amendment has been called.
No, the referral.
Question on the referral.
I got it. As to the referral of this amendment and the main motion to the bylaws committee has been called. Are there objections to calling the motion? There is an objection. All in favor of calling the question? on the motion to refer? I'm going to stop the polling right now. You didn't get to vote. Don't worry about it. The motion to call had 74 votes in favor out of 100. That's clearly going to be 2/3. So the motion to refer is what is on the table right now. We will vote on the motion to refer.
Refer to bylaws, correct?
Yes, to
Correct.
refer to bylaws. This will clarify, refer not just the amendment, but will also refer the main motion. Five, four, three, two, one. The motion to refer fails. There were 32 votes in favor, 60 votes opposed, 4 voted present. So the motion, we are back to discussion of the motion at hand. I believe the next person who is up is Mr. Singler, according to the list. Speaking to the motion to amend.
Yep, Jonathan Singler from Alaska. You
get closer to the mic, please. You're a little hard to hear.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Perfect. Yeah, so as far as the current amendment before us, the current members of the executive board may not serve on the nominations committee. Really seems like it only applies to the upcoming nominations committee. And so personally, I do not see the problem that's being addressed or being mentioned, which is continuity of the board, fresh blood on the board. So I don't know if it needs to be added as far as the year for the nominations committee, but it's very clear cut what it's addressing, which is this next nominations committee cannot have current members of the EB serving on it. It's unfortunate, like I mentioned earlier, with the timing of certain people's interests and how they're serving with US Chess, but we're looking at the service as a whole, not necessarily individual tracks of service. I yield my time.
Next person in line to speak would be Mr. Brock. Need to unmute, Bill. There you are.
Read my lips. I call the question.
Question has been called. Lower all the hands. Are there objections to calling the question? Seeing no objections, we will now vote on this amendment. The amendment would say, doesn't say where it would be added. I assume it would be added. Well, when we get back into the main motion, we'll figure out where to stick it. Because the motion doesn't say where it will go. I think I know where to put it. No, I mean, I think I know where in the motion it would fit. Five, four, three, two, one. Point is moot. The motion to amend fails. There were 34 votes in favor, 53 votes opposed, and 4 people voted present, so this amendment fails.
Could you give me those numbers again, Alan? Sorry, I didn't write them down.
Sure, no problem at all. There were 34 in favor, 53 opposed, and 4 voted present.
Thank you.
34, 53, and 4. So now, do we have other amendments that are still floating around to this? Mr. Losoff has asked over in the Slack workspace if he knows if Zoom surveys disclose who voted each way or only records the total. Zoom surveys record who voted each way on each mission, each item. However, we can only do 25 surveys in a particular open meeting. We are having to reuse them. And so we are actually clearing out the data of people who actually voted for and against certain items because we have to be able to have the number of polls that are up there. So that's the item here. Okay, Mr. Manila has some amendments here that he is proposing. I think that the first item is moot because there was an amendment just proposed to do that and it was defeated. So his first amendment, I am ruling as moot. Are there, the next item, none of the 2 executive board appointed members can have served on the EB in the previous 5 years. That would also be moot because the previous motion was failed. So now we are down to number 3. Mr. Manila, I'm getting you the floor. You can unmute Mr. Manila. You have the floor to talk about item number 3.
All right, item number 3. One thing I would like to amend my amendment from now 8 years to 4 years. When this was written, the term for a member was 4 years, and I wanted to make it 2 terms. So now that it is 2 years, I will accept 4 years. The reason is quite simple. We want a non-political board. People with political ambitions of their own should not serve on this very powerful committee. Right now, the way this proposal was worded, there is nothing to stop somebody from serving on the board, resigning, and then getting nominated by the board. So I think we need something that says there must be a waiting period. 4 years seems reasonable to me. This will discourage people with political ambitions of their own from serving on the board, and I think that's a good thing. I'm open to discussion.
Moment. I'm working on managing the queue here. First person up is David Hayter.
I rise to speak against this amendment. It is hard enough to find people willing to serve in various capacities. When we're asking someone to serve on this nominating committee, we're now saying they cannot run for 6 years, 2 years on the committee and 4 years thereafter. The 8 years was absolutely terrible. The 4 years is a much improvement, but it is still going to be difficult to recruit someone and say, oh, by the way, you cannot run for the next 6 years if you agree to serve on this committee.
Mr. Brock.
Hi. Politics is not a dirty word. Political ambitions are even not a bad thing. If one's ambition is to serve US Chess membership and the general public, that's what 501c3 organizations do. Self-dealing is bad, hubristically wanting to put one's face on some public monument is bad, but politics taken in the most general sense, and you wouldn't know it from living in the United States in 2020, I will concede, is a most admirable thing. I think on its face, this amendment is a bad idea. U.S. chess has a strange history. Do not get stuck up on the fact that we've had these warring factions from New York and New Jersey, for example, fighting each other, silly, petty little things for the last 40 years. We are here to serve our members and the general public. Forget the past, focus on the future, vote down this amendment, not because the ideas behind it are bad, but because we're a small organization. There are a lot of very bright people on this call, but it's still a tiny pool of talent relative to the 330 million people we have to serve. And why make it even tinier? Thank you.
Mr. Brock, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
I'll call the question.
Question has been called. I have the list of people whose hands are up to speak. Lower those hands. Are there objections to calling the question? There is an objection to calling the question. Motion to call the question. Five, four, three, two, one. Question is called. 78 in favor, 14 opposed, 1 voted present. The question is called. We'll now vote on this amendment.
That should be 4 years, not 8. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, that is correct. And that's what's up on the screen.
No, what's in the motion, yeah.
That was in the motion, yes.
Motion was created when the motion was submitted. Apologies.
So that, what you're voting on is 4 years, not 8. Five, four, three, two, one. Motion to amend is defeated. 20 votes were in favor, 71 votes opposed, 2 votes abstaining. The motion loses 71 to 2. We have further amendments.
We do not, to my knowledge, Mr. Chair, and I think we just need to make sure the record reflects that that motion was amended as it was being introduced for 4 years and not 8 years as presented in the poll.
Mr. Emmett wishes to address, I guess, a perceived slight against the state of New York.
I just wanted to say that we're not all so bad. You know, as long as you kind of see it our way, we're okay.
You know, last night, Sophia wondered why I didn't bring the no button. That would have been the good time to use it, but I left it upstairs. Okay, Steve, thank you. Do we have any other amendments? I don't know if we do or not. Is that it, Carol?
Yes.
All right. I tell you what we're going to do. We need to get the motion as amended cleaned up on our sheet. So we're going to take just a moment. I'm going to put us in recess for 5 minutes while we get this fixed. So if you want to take a break for a quick recess for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to call us back. I hope I gave you enough time, Carol. If I didn't, I apologize. Our recess is ended. We're back. We've got the motion cleaned up, and it's up here in front of us. We have a whole list of people whose hands have been raised to speak to this motion now, as it has been amended. We've cleared through all the amendments that are there, and we are back into the motion as a whole. I am working off the list that is in the motion file that is in front of us. So I'm not clearing the raised hands, Mr. Manross, because we already have a huge list of people to speak. You can look down there and see if you're already in there. I think if you want to get added to the bottom, you may find that you might not get a chance to get there from here just yet. Question might be called before then. Mr. Barber, you're up first to speak to the amended motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to see that we have, massaged this, worked with it, and taken a hard look at all the efforts and energies that have been put into this by the task force group. I think that the edits, changes are suffice to be able to move forward. And of course, we can always revisit this as we choose to or need to. And so I'm very much in favor of seeing this move forward. I was concerned on a number of topics, but I would like to point out something to everyone. There's going to be a liaison that's going to work with this committee. And that liaison is going to be chosen by the EP as a very important person to share knowledge and skills and information. So as we move forward, I really look forward to a liaison who will be able to help out in so many ways. Thank you.
I believe the next person who had been queued up before is Mr. Winston.
All right, I'll be brief. I think all the changes have been improvements. Thank you.
Mr. Quercia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this motion. I was initially opposed to the original motion, but with the amendments that have been voted on, I will say this is a great compromise here, and I appreciate the willingness of the members to compromise. This motion represents democracy in action, and I'll leave everything else to echo what Dean Barber just said. I yield.
Mr. Hoffman.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Are there objections to calling the question? Please raise your hand. there is an objection to calling the question. We will vote on calling the question. We end the voting because it's really clear. We had a vote of 72 in favor of calling the question, 17 opposed, 1 voting present. The question is called. We are voting on the nominations committee motion. Now, Carol, scroll down, please, from there. This part we are going to vote on separately. This part about amending the language on the election committee, because we did not discuss it in here. The intention had been to include them as one item, but it got missed in discussion. So we have not included that in the discussion. However, I think we can go ahead and add it in here, because if we have the nominating committee, the election committee members have been excluded from any part of the process. They don't sign nominating petitions. They're completely separate from the process. So from the chair, even though this wasn't emphasized in the discussion, I think this is a conforming part of it and a critical part of it that we just add this in. The only change that happens in the bylaws here, this second part is a bylaws change, and it would simply say that no member of the election committee may serve on a nominee. That's all that it adds. Right now, it says no member of the election committee may sign nominating committee, nominating petitions. So it just simply adds the words on a nominating committee. So I think that that is fine to do that. While we're at it, if we're going to amend the bylaws for this, can we make a really quick other change and change maybe a candidate for the US Chess Executive Board instead of USCF Executive Board? Just make that change. That's a conforming change with the name of the organization. Is there any, Mr. Baloo?
Mr. President, I ask the delegates to pass this motion by unanimous consent. The election committee very much wants this.
Well, we haven't voted on the other motion yet. What I'm doing is just saying we're including this in with the nominations committee motion, because if the nominations committee motion is defeated, it's moot. It doesn't matter. So I am just from the chair ruling, we're going to include them, vote on as one.
So this is not an amendment. It's
right.
not a voted.
Does that?
Thank you.
We're not voting on the amendment. I'm including it in the motion on which we're about to vote, unless anybody objects. All right, before we get there, I have a request for a point of information from Mr. Camerata. I think it would be valid. You may unmute. Frank, you asked me earlier and I forgot.
Yeah, thanks. I just real quick question. Can this nominating committee help with probably the most arduous task that any candidate has, and that's obtaining signatures? Can they actually obtain signatures for the candidate?
Well, actually, right now the answer would be no, because the amendment, as I read it, a nomination committee may not in any capacity otherwise help that exceeds the minimum assistance given to any nominated candidate. So I don't believe they would be eligible to help get petitions signed.
All right, thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
They can sign it.
They could have without that amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, I think I've got clarification from the parliamentarian. Never mind.
All right. Mr. Hayter asked a point of information. Could the nomination committee advertise who they selected? Actually, what this motion says is that they will announce who they have nominated. So they will announce that. That's part of the motion. The candidates who are nominated can say they were nominated. That's part of the motion. So I think we are clear and we're ready to vote. The motion has been amended. It covers two things. It would create the nominating committee as amended. It also would amend the language in the bylaws regarding the election committee to extend the prohibition of being involved in election activity to serving on the nominating committee. Five, four, three, two, one. Ending the polling, sharing the results. The motion as presented passes. 83 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 not voting. 83 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 not voting. So the nominations committee is created with the amendments and the election committee provision. The bylaws is changed to deal with elect committee members not serving in the bylaws, not serving on the nominating committee, rather. All right. Give me a minute. All right, we will get to the nominating committee in a minute. We're going to deal with these separately. And we do have a provision in place to vote for people for the nominating committee. We worked that out ahead of time as to a way that we could do it. And when we get to that point, we will talk about how we're going to make that vote happen. The first item that we have for delegate appointed committees, I'm going to run through these and then we're going to bring them up for votes and discussion and votes. The first item is the audit committee. The nominees for that are Mr. Haskell, Mr. Unruh, and me. Mr. Haskell and I are both CPAs. Mr. Unruh, the requirement for the audit committee is that folks who have a background in either a CPA or business finance. Mr. Unruh has that, certainly. The bylaws list you see there, it's largely the same as before. It drops off 2 members who've been on the bylaws committee who've been elected to the executive. That would be Mr. Fong and Mr. Day. It adds me in that. That list came from Mr. Hoffman. The list for the audit committee came from Mr. Unruh. So bylaws then Sandeep Amapali, Leela DeQuinn, Guy Hoffman, Randy Huff, Steve Emmett, Richard Kepke, Gerald Larson, Myron Lieberman, Alex Lemelski, John McCrary, David Mailer, James Manella, Robert Messenger, Alan Priest, Andrew Rea, Gary Walters, and Harold Winston. The election committee was submitted by Mr. Blue. The election committee being Ken Blue, Myron Lieberman, Kenneth Sloan, Andrew Thal. They've traditionally had an alternate, Alex Braille. The number of that committee is set by the bylaws. The number in the committee is set by the bylaws, but they do have an alternate, so they will be able to have a 4th one if something happens. Ethics was submitted by the outgoing chair of the ethics committee, who is Mr. Day. That list is Ken Ballou, Susan Breeding, Noreen Davison, Anand Malapati, Randy Huff, Paul Kolachevsky, Eris, Margitas, I may say a couple of these wrong. If I do, I'm sorry. Jim Manila, Harold Stencil, Al Terry, Myron Thomas, and Martha Underwood. most of those folks, I think all of those folks are currently serving on the Ethics Committee. Mr. Day and Mr. Hayter have served on the Ethics Committee. They will be dropping out based on their election to the Executive Board. All righty. Carol, let's put the other part back up, please. Do we have folks who wish to discuss the Audit Committee? Seeing none, let's vote on the Audit Committee. If I can find it. Oh, we got them all as one, don't we, Carol? Are there any discussion about the Audit Committee?
I just changed it back so that they're all different.
All in one. I'm with you.
No, they're all different.
Okay, well then let's put
let me
up.
find it.
Let's put up.
Well, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. Approve the nominees to the Audit Committee. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. That's pretty clear. I'm just going to end the polling. If you haven't voted, that's okay. That vote came out 90 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 voted present. The next one is, are there any questions or comments about the nominees to the Bylaws Committee? Mr. Van Ross.
Mr. President, a point of information question. If we wished to add members to, for example, the Bylaws Committee, is this something that state delegations can so nominate at this time?
State delegations generally do not nominate people to committees.
DG myself, Mr. President.
I'm trying to explain that. What normally happens is folks go to those committees and the names are submitted by those committees is what generally happens. So who is it that you wish to add?
I've noticed that the Dean of Scholastic Chess is not on the Bylaws Committee, and yet he seems to be, from my experience, one of the most, if you'll allow the term, educated into our bylaws of anyone who I've met, of course, just like yourself, sir. So I would like to nominate the Dean of Scholastic Chess for the Bylaws Committee.
Does that person have a name?
Dwayne Barber, sir, the Dean of Scholastic Chess, one of the greatest philanthropists in our organization.
Not everyone knows to whom you are referring when you say that. So I wanted to make sure we had
co-chair, actually.
Mr. Barber.
I don't need it.
I want to thank Sean for providing an opportunity to check things out. I do see a very broad and wide group of young people that can handle the bylaws. And I have certain medical issues right now which may preclude me being able to be as involved. So I this time would wish to decline, but I do thank him for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Yeah, problem solved.
Mr. Hayter. Mr. Hayter, you may unmute.
Thank you. Now it's not so important, but what I was going to say is if we are going to amend these lists in any way, then there should be up or down votes on each candidate if we are going to piecemeal the list, but that's not relevant anymore. So I will leave it at that.
All right, seeing no other hands, let's move on. Do we have any issues with the Elections Committee? Anybody want to make a comment there? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Ethics Committee. Do we have comments related to the Ethics Committee? See. Mr. Barber.
Yes, could you scroll up for a moment so I can get the accuracy. Thank you very much. I noticed RES is listed as Canada. Could I ask for an explanation from Ken Blue or someone else?
Mr. President, Mr.
Yes.
Margettis is a US Chess member. He is eligible to serve. I would also add Mr. Margettis is an international arbiter. He is an active director in the United States as well.
Thank
That
you
answer
for
your
the
question,
information.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Eade. Mr. Eade.
Sorry, didn't unmute myself. Excuse me.
Okay, there you are. Sorry.
Yeah. I would like to vote individually on this committee, and I wondered how to get that on the floor as a topic.
On which committee?
The ethics? Are we on to ethics? I thought we moved on to ethics.
We're asking questions. That's why we haven't voted on any of the committees yet. We were looking to take them as a, have the discussion as a whole. So you would like to divide the question to vote for them individually. Is that correct?
Well, only in regards to ethics.
Right. You want to divide the question related to ethics and vote on those individually. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Hold on to that. We'll have a discussion about dividing the question. Since we can't, I'm going to hold everybody's hands just like you are. We have no issues with the other ones. We're going to vote on the ones that we have. Okay? So, right, we had a motion to approve the audit committee. I don't think we voted on the other ones. Am I correct? We need
Correct.
to vote on the bylaw committee. Let's bring up the poll for the bylaws committee. You have a motion for the people for the bylaws committee? Five, four, three, two, one. Bylaws committee nominees pass 83-1 with 2 voting present. Next, we have a motion to vote on for the elections committee. Five, four, three, two, one. Results of the election committee, 83 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 voted present. So that motion passes as presented. Now what we have is we have a motion to divide the question and to vote on the ethics committee members individually. Speaking to that motion,
Pardon the interruption.
you have the floor.
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes.
I wanted to inquire if we will be taking an opportunity to discuss individual persons as it relates to the ethics committee vote.
Well, right now, what the motion on the floor is to divide.
Okay.
Mr. Parliamentarian, is the motion to divide debatable?
No, Mr. President.
Then we don't need debate it. We have a motion to divide, in which we would, if you approve dividing, we will consider each one of these nominees in turn. If you wish to consider each one in turn, motion to divide is defeated. There were 23 in favor, 61 opposed, 3 voting present. So we will now vote on the, we'd already had discussion. We will vote on the motion to approve the nominees for the Ethics Committee. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have voted 82 in favor, 5 opposed, 4 not voting. The nominees for the Ethics Committee are approved. Moving on. Just a minute, I'm clearing something up here. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is nominate at least 6 people for the nominating committee. I believe we have some folks who have some thoughts about that. Mr. Ballou, you have a question and point of information.
President, I assume that if we have more than 6 nominees for the nominations committee, we will have to hold an election. And I believe that that may take some time to set up.
That's correct, but we will deal with that. We do have a mechanism to vote if we have more than 6 nominations for it.
Mr. President, when the time comes, I will move to suspend the rules so that we may process item 14 while that election is being set up.
I'm with you. I'm all over that. All right. Mr. Ray, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize that my question is Andrew Ray, Virginia. My question is not pertaining to this particular item, but I have not been able to get point of information in from an earlier item. That is with some committees other than nominations that are currently have vacancies. How will those be filled?
There are not ones that have vacancies.
On those.
There are not any committees that have vacancies. Those have been the committees that have stated numbers all have this number that is required. So the size of some of the others fluctuates over time.
I had not been aware that we had a replacement for Mr. Day on our bylaws committee.
We don't. There were 2 members that dropped off. There was 1 member added. There is not a fixed number on the bylaws committee. All right, moving on.
Thank you, sir.
That question solved that issue. Nominations, please. Folks who are interested in nominations to this committee. Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Kevin Pryor of Florida for the nominations committee. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn. Leland, you'll need to unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to nominate Beatrice Marinella and David Grimaud to the Nominations Committee.
Mr. Manros.
Mr. President, I would also like to make two nominations, Steve Morford of Southern California and Jonathan Lee Singler of Alaska.
Mr. Manella.
I would like to nominate Dylan Korsha, Southern California.
I would like to point out to the delegates that if we're looking for particularly diversity and geographic diversity, we may not want to elect everybody to the nominations state. Mr. Williams.
I nominate Leela Dequin of Louisiana.
Mr. Fong.
I'd like to nominate Paul Covington of Colorado.
Mr. Hoffpower.
I'd like to nominate Sophia Rode from New York.
Mr. Talamontes.
I was about to nominate Sophia Rode of New York as well.
Mr. Emmett.
I have to lower my hand because I was about to nominate Sophia Rode of New York State.
Mr. Brock.
I would like to nominate Mr. Shabazz of Florida, Michelle Martinez of Arizona, Chris Wainscott of Wisconsin, who parenthetically is not a delegate, but his consent has been obtained. And Leila Daquin has already been nominated, I believe? Or
yes.
Okay, very good.
Bill, did you have three people there then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Diam
Shabazz, Wainscott, and Martinez.
Chris Wainschott.
Judith.
Janelle Lusoff from Nevada.
Mr. Dubeck.
I was going to nominate Beatrice Marinello. She's already been nominated.
Got it. Mr. Bauer.
Randy Huff of Southern California.
Sorry, David. David, unmute.
Bill Brock of Illinois, and Judith from Northern California.
Judith Stari.
Bill's putting his fingers down though, so.
I'm gonna inquire. We'll be okay. We're going back through it. Mr. Eid.
Yes, I would like to I was going to nominate Judith, but I'd also like to nominate Al Lawrence of New York.
I don't think Al Lawrence can serve in this.
He can't serve
because of it's my understanding as a trustee of the Chess Trust, they're not involved. They don't sign petitions. They're not directly involved in the election stuff.
My understanding is he's not a trustee.
He's the president.
He's the president.
He's the executive director.
He's
an employee.
I'm not sure that's a distinction with a difference.
Well,
I believe he's
I
on
think
the
there is a
board.
distinction.
Mr. Lawrence, you have the floor. I'm not sure what your status is here.
One moment, please.
Sorry, I wasn't plugged in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm sure what my position is. I'm the managing director of the US Chess Trust. If there's an objection to my being in this mix, it's okay with me. I'm not sure exactly what the rule would come from. Can you explain it?
Well, the Chess Trust, as I understand it, because in discussions with the Chess Trust president, I had inquired about nominating petitions and everything else. I've been informed over the years that Chess Trust was not participatory in nominating petitions and that sort of thing for the U.S. chess side. So,
Mr. Priest, may I inform you that that covers the chairman in office, but not the managing director.
Mr. Reed, just a moment. Let me finish. So my question there had been with in relation to how that applied throughout the trust as a whole. I think the proper person to ask of this might be Mr. Doyle. Steve, I've opened up your mic if you will.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, and hi, everybody. Yeah, I think it's probably best that the trust doesn't participate in the nomination process for the U.S. Chess Federation, although I don't view it as a conflict in many ways, because we support the U.S. Chess Federation in every way, shape, form, financially. Thank you.
All I'm wanting to do is make sure that this is a rule of the trust. It's not a rule of U.S. Chess, and I'm just wanting to make sure there's not an inherent conflict from the folks that work with the trust.
No, I don't view it as an inherent conflict, but I think it's best that we don't get involved.
So, Al, are you withdrawing?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, I'm about to close nominations. Danny Rode, this is the last one I'm taking.
Point of information, does that affect Beatrice Marinello as well?
It would, I believe, but we're going back through this here in just a second. All right, now. What I am doing is, Mr. Pryor, a speech. What we want to know is, are you willing to serve in this capacity?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Marinello, would you unmute your mic? B of the trust.
I think it's best for me to exclude myself from this and remain, close to the trust. And of course, the U.S. Chess, I'm a former president of the U.S. Chess Federation. But in order to avoid any potential conflict, I will not be. And I'm thankful to Laila for the nomination, but I will not accept the nomination. Thank you.
Got it. Mr. Gramad. You may unmute. There you go.
All right. Yes, I will.
Mr. Morford.
Yes.
Mr. Singler.
Yes.
Mr. Quercia. Mr. Quercia.
I apologize. What is the question?
You've been nominated for service on the nominations committee. Are you willing to serve in that capacity if elected?
Yes, I am.
Leela,
Yes.
Mr. Covington,
Yes.
Sophia,
I would be honored to.
Mr. Shabazz, your mic is open.
Yes, I will. Thanks.
Mr. Wayne Scott is not a delegate, he's not on the call, but I know he has accepted that. Mr. Brock said so. Ms. Martinez,
Yes, I'd be willing to serve.
Alan Losoff, I have unmuted your mic. I know you don't dare
Yes,
speak to Janelle, but I think Janelle may be with you.
She has asked me to accept on her behalf. She's at another meeting right now.
Mr. Huff,
Willing to serve.
Mr. Brock,
No, no, no.
Yes. thank you.
Judith,
Yes, thank you.
all right. We have a list. As chair, I have a few concerns on this list in that there is a little bit of a lack of some geographic diversity here. So as we vote for that, with the delegates voting for 6, we do want to be concerned about making sure we have some diversity among the group. All right. So we are going to, as Carol takes a few minutes to get that process set up, and when it is set up, we will explain to you all how it's going to work. So we're going to suspend the rules, and if there are no objections, we'll suspend the rules and move on through the agenda while our staff works to set up that
Mr. Chairman?
election. Yes.
I have 14 names. Is that what you have?
That's what I have, yes.
Yes, that's what I have as well. Mr. Yang, you have a point of information.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. The point of information is what is the order that will be listed for the nominating committee members? And also if their state will also be included for that reason of democratic
We will
diversity.
certainly include the states. That's an identifier for them. I believe we will have them listed alphabetically. Is that correct?
No, they're listed in the order they were presented, but I can go ahead and move things around.
Let's get them listed alphabetically. I think it'll be easier to find folks.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And list the state. All the ones are delegates except for Mr. Wayne Scott. He's from Wisconsin. The next matter would be the LMA trustees. Mr. Unruh, I am unmuting your mic. These are the LMA nominations that you sent in, I believe.
That is correct. The chair of LMA has nominated the following individuals: Jim Bedenbaugh, Steve Doyle, Leroy Dubeck, Peter Dyson, Doug Gorman, Mike Hoppauer, Beatrice Marinello, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, Alex Ralia, and Chuck Unruh for service in 2020-21.
Are all those continuing?
Yes.
Okay, I thought they were. All right. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss the LMA trustees? Seeing no discussion. Give me a moment. We have a vote to approve the nominees to the LMA Trust. Five, four, three, two, one. We end the poll. We have 85 in favor, 2 opposed, 4 voting present. So the LMA trustees as presented are approved. We need to go ahead and deal with this other vote because we are down to just cleanup items after that. Do we have that largely set up? While we're waiting for that to get set up, what I want to do is open the floor to discussion of the nominations committee nominees as a whole. You can address it for one or the item as a whole. Do we have anyone who wishes to address the nominee committee?
Mr. Chairman, I need you to read the names because in my cut and paste exercise, I think I have lost a name.
All right.
So what I have, I'll go down my alphabetical list. It's Covington, DeCann, Grimaud.
Wait, you're going to have to go slower than that. Covington?
Yes, DeCann, Grimaud. Huff.
Just a minute. Slow down.
Losaw.
Yes. Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Pryor.
Yes.
Huerta.
Yes.
Rode.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Singler.
Yes.
Atari.
Yes.
Wainscott.
Yes. Morford,
Got it.
California.
Thank you.
Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Are we on now discussing the nominees?
Yes.
Thank you. You know, one of the reasons that I had hoped that we were going to have a 4-4 split on this was I am concerned of the same thing that Alan is, that we get sufficient balance amongst the nominees. So, you know, please, can we work toward that end? I would ask that. I'm not going to name the people that I'm interested in supporting right now, but I really would ask the delegates to be mindful of this fact that we aren't looking, you know, to pick sides amongst factions. We're looking to find 6 people that are knowledgeable and will be fair and represent the interests of US Chess. So that's all I ask, is that we take the time to consider our votes in a way that will represent the diverse interests of our body.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shabazz, from between the chess drum and back when I knew him back at Jules Stein at the old Chicago Chess Center, it would just be great. Anybody knows what he's doing. I asked the first person other than Diane that I approached was Merritt Thorpe, and it was Merritt who actually suggested that I contact Chris Wainscott, who I thought was a brilliant suggestion. Chris is very, very active, both as a TD and a player and a writer. He is out there. He's in contact with a lot of young people, and although he's a straight white guy like me, he knows. First of all, he's not old like I am, and secondly, he knows a lot of young people.
Exactly. That's what
the kind of person who would generate.
One is your first choice. Two is your. Just put 1 through 6 for your choices. Now, do they have to select all the other choices too?
Sorry, I muted Mike. He was talking in the background. Go ahead, Bill. Are we out of time?
I want to be. I mean, there's a lot of great people that I'm not voting for, and just because I'm not plugging those people, I don't want to go over my choices. But I'm just mentioning 2 I really like. Okay.
Mr. Hessler.
All I was wondering was, are we going to have more than just 20 seconds and then you giving us a rocket countdown to make our selection here?
Obviously, we're going to have, and it's going to be a whole different process too.
No worries. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
We are going to have to go outside of our poll because the Zoom wasn't going to support us because we've already maxed out the number of polls we've done today. So we have set up a SurveyMonkey, and it is a ranking list. There are 14 names alphabetically listed with their state association listed in parentheses afterwards. Everybody is going to have to rank each candidate from 1 to 14, 1 being your strongest preference on down to number 14, your least preferential. That will give us a tabulation, and I will paste the link to the SurveyMonkey in the chat.
Can we please just get the whole list up so that we can see it? What we're doing is rank order voting is what it amounts to. So we need to get the list up.
Okay, so that's the top of the list. People will be able to select, I don't want to do that. Using these drop-down arrows will allow you to choose a number, 1 being your strongest preference, 14 being your least strong preference. And I apologize if I spelled anybody's name incorrectly doing this on the fly.
Mr. Emmett, you have a point of information. Just a minute. What's your question, sir?
Is it required that we vote for all 14? I mean, rank all 14?
I do not believe that you're required to do a choice, but if you are, it may not let you submit it. So if it is required that you submit a rank next to everyone, you're just going to have to do it, or else your vote won't be counted.
Okay.
Mr. Bauer, you have a point of order.
Yeah, I do have a point of order. Are we going to actually do rank order voting, or are we simply going to take the top 6 from every survey and count each of those as one vote? Because we don't have any provision. We have never used rank order voting. I would suggest this would be a really bad time to start that.
So an alternate solution would be for us to take this back with this list of names and send it out in a different format after the meeting. I don't know that we can decide that on the fly.
Well, I mean, what I'm suggesting is there no way to take the raw numbers in the survey and any one that's 1 through 6 equals 1, and all the others are discarded on each of the survey responses? I mean, that's the same as voting for 6.
So are you suggesting that everybody only get to vote for one person despite their 6?
No, everybody has 6 votes. And in the survey, in the rank order, all you have to do is change 1 through 6 being equal to 1 and 7 through infinity being equal to 0. And then you are able to tabulate.
Correct. It's in the tabulation, but the structure of this survey does not change the way we're administering.
I'm asking about, I don't care how you structure it. I think we all understand the rank order. 1 through 6 are what matter, and everything after.
Correct. Right. It'll give us an Excel file that we can then,
Right.
sort
You can
of way.
that mathematics.
Right. Understood. So it'll give us a tabulation for each person that responds, and this will be anonymous. For each person that responds, every survey that gets returned, there'll be a value next to it, that name. And so we'll be able to sort the names and their rankings. It may take us a little time to be able to report what those are, but I don't see another way to do this on the fly right now beyond what we've set up, Randy.
I mean, that's fine, as long as we are not doing actual rank order voting, which I believe is not in anywhere provided for in our bylaws for any of our voting.
Yeah,
but I'm also not.
Go ahead.
I'm not understanding how they click on the link, quite frankly. I'm seeing in front of me a link I can't click onto.
Well, people might have to then type it into their browser. I don't think I've pasted the link yet, have I? Right. I've just pasted it into the SurveyMonkey. You should be able to copy that and paste it into a browser.
Okay, thank you.
So what we're going to do is, I think you do have to list all the candidates, but when we do that, we'll get a report by ballot. We're going to get the top 6 and that you voted for. We're going to pull those and then we'll have to tabulate those.
Does it make sense, Alan and others, to hand off the data sheet when this poll is closed to the election committee to handle and tabulate the results?
Ken?
Mr. President, I would be very happy to serve as teller for the election.
There we go.
Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Alan,
Yes.
Mr. Quercia has a question asking to be recognized. His raise hand feature is not working.
Just a moment.
Looks like there are others who have raised hands as well.
Mr. Quercia.
That wasn't me. I'm sorry if that came through now.
Mr. Van Ross.
Oh, well, I mean, while we're waiting for the Survey Monkey, nothing big to say. Just, I suppose I was going to point out when I raised my hand that there was a conversation about that you had directed us, the delegates, to have a geographically diverse group. And I would point out that it's hard to be more geographically diverse in this group than coming from Alaska. So Mr. Singler will have my vote as representing that corner. And I would also like to point out that he did Utah.
We're in the middle of voting. Thank you.
Right. Come on, man.
We're not campaigning while we're in the middle of voting. If you have questions about the process, that's fine. Just a minute. Mr. Dubek, do you have a question about the process? Mr. Rhea, do you have a question about the process?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a question
I'm
about
sorry.
the process?
Yeah, this is about the process. This may sound strange, but wouldn't it make more sense to have this done on a mail ballot to us? There's only about 100 of us. It's not going to cost a fortune. And this seems like it's almost crazy, the way we're going forward with this. I'm sorry. Because so we don't know anything about some of the people. Why don't we look at that? I mean, there's no pressure on us, even if it takes a month. So what?
All right.
Oh, there is.
I'm pausing the voting right at the moment. We've got to get a handle on what we're doing here. Mr. Rhea. Mr. Rhea, if you would like to speak, unmute. Seeing none. Mr. Rhodey, you had mentioned here in my chat.
Yeah, I had a point of order question. If before the vote, if we should have discussed each person first and had a vote up or down on each person and then go through this sort of as a clearance.
Let's cancel off.
Rather than voting for all 14 at the
I'm
same
ruling
time.
from the chair. Let's cancel the Survey Monkey thing. This is not going to work this way. Let's just stop. Don't tabulate it. Just stop. I don't think anybody understands the process. I think it's too confusing. So let's stop. What we'll do is we'll submit this by mail, as has been suggested. I think that makes the best sense. As you said, there's not that many folks. We know who's here at the meeting. We'll send it out by mail. Now, since we're not trying to vote on that right now, does the group wish to speak about individual candidates for this? I really don't want to bring up Mr. Covington and have people speak to Mr. Covington individually. And I really don't want someone up where we have 14 people to just say they'd be great. That doesn't contribute anything to it. I also am not particularly interested in having people give campaign statements because I don't think that's what this is about. So, Mr. Ballou, as parliamentarian, would you weigh in here?
Actually, I wasn't prepared to weigh in as parliamentarian, but I was going to suggest that this would be ideal for the Slack channel. And I'm not sure if there's a parliamentary question to which I should respond.
I'm just looking at for parliamentary advice. I'm not sure that there is. We don't have, we can defer this vote out of this meeting and do the thing. Ryan Velez, he says he submitted 6 votes and left the rest blank, and that worked fine.
Huh?
Ryan Velez has said in the Slack channel that he submitted 6 votes, and that worked fine.
Mr. President, it might be the kind of thing where we follow up with this link. We can clear all the data, send out the link to the people who are on the call, the body of delegates, and follow up with a SurveyMonkey link at another time this week. Gives people some chance to think about all the names that have been put forward. And I think we get our data much more quickly than if we try to stage a mailing. I know that would be, given all the other things on the list of things to do as follow up from this meeting and being short staffed, that may be something that would not get the timely attention it deserves.
And it will allow us, I just tried it like he said, you will allow to only vote for 6. So it allows you to just vote for 6. So I think that's going to be the best solution. Point of information. We got all kinds of gobs of stuff. So I'm going to take folks with points of information and clear and take them as we go. All right, Mr. Bauer, you had a point of information.
I have 2 points of information. If we are going to do that, and I'm not suggesting that we can, one, are we going to have a time frame at which the voting will close?
Yes, we'll have to.
Okay.
I would suggest that we can give it a couple of days to have it open and get it back.
Right. My second question on the point of information, are we going to ensure that a person can only vote once?
We can require that people provide an email address so that we can track that. I mean, that makes the votes not anonymous, but the election committee will have to deal with that.
I think that's the only way you can reasonably do this. So a time frame submitted via the emails that we have for people. People can only vote once. I had a third, but it escapes me. But clearly those are 2 key. Oh, the third point of information is, I assume you're now going to have to open it up to all eligible delegates, even if they are not physically present right here, right now.
Randy, was that directed to me?
Well, it's directed to somebody. It's a point of information.
I'm sorry, I missed part of the question. I was distracted trying to deal.
Well, the question is, who are we going to send this to? I mean, it's a delegate appointed committee. My assumption is if we're doing it separate from this meeting, it has to be sent to all eligible delegates.
Yes, and it will have to be sent to the office. We can't, we're just going to have to give a place to send it to at the office.
Thank you.
Mr. Hessler.
Perfect. So when I vote 1 through 6, that's going to count as 1 vote for each person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I try to vote for 7 or 8 people, my ballot will be invalidated?
The way the ballot is set up right now, you will be ranking the candidates in order of your preference. 1 to 4.
That wasn't the question I asked, but go ahead.
So the top 6 is Randy. Your top 6 choices are the only people who will be considered for.
They'll get 1 vote apiece.
Right, exactly.
Okay. And then finally, I mean, I know that there are, what is going to be the approximate timeline on this? Do you anticipate?
Well, if we do it by email using what's already been set up and require everybody to register as like you did for the Zoom meeting, this can go out tomorrow, and I think we give it 48 hours or something like that, and then we can hand it off to the election committee to announce the results.
Judith Satari has withdrawn. She sent me a message through the chat. Judith has withdrawn her name from the list.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Shabazz, you have a point of information that I think needs to be made.
Yes, my question is about the candidates and whether we have to provide some kind of a statement for the delegates to read.
You know, my opinion here is I think what we're going to have to do, it's going to take longer, but I think that if we do the Survey Monkey thing and we send it out to everybody, we're going to be sending it to people who have no clue what they're getting. We're going to have people who send it out, and some of these folks, there's no clue as to who these people are. And I think that the way that we're going down this is going to be it's not going to work in the way that we want to have it work. I think that we've got to rethink this process. I am going to, because Mr. Shabazz, I think that should happen. I think it is important that we have a statement involved from people as we go. So that will make it take longer, and I know that, and it will add to the burden in the office, and I know that. But I think we're going to have to do something like that. That's just my opinion at this point. I'm soliciting other opinions. Mr. Emmett, you have asked a question about process.
Well, maybe this was just what you were going to say, but if we were sending this out by email, we don't really need to use any Survey Monkeys or anything. We can just have an email sent to each eligible delegate and ask them to vote for up to 6 candidates, and then just tabulate them manually. You don't need to have this done in a way that perhaps might be confusing. Just my 2 cents.
And see, my concern is this is not, we need to know something about these candidates rather than they're from whatever. We've got to have people who know folks within the Federation, who have a broad base of connections, not somebody who's just knows folks in a little space, a little local area. That's not what the committee is about. So I am going to move and get Mr. Ballou, who has a question about, or a point of information about manner of voting.
Technically, Mr. President, this isn't a point of information. I was going to speak to manner of voting.
Whatever, just speak to it.
Thank you. The executive director has been discussing with me for some time the possibility of moving to online voting for executive board members. We haven't done that yet. However, I'm seeing here a possible opportunity to test the system that the executive director has identified for us for this purpose, for this vote. I would suggest, since this is not necessarily a time-sensitive vote, perhaps we could allow a period of several days for candidates for the nominating committee to prepare statements. You might be able to put those statements, I would suggest, on the Special Delegates Meeting webpage. In the meantime, the executive director and I could use those few days to set up the online voting system.
And Mr. Ballou, the candidate solution that I've recommended to you has been recommended to me in chat by one of the state federations, which has been using it for 3 years satisfactorily. And the solution allows for private voting. It actually allows for us to embed a candidate statement right in the ballot next to their name. And we can limit the number of required selections to 6. So I think it would be great to try that out and get people familiar with it if we decide to move ahead with it in other venues.
Mr. President, with your permission, I would make a motion that this be the manner of voting for this election.
We have a motion on the floor to use an electronic voting process that will embed candidate statements. We give candidates a week to get their statements in. Is that right? And then we'll open it up for voting, and the voting will be open for how long?
Mr. President, I think it's a period of 1 week, 7 days.
We have a week to get the statements in, and then once you get the thing, you have a week to vote. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to clear the board with hands. We have questions, people raising their hands for questions here. Mr. Brock.
We don't know who your successor is going to be, so it's the succeeding president plus Mr. Ballou are going to sort out what, along with Carol, about what actually happens, right? I mean,
that would have to be the case, yes.
Yeah. I just want to throw out one other possibility. Despite Randy's objections, stick with rank order voting and then ask the candidates as a tiebreaker to pick the winner of the Monday night game and the score.
Bill, I think we're a little too tired to be funny, okay?
I know. Okay. That's
please. Leela?
If the candidates are going to be asked to submit a statement, I think it would make sense, Mr. President, for you to set some parameters, limits on the length of those statements.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, yes, I agree. Give me just a minute on that.
There may actually be a word limit, and I can send that information out for how long those statements can be. I think it's pretty generous, though.
Well, our candidate statements in Chess Life are limited to 150 words and then limited to 300 words, I believe. So 150 words, 300 words would be half of a typewritten page, roughly.
Alan?
Yes.
I don't know if this counts as a withdrawal or not, but in the Slack channel, Paul Covington has stated, Alan, I don't believe I know enough people to serve on this committee. So you might want to recognize him to state what he's trying to say or do.
Working on it. Paul, are you withdrawing from this?
Yes, I appreciate the nomination fund, but I just don't think I know enough people to do that. But thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe when I looked through here, there was another person who was trying to get nominated. I think Mr. Lumelski was trying to nominate Ms. Ramson from District of Columbia. And I missed that earlier. Robin, I've opened up your mic. Would you like to be added to this ballot? Having been nominated by Mr. Lumelski. You'll need to unmute.
Hi. I don't think I know enough.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, no, thank you. I am honored, but I don't think I know enough people. I have a lot to learn.
Good enough. Thank you very much. All right. So now we're back to speaking to the process. We have Leela, you're up to speak, I believe.
I think I asked my question.
All right. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it straight. Mr. Williams.
Just a question. Could we please specify the platform that we're looking at using
What is the platform, please?
Called Election Buddy, and at least 2 state associations have used it. I understand both Texas and Florida have used it. Florida for at least 3 years, and it's a platform I've used in a past life.
I'm aware of it. I actually suggest different platform, but that's fine. It can do what it needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hessler? Mr. Hessler?
Muted.
Going on. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor. Mr. Hessler will come back. Mr. Bauer.
I call the question.
Well, we're sorting out how to do the voting. We don't motion on the floor to call. Mr. Hessler.
I just looking at the faces of everybody on here and recognizing that we have spent the better part of 2 days getting to this point, and recognizing that if one thing that I took away from today more than anything else is really how important it is that we get this right. I'm not sure it's in our interest or in the Federation's interests to come up with a decision when we're all ready to go batshit crazy. And I would just ask everyone to think about the possibility of letting the new executive board, when they go on, to get this done in a timely but thoughtful, reasoned fashion. And Alan, for God's sake, please be a voice on a fly on the wall and a voice of reason. But to try to decide this now, I think, is not in our best interest. That's all.
In a few minutes, I won't be on the executive board, and it won't be my problem, which is a really good reason to defer it to those guys.
I'm just saying. I think that, this is not. I mean, we've already got people saying, "Well, we'll do this." Is that this and Anyway,
I got you. Thank you. All right. Here's the thing. We need to come up with a way to do this. I think the idea of the Survey Monkey is not going to work. We have the idea we'll use the election buddy. Here's what I'm going to propose. I'm just putting this out there. We're going to have a week. So by Friday, candidates will submit a statement, a 150-word statement to Carol. You've got her email. She will do that and incorporate that into the election buddy process. Those will also be posted in the delegate Slack channel. And then we will have a vote go out to the registered email address of the delegates based on using the election buddy platform. You have to have a code, I think, that's sent out to you through that, and you'll be able to log in and vote. You'll only be able to vote once, and that vote then will, you'll have a week to vote, and at the end of the next Friday, so a week from or coming up Friday, the statement gets into the office if you care to submit one. Week after that, voting will close and off we'll go. That's what I'm proposing to do. Randy, you there? We're going to call the question.
Call the question.
Are we good to go this way? Do we need to discuss this further? If so, if you object to just voting on my proposal as I've stated it, raise your hand. We have a series of objections to voting on the statement as presented. We're treating that as calling the question on the matter. Those who are in favor of going ahead and voting on the method of voting, vote aye. Those who wish to continue to discuss it, vote nay. We have had 90 votes, and ending the polling. We're ready to go. We have 78 in favor, 11 opposed. So we're voting on the method which we will do vote for this. To restate it again, what we will do, candidates will have till Friday, which is August
21st.
21st to submit a 150-word statement if they care to, outlining what their qualifications are to serve on the nominations committee. Then the office will send out a vote using Election Buddy to all the delegates. The delegates will have a chance to have a week. Votes will be due on my birthday, which is August the 28th. The candidate statements will also be posted into the delegates Slack channel. That is motion. And so that's the motion we are voting on now.
Ah,
That was blocked. We're voting on the motion of the chair.
ah.
Five, four, three, two, one. That's how we're going to do it, folks. 78, 4 to 3. So to restate it one more time, candidates, and we will contact you all. You all who are here, get to working on it. We'll contact Mr. Wayne Scott as well. We'll follow up with an email to you. You need a 150-word statement, which is the same statement that we have. The initial one for an EB candidate in Chess Life. Then you will submit that no later than Friday, the 21st. Those will be posted in the delegate Slack channel. They will also then be included in the Election Buddy polling. We're able to do that. The Election Buddy polling will go out then next weekend, and we will have until the 28th of August to submit those results, at which time they will be tallied and the election results posted online with those who are not on the nominations committee noted, and then the executive board will have to make their other two appointments to that board.
I will reach out to all the candidates tomorrow.
All right. Now, so we have dispensed with that item. We're on item 15 of our agenda. Typically at this point, in an in-person meeting, we find that one of our delegates rises to the occasion and presents a motion. He did send us a motion ahead of time, but Mr. Winston, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Could you put my motion on the screen to make it easier?
That's there. Oh, crap. Sorry. I've got it on my computer. I don't have it shared. Give me a second.
Sure. No problem.
I thought I'd shared it. Sorry. There we go.
All right. I did add some things that I thought Carol had. The first part of it is the delegates give a vote of thanks to the US Chess Executive Board, President Alan Priest, and Executive Director Carol Meyer for their leadership during the coronavirus crisis. I can try and do the other two parts by heart.
Keep going, boss. Keep going.
All right. There are three more, actually. The next thing is the delegates give a vote of thanks to US Chess President Alan Priest. There we are. For ably presiding over the delegates meeting. To Ken Blue for serving as parliamentarian, and to Ryan Velez and the other members of the Online Play Task Force for their work in developing rules for online play. So move.
Would you please raise your hand if you support that motion of thanks? Just raise your hand in the, there we go. So this comes through with a whole bunch of support.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is I'm going to step out of the chair and I'm going to turn the chair over to Vice President Randy Bauer, because in just a couple of minutes my term is going to end, and after 9 years. So Mr. Bauer, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. About to be leaving us as president. I want to take a minute. This is a point in the meeting where we generally acknowledge the contributions of our executive board members that are going to be leaving that service. And we have 3 outstanding executive board members that I've had the pleasure of serving with for some time, and I want to make sure that we recognize them. The first is Hal Spreckman. I didn't know Hal before I rejoined the executive board now 3 years ago. We had never met each other. For people that think that the executive board is nothing but a bunch of slates, it's simply not the case. And even though I'd never met Hal, I liked him immediately. Hal is one of the most likable people that I've had the pleasure of working with on the executive board. And Hal probably speaks less on the executive board than anybody else, but it's kind of like the old E.F. Hutton commercial. When Hal speaks, people listen. And it's because they recognize his fundamental fairness, his willingness to listen before he speaks up on an issue, and to get to the heart of the matter as to what it is that promotes chess and chess service for US Chess. So I'm going to miss Hal. I sincerely wish he had decided to run again. He's the one amongst us that I guess has shown the most sense in not serving more than one term. But thank you, Hal, for all that you have contributed to the executive board. Next up is Mike Dietman. Mike is probably the most unsung hero among the executive board of the people that I've served with, because Mike has ably served as our secretary for almost the entirety of his service on the executive board. And that is work that's not particularly fun, but it's really necessary and it's important. And it keeps us all aware of what's happening. He catches errors in motions, and he understands all of the machinations that are required for smooth operations of executive board meetings. We're really going to miss that about Mike. And beyond that, he's very knowledgeable in a variety of areas of US chess, scholastics, organizing tournaments. He proved me wrong when I said that Madison, Wisconsin would not have a particularly successful US Open because it just wasn't a big enough city, and in fact, it was a very successful tournament. So, Mike is another person that we're really going to miss. He is term limited, but I'm sure that he's going to continue to provide his experience and insight and expertise for US chess in the years to come. Last and certainly not least is our outgoing president, Alan Priest. It's easy to say, Alan's presence looms large over all of us, but it's certainly true. Alan, in his term, has been as important for turning around the finances of US chess and much of the way that we operate as anybody has. When I left the board on another occasion, Alan was not wanting to run if I was going to run again. I wasn't term limited, but I really appreciate the fact that even though he's a very busy person, he was willing to step up at a tough time for US chess. Alan's busy time as a CPA is often in the spring, and that's a really busy time for US chess also. But Alan has never shirked his responsibilities to US chess, even when his professional responsibilities were great. And, a lot of people don't realize, but Alan stepped in and basically became our staff CFO for a long time. And that's not anything that any of us should have to do for the length of time that Alan did it, and he did it, and he did it well. And it's because he cares so much about this organization. And that's something we also are going to miss. All three of these members leave very large shoes to fill, and they all deserve a great deal of our thanks and praise for their service. I thank all three of you.
Thanks for those kind words. Hal, would you like to make any comments?
I would just like to say that my time on the board actually began a few days before I became on the board, and I was invited to sit in on the interviews for the executive director, and I got to ask questions. I wasn't able to vote, which was fine, but it was, I found, a great process. And in my time on the board, Carol has proved what a great decision that was. I have met Randy and everyone else, and it has just been a tremendous honor to be associated with the other members of the executive board. And I just feel great about the future of US Chess. I know this time is a difficult one with the coronavirus, but it will, it will end. And I just see a great future for US Chess and a great future for the new executive board. And I want to thank everyone who participates.
Thank you, Hal. Mike Nateman?
Yes, thank you. First, as the 33-year president of the Wisconsin Chess Association, I clearly don't understand these term limit things. Can someone explain them to me again, please? No. That's a joke. Be that as it may, as stated in my last couple of campaign articles, it has been an honor and privilege to serve on your executive board for 10 years. I want to thank all of my former and current board members for an interesting trip dealing with ratings formulas, to gaining 501c3 status, to creating a strategic vision, to dealing with FIDE, to learning about trusts, to being sued. That was new. I firmly believe we're in a much stronger position than we were 10 years ago. Thanks to our financial leaders, we're on solid footing. The process to upgrade the website has begun, although I wish it were farther along. The C3 mission is alive and well underway. I hope I've kept up the strong legacy of Wisconsin policy board members. I specifically recall Fred Kramer and Marshall Rowland. Both served in the 1960s as president, and Marshall also served the Federation as a secretary. At my first U.S. Open in 1982 in St. Paul, I recall asking Fred if, as an alternate delegate, I was needed for any votes. His reply was no, as there wasn't anything controversial on the agenda that year. So off I went to tour Fort Snelling. Fred was on the Wisconsin Chess Association board when I came on in 1982. Marshall had never served on the board until we encouraged him to run a few years later. Going back even further, Arpad Elo was one of the founding members of the US Chess Federation back in 1939. If you haven't heard my story of Arpad's visit to the 1990 World Youth Chess Festival, please take the time to read it on our state website at wischess.org or in the book Humor in Chess, compiled by my scholastic colleagues Ralph Bowman and Dwayne Barber. I wish the incoming members and the remaining board members good luck in their guidance in guiding the Federation through the challenging days of the pandemic. Luckily, we're on solid financial ground, but that can't last forever without returning to our core strength of over-the-board chess at some point. I want to conclude by thanking our incredible staff. Not wanting to list a lot of names for fear of missing someone, I do want to thank the three executive directors I've served under, Bill, Jean, and Carol. Each has moved us further across the chessboard on our journey from A1 to H8. As secretary, I worked closely with the administrative assistants and now the governance coordinator. So special thanks to Cheryl, Kathy, and Jen. Finally, an inside note to the staff, Methuselah has left the dais. Thank you.
Well, I've had a tremendous opportunity to work with some really good people over the last decade. I've served on the board. This is 9 years. I am ready to have my term end and take a break. I'm not leaving chess by any stretch of the imagination. I've been appointed to a couple of delegate appointed committees. I'm still helping the office with the conversion of the accounting system. And I am still have 4 years to serve on the what is verification commission for FIDE, which is actually the audit committee. I have a call on that first thing tomorrow morning. So we're still involved. I got involved with chess. I never had the opportunity to be exposed to chess as a kid, unlike many of you all. Just wasn't a part of my world. And I got involved with chess because I had a third grader who's now 30 who found chess on a home computer that I bought. Then he got involved with the chess club at the school when National Tournament Director Steve Dillard, who taught at the school my son attended, was looking for elementary school kids to be in the chess club. My son came home and announced he wanted to play in a chess tournament. I didn't realize how incredibly boring it was to be a parent at a chess tournament. So I didn't realize we were going to be there all day long. So once I was there, I said, I've got to do something. And I started volunteering, taking scores and cleaning up tables. Then one thing led to another. I became the scholastic coordinator of the chess, State Chess Association to make sure that my son had good tournaments to play in. He wanted to play in national events, so we started going to national events. There were national events where they were short-staffed, and I volunteered to help in different ways, and then got hired to start working on things. And you know, it just led to another. I got asked to participate, to run for the executive board because by our executive director at the time, who said, we need your financial help on the board. When I came on the board, we had negative current assets, our current liabilities, et cetera. Current liabilities exceeded our current assets. And we had to look people in the eye, and I didn't know how we were going to pay them all summer. And I swore we'd never get to that place again. I've served with great people. Ruth Herring, whom I came to love deeply, who's gone from us now, was president for 4 years while I was her VP Finance. And such a great team. I was able to serve with Jim Barry as president, with Gary Walters as president, here as Mike Hoffpowers vice president, and all the people who've come through the board who've really been just so dedicated to chess. The opportunity to work with you all as delegates over the years has been a tremendous honor to do that. So I'm really glad, candidly, that my term on the board is done, because I had never thought that over the last 6 months of the term would be like it has been. It's been extremely difficult. I do want you all to understand how hard you must work to be on this executive board and to be any good at it. It takes hours. One thing that I'm going to be grateful for is to get the some 20 hours a week that I've been spending on it for the last year back in my life. It's a half-time job for me. And that doesn't even count the FIDE time. So I couldn't be doing it if I weren't self-employed and had the opportunity to control my own time tremendously. But thank you for the opportunity. It's been a long day. I'm not going to take any more time of it. Just thanks again, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be around. Mr. Bauer, you've got the floor back, buddy.
Well, I thought I was giving it back to you.
Nope.
What's next? Okay, so maybe the executive director or the parliamentarian can tell me what's the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the installation of the 3 new elected members. Sorry.
Okay. We have 3 new members of the executive board to install. Given the late hour, I'm going to not ask them to make comments. They'll have plenty of opportunity to do that. But we do need to install Mr. David Hayter, Mr. David Day. Now we're going to have two Davids. We had two Mikes for a long time. This is not going to be good. And Mr. Fun Fawn. And I don't think there's anything else. I mean, it's not like we have to give them a secret decoder ring or anything. Is there, Mr. Parliamentarian?
I have a point.
Anything to do with that, FedEx it.
They can change, next to their name, they can change their state to say EB. That's
There you go.
the way on Zoom.
And there will be little name plaques if we ever meet again in person that, make great party gifts as well.
So with that, I think we've come to the end of the agenda. I see exactly 2 hands up, and I'm going to recognize those people. But I also caution you, it's 6:30, and there may be somebody who go through the phone to get to you if you take too long. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for your term of service, and to our other board members, Mr. Neatman and Mr. Spreckman. I did have one more question with regards to the election. It was stated that the ballots would be given out to all eligible delegates, and my question is, should that not be just only the delegates who were here at this special delegates meeting?
There's not a provision for that. It's going to all the delegates. That was what we voted on when we voted on the motion. Mr. Brock?
Thank you.
2 things. First, that joke was funny. Second, could Mr. Bauer kindly unmute all of us so we could give Mr. Priest, Mr. Spreckman, the long-suffering Mr. Dietman, and our wonderful executive director Carol Meyer a round of applause so that they can actually hear. Can you unmute everybody?
The reason why I'm still handling talking to people is because he's not got control over it. Leela, you had a comment, and then I think we have unmuted.
I just wanted to thank Alan and Carol and the board and the staff for their incredible leadership, and all of the delegates for your incredible hard work in doing a meeting this way. I think there were a lot of doubters and naysayers about that we couldn't have a productive meeting this way.
There are 94 people on.
And so thank everyone for the work in making this possible, that US Chess gets to keep on doing its thing despite the coronavirus.
100.
All right, so everyone's unmuted. Bill, now's your chance.
Clap louder.
Good job.
Good job.
Excellent work.
And with that, I think our meeting agenda is resolved. In my last act as president of the US Chess Federation, I declare this meeting to be adjourned.
Hip, hip, hooray!
Hooray!
Okay, I'm buying.
Tina, your spotlight. Very cute.
Gotta be Zara.
Carol, the EB, the new EB has a meeting in 30 minutes. Is that correct?
30 minutes, unless there's the will to move it up to 15.
Well, I just got my dinner. So.
Okay. No, we'll do it in 30, which would be 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you for everything.
Everybody.